then we go to Twitch, Stream Manager. It says it's unstable, but that's fine, because let's go ahead and change this to not time strangers. We'll go just chatting and Digimon TCG EX10 review. Done. All right. So now if I hit refresh, everything should change. Cool, cool. Might want to save that so I could look at Twitch chat. Don't think I have chat display set up here. So that's a little unfortunate that nobody's going to be able to read chat other than me unless they go back in, but that's fine. I gotta play around with streaming a little bit more, get proper setups. I have it set up on Streamlabs, but now I'm using OBS. So just want to give a little bit of time for people to get going. All right. Stupid texts. All right. Sorry about that. All right, so I figured since this came out, I would want to look at the survey results for the closed beta. I was not part of the beta, lost the lottery or raffle or whatever, but maybe there's something interesting in here. That's kind of the hope and kind of the dream. Let me pull Twitch chat back up. There we go. All right, so the hope and the dream is something interesting is in this report. Because if this report just basically is a whole bunch of meaningless information, then that's kind of disappointing, because this would have been a good opportunity to actually get something actually concrete going to make the game potentially better. But it all depends on what they asked for and what kind of data they're actually looking for, if they're actually going to be using data. So let's dive in and take a look. So this is the beta report. The beta happened during this time period. We'd like to thank everyone for participating in the beta, the ones that did. Development and team are truly grateful for those who participated. We'd like to share a portion, so it's not even the full results. So it's just a snippet of the survey results, along with comments from the development and management team. So everyone included. So everyone, including those who couldn't take part, who couldn't participate in the beta, could read them. Please look forward to what's to come. So overall satisfaction. This kind of this kind of is a little bit meaningless. Like, it's okay. It's like gauging on a scale of like 1 to 5 or 1 to 4 how engaging this game was. So the majority of people thought it was very fun, or just neutrally fun. And then a small portion of people just did not really vibe with it. So that's what, 7.6%. So if we're going to be generous and round that up to 10%, 10% really didn't vibe with it, which is fine. I mean, the beta didn't necessarily, from what I saw, seems like it was actually a finished product, so it makes sense. I think, like, once the product is more concrete and more finished, and we actually know how the monetization system's going to work, what the release schedule and card flow is going to look like, what some of the limitations that they might be addressing in quality of life. So depending on just how the development of the game progresses, I actually am expecting this to grow. Like, as awkward as that says, not everyone's going to like everything, but if they could stay within, like, a 5 to 10% range, then that's probably ideal. But as we are seeing, like, if anyone's following Pokemon Pocket, and understands what's been going on with Pokemon Pocket, they lost a good portion of players, and that just might be because of their release schedule, their monetization. There's just a whole bunch of different factors into the decline of the player base of Pokemon Pocket, and I'm just using that as like a baseline metric because Pokemon Pocket is the newest and arguably largest mobile game client card game, and they're having issues themselves. So again, depending on how things go and what kind of things they decide to put in, that might be able to alleviate some of these issues or increase some of these issues depending on how the development goes. So good to know that as of right now, people are pretty okay with the mobile app as it was in the beta. The percentage plan... Wait, hold on. Percentage planning to play official release. So this is just people who are actually going to want to play once the app is fully released. Obviously, again, there's still just a lot of stuff in development that needs to be improved upon and information that should come out. But it looks like even though the percentage of people that thought it was really fun and neutrally fun, it looks like it's about the same, just split up a little bit differently. If anything, a lot more, like, all of the, it wasn't really fun, that almost same percentage is into the I'm hesitant category, which I think is pretty funny. I personally am cautiously optimistic as well because mobile apps tend to be a little bit hungry, I guess, is the best way to put it. Like, they really demand a lot of your time, your attention, and your money. So I think it's just interesting to note that this percent is, like, just being generous, 2% of people that just will not play it out of the people who was in this first overall satisfaction percentage. And then the same percentage here is basically the I'm hesitant. But for the most part, people are definitely going to want to play it, and it's definitely something that the Digimon community has been asking for quite a while. So it makes sense. So comments from the development team. We greatly appreciate all the incredible positive feedback we received. Despite the short application period, we received far more applicants than we were expecting. As a result, the odds of being selected in the lottery became extremely slim. We're sincerely sorry for that. I think that's kind of weird. Like, this little bit, it's just like, we received a lot of applicants, But because we decided to go with a lottery system instead of just letting more people in, um, I don't understand that type of logic at all, and they're just apologizing for it. It's literally a digital client. Like, it might have to do with something with like server size. Like, maybe they only allocated so much resources to the server to be able to test it. So maybe that went into the limitations into how many people actually could play, which is why they had to do that. But the fact that they're not stating that is weird, because this just comes off as, oh, at least like the way I'm reading it, it comes off as like, oh, we know that a lot of people wanted to play, sorry you couldn't. And I'm just like, really? Like, then just either increase the server size or let more people in. I don't know. But disregarding that, they're sorry that people couldn't play that wanted to. Throughout this test, the development team has been made aware of various issues and will use the issue report and opinions received to improve the game and continue development. I think that is good. It definitely seems like, based on the beta, they have a lot of work ahead of them. Like, they got a lot of the structure down for what, like, the basics are going to be, but I feel like for what Digimon not only is as a game, but from the gameplay perspective, it really needs a lot of extra work. Like, a lot of extra work. So I personally wouldn't want to see the game until like sometime next year, to be honest, because of how much work I feel like that they should be putting in. Anything like sooner than next year definitely feels rushed. And they probably could put it out now, just like how most modern game development is. They could put out an unfinished product and then just continue to update it. But I'm kind of getting tired of that model. We would be forced to, actually, we wouldn't be forced to play it because we already know, like, the power creep and progression of the game, and then all we'd have to do is just craft the new cards and see if the new cards are even relevant. So, I don't know. There's still a lot that we need to know about the game. But as far as back to their comments, we would love it if those who played the Digimon card game before, as well as those who are new to it, or have been away from the game for a while, would invite their friends. Okay, so they're basically just asking us, hey, make sure word of mouth works, and let's get this game to spread so everyone can be happy. That's kind of funny. All right, story, character, and matching. So the story, about, I'll just say 16% of people thought that the story was fine, like really good. Otherwise, it was just fine for the most part. And some people just really didn't like it. I guess, like, maybe it's because we don't know where in the Liberator timeline it takes place, because the whole, like, Dark Shoto thing seems kind of weird. So does that mean this takes place after Liberators, which means we already know that the Liberator characters are going to win? That's just the classic hero thing, but, like, how much farther into the future from the events from Liberators is this actually going to take place? I think, like, getting more information out probably might have shifted some of these numbers, but for, like, the first couple of chapters, that's just the introduction and basically tutorial. It was fine. The characters, people were pretty okay on the characters for the most part. And then the matching, I don't exactly know what they mean by matching, like matchmaking, people were pretty okay with. Like, these are always going to be really low for the most part, because for the most part, the people who got into the demo were people who already wanted to play the demo. So it's good that there is, like, criticism found here, but this is probably going to be, for the most part, the norm with the rest of the data set, because that's exactly what we're seeing here. And I get that they're not going to make everyone happy, but I almost feel like, depending on what the bad or very bad feedback is, that's probably worth listening to, just as much as here, because if they're all echoing the same things, then this type of feedback is just as important as this type of feedback. But like this type of feedback could lead to zero things changing about the game, because people would be satisfied with what they already had, especially since we've been asking for this for like 5 years. So it really depends, again, on what they're exactly looking for and how they're going to be using this data. So this isn't a surprise, because it's basically just almost a mirror of this for the most part, with neutral being a little bit higher because some people just do not care about characters or story. They just want to get into the gameplay and have a good time. So positive opinions. So as a card game app, it did a good job of conveying the story and the characters. The characters had a lot of appeal, and the original Digimon fit naturally into the setting, which helped leave a good impression. Matchmaking was quick, and games ran smoothly. Negative opinions. The story scenes were a little lacking, and it was difficult at times to understand who was speaking to who. In matchmaking, it would often match against the same opponent or an opponent with a different skill level than mine. That's pretty normal. Like right now on like Digimon Card Game Online, the fan-made client, I would get matched up with people that are the same person I just played against probably 3-4 times, just because of the player pool, depending on the time. Like, it's not an uncommon thing, but depending on how they do like a rank system or an elo system or whatever, that could help alleviate some of this, because the demo obviously, or the beta didn't obviously have a ranked system. There were several times where I was matched with the same person 3 times in a row. Yeah, so just more echoing on that, so just better matchmaking. Comments from the developers. In this section, received many options regarding the story. We will adjust the story mode presentation to make it easier to visually follow as we move towards the official launch. I mean, like, I didn't exactly see the story, because most people just, again, cared about the gameplay. So, like, just take notes from visual novels. Like, I don't really know how hard that is. The fact that people, like, a complaint was they couldn't understand who was speaking to who, really highlighted either A, the quality of the story that was being told, where they're not directly speaking to who, or B, it was the visual flow of how that information was being perceived that created that disconnect. Which, again, I think is pretty funny. So they definitely need to work on that. Although we received some feedback, matchmaking was smooth and low stress. The closed beta, we saw participants joining from various places around the world, and we also received feedback saying matchmaking could be frustrating during times when fewer players were online. That's kind of just normal. Not saying you need to like develop bots to fill things in, but I get it. Again, that could just be a issue exclusively to the beta, because I don't know how big their server size was that they like rented or paid for, and if they let more people in, then more people would have been able to matchmake with actually different people. So yeah, some of this might just be a non-issue, but it's definitely something to look into. Again, we don't have all of the information to be able to discern what is actually a valid complaint versus what is the limitation of the closed beta. So as we move forward to the official release, we will continue to improve and see more players enjoying battles smoothly. So battle controls. So for the most part, the majority of people thought it was pretty good. Some people thought it was very good. Others were neutral, and I think the negatives were actually pretty higher. Yeah, it was a lot higher on the negatives when it comes to battle and controls, which I think is needed. They need to hear the feedback. So good that the bad was a little bit higher in terms of percentage when it comes to the controls. The clarity and usability of the interface. So this is pretty important, because if you can't understand what's going on, it's going to be very hard to actually play the game. So the fact that this is a pretty high percent means that Bandai definitely needs to do a lot of work on their user interface to be able to make sure everything is as clear and concise as it possibly can be. For the most part, people thought it was like pretty good or just fine, but the negative being a lot higher means that there's something there for Bandai to investigate on what to do. And then some people thought like this was probably the highest and probably going to be the highest that the very bad is going to be looking. So again, they really need to work on their user interface, because when I was looking at it just from a from other people streaming it, it was passable. That's probably the best compliment I could give it. It was passable. There were some things that could easily have been improved upon. I can't think of any off the top of my head, because I need to like relook at the UI to be able to figure out this could have been clearer, this could have been clearer, this might have been a little bit better if it was changed to this. But yeah, definitely seems like the UI needs some work. Battle animations and effects, this is kind of like whatever. Like, it's just, oh, was the game pretty? Yeah, for the most part it was pretty. But they really need to be careful with longer animations and higher density of effects. So, like, if an animation is taking too long, that eats into the player's time to actually play their cards out. And with the, at least like in the beta, the timer being shared between both players and only limited to like 20 minutes was like not enough time. At least depending on the deck and for some people. So the fact that animations would eat at that time, or could potentially eat at that time, definitely is something to be concerned about. I don't know if they'll address it, but match pacing. So a lot of people thought it was pretty good. Match pacing was BT, what? 1? It was, no, it was 1.5. So it was the non-fixed version of 1.5, so you had all the broken stuff because of hidden potential discovered, so no banner restriction list was in place. So as far as the match pacing, people thought it was pretty okay. Ease of deck building. That's kind of interesting, that a lot of people didn't think it was super easy to be able to build a deck. So again, I'd have to go through the deck editor and kind of see like where some of the faults are, but more people thought it was like just fine, and there actually was a pretty much equal portion where people just did not exactly like it. So, yeah. I would have to pull up the UI and try to, like, not necessarily nitpick it, but just see where some of the struggles or issues could be. So here's their thoughts in regards to that. So the positive opinions, the controls were easy to understand. I mean, it's just tapping and swiping and moving stuff or holding. The controls were easy to understand. They were able to enjoy playing. The UI and effects looked great, and it was relatively easy to understand and use. The cards and the alt art animations were cool. I mean, live 2D can go pretty far these days. The number of cards in your hand increased when digivolving, so it was difficult to run out of cards, and the pacing of the battles was good. So this is, like, this might lead into UI issues where we have, like, a hand of 20 plus cards, because, believe me, we sometimes could get a hand of 20 plus cards, and, like, looking and sliding through all 20 cards in your hand sometimes might be a struggle. I mean, granted, because the game pace was a little bit slower, most decks probably weren't going to get there at that time. But in the future, as we catch up to where we currently are, this could potentially be an issue with the hand size never decreasing, or like rarely decreasing, because certain decks do like having lower hand size counts, or actually use their cards in alternative means to actually just decrease their hand size. So good to know that a lot of people like drawing cards, though. It was easy and intuitive to build a deck with the cards you've acquired. So they're saying that for the most part, it was pretty easy for the ones who actually understood how the client worked and was able to do it. The negatives. There were times where swiping the screen didn't register correctly, and many situations require precise inputs. This probably is, as things get more and more cluttered, it's harder to be able to navigate on a smaller screen or like in a small interface. So, like I said, that was probably going to be a growing issue. And there's not necessarily the best fix to it as of right now. It just depends on how they rework the UI to be able to future-proof itself. The card text was small, and the effects were packed in a small frame, making it difficult to read. Yeah. Again, just the size. That's why a lot of card games, like digital card games, try to keep their text as little as possible. So, like, you look at a Hearthstone card. There's not a paragraph on a Hearthstone card. You look at a Pokemon Pocket card. There is not a paragraph on a Pokemon Pocket card. You look at a Marvel Snap card. There is not a paragraph on a Marvel Snap card. Like, you get into some of the later sets where we currently are in the game with 3 different effects, and they have to explain what each of the effect does, on top of inheritables that also could be pretty lengthy in words. And yeah, there's like, it's very clear that this might not necessarily be the best on a mobile client, but like on a PC client, that issue might be somewhat alleviated. And then being able to navigate to have the time to read all of the text depending on how things are laid out, that might be something to look into as well. So I think like constraining it to a mobile interface definitely might lead to issues down the line that if they don't fix early on with how wordy the cards can be, it's going to gatekeep people just because they won't be able to read, assess, and evaluate what they're supposed to do to navigate a playline situation if they don't already inherently have that knowledge. So special animations for alt art cards were appealing, but overall felt somewhat plain and didn't leave much of an impression. Yeah, I mean, just it's like the Master Duel effect, where it's just like, yeah, having one big splashy thing happen is great and all, but sometimes it just doesn't matter depending on what it is. It's like comparing like a Blue Eyes animation to probably like something not as noteworthy as a Blue Eyes. They're probably going to give more animation time to the Blue Eyes rather than to just random monster A. It was difficult to tell what effects were applied to me, and was hard to understand what was going on. So yeah, this goes into the game flow that I was kind of mentioning earlier, where like ordering of effects is going to be mattering really, really heavily in the mid to later sets as the mobile app catches up to the actual TCG. And the ordering on how we apply our effects does matter. So if they're not giving us a good option or a good way for us to be able to pick and choose how our effects are playing out, that's going to have a huge impact on how well the mobile client is going to be received. Because if I can't do my precise combo because there's 5 different effects triggering at the exact same time, and I need to order them in an exact way to get the end result that I want, then that's going to be a huge issue, let alone how these cards are being applied. Like, that's that's definitely something that they will need to address going forward. Because I think I saw that in some of the gameplay that I witnessed of the beta, where you really couldn't choose the ordering of some of your effects. Granted, at that early stage, it mattered way less, but as the game progresses and develops, it definitely matters way more. It was difficult to tell what effects... and then it felt difficult to build a deck where and there were times where I wanted to avoid building one altogether. That's an interesting one. I don't exactly know, like, if that's the fault of the game on deck building or if that's the fault of the deck builder portion of the app. So, like, based on the wording of that, I don't really know how to put that together. Like, what kind of feedback would be constructive for Bandai to look at? Because that doesn't tell me anything. And this is coming from somebody who has, like, tried to assess and read this data type stuff before. Comments from the development team. In this section, there was a lot of feedback and expressed frustration with the battle control, pacing, and animations, card visibility, and more. We fully acknowledge these comments are focused on reviewing the battle screen's UI to ensure that there's going to be a more enjoyable battle experience. Making this is our top priority. It should be. Like, in a card game, collecting cards is one aspect, playing the game is the other aspect. You saw that with, like, Pokemon Pocket, where collecting cards is the main focus and battling was the sub-thought. And without a purpose to use the cards that you're collecting, obviously players are going to dip out. And that's currently what's happening with Pocket. And yeah, it's good to know that actually making the battling portion of the game be as functional as possible is definitely good, because that's what we want to do. We received a lot of negative feedback in regards to the deck editor. So they're saying specifically, like, this type of a fault is due to how bad the deck editor is. To enable more players to use cards in various playstyles, we're adding information and implementing features to aid in deck building as we work towards the official launch. So I guess they're just admitting to the faults that the deck builder was just half-baked. So, cool. You thought the deck builder was fine. It was weird to get used to at first. I think, like, that's the big concern, is it was weird to get used to at first. So it had some initial, like, even though it might have been a minor learning curve, it still had some initial learning curve. Like, you go into, let's just say, a Pokemon Pocket deck editor, it's super easy to be able to build a deck. Whether it's going to be a good deck or not is to be determined, but to be able to put your cards together, and the information that it's going to be giving you is definitely super important. So, like, understanding your memory curve is really good. Like, your level curve is really good. Like, there's a lot of information. Like, I'm just going to be pulling up, like, I just have this set up already. Like, understanding how many cards you have, what's going to be going into it, what your level curve and even color curve is going to be is also super important. So, like, these are just some basic things that, and then, like, how you're searching for cards, that's also going to be important. Because, like, one of the posts that I made on Facebook, or no, it was one of my recent YouTube videos. So I was looking at, like, the block, like, the cards that are going to be legal for the current block environment for regulation battle. Right now, fun fact, this website, DigimonCard.app, is the only one that's actually tracking blocks. And it doesn't even track all of the changes to the blocks because it doesn't have all of the alt arts in the game to understand block changes and implement the block changes in the deck editor. So, like, I know for a fact Agumon from BT12 has an alt art that changes the block of that card to be block 4. Where's BT12? This is... yeah, so here. So you can see right here, it is a block 2 card. But in this alt art, it is a block 4 card. But the way that this app is tracking blocks, if I hit block 4, the card doesn't show up. Like, that's the type of thing that I'm talking about, where it's just like, you want your deck builder to be as easy to use as you possibly can make it. So yeah, having a good, robust deck builder is going to be for your overall benefit. So, like, I know in the earlier blocks, like, there were a bunch of cards that got reprinted that shifted their block legality. So, like, keeping track of that might be a good idea, where it's probably just changing, like, like, if I was a programmer and I had all of the different parameters for how a card was being searched in a matrix, and you just pull that information from the matrix, you could just update the block legality of what that card is and have a special, like, matrices for block legality of cards. You didn't even know you could do that on the site? Yes, it is. So, funny enough, this is the only site that actually tracks blocks, and it doesn't even track the blocks to the full extent that it needs to. It's hilarious. Like, you go onto Bandai's website, they don't track blocks. On their own website, they don't even track blocks. You go to .io, they don't track blocks. You go to .dev, they don't track blocks. So, like, blocks is something that was made to be tracked, and most other websites, except for this one, they don't even do it. It's hilarious. When I was doing my research for the regulation battle, because it was a block-based battle, I literally had to manually go and find all of the cards with alt arts that got reprinted that had their block changed. It was not necessarily the most fun research I was doing, and I'm just like, I wish that like, everyone just tracked blocks. But ranting aside, having a good deck builder is definitely something that they need to work on to try to make it easier to build decks to play. Your buzz never using Bandai site to look up cards. Most people don't. I don't blame them. Bandai's thing is probably the weakest out of all of the, like, databases, like card databases. Bandai's is definitely the weakest. It's arguably the prettiest I'm using the word pretty loosely. It's visually, aesthetically pleasing. It's just not super functionable. But yeah, so where's my mouse? There you are. All right, here we are. So yeah, fixing their deck builder is something really good. We have more data. Tutorials. So, clarity of the rules, length, and pacing. So, for the most part, people were pretty okay with the clarity of the rules. I mean, they pretty much had that on lock and key since they had the whole, like, demo app. So, I would expect the clarity of the rules to be pretty decent. The length of the demo, people thought for the most part was just okay. Maybe a little bit lengthy, like instead of 2 whole chapters, maybe 1 whole chapter. But I guess depending on the concepts that you're trying to teach, 2 is probably fine. And the length and pacing is weird because they're kind of like in hand. I guess like how many missions versus how long the mission takes up. So like I would expect the fact that these look basically the same. It means to me that they're pretty close to the same thing. Let's see what Bandai has to say. So the rules were very easy to understand, and the story at the beginning tied in nicely. The tasks each phase were explained clearly. making gameplay feel smooth and well-paced. The tutorial was short and simple. It was fun to be able to open up packs immediately and get into matches. Yes. So you don't want your tutorial... You don't want to make your tutorial too long, because then people just will check out. Just like a YouTube video, people will literally check out after a minute or two. That's just the unfortunate reality and why TikTok is so big. But yeah, you don't want the beginning to be the most boring part. So the negatives. They wanted to check the card's effects during the tutorial. Fair. That's very fair. But I was made to promote and move forward, which made it difficult for me to review the card effects. Again, fair. I'll probably get a water in a second. The tutorial wasn't bad, but by the time the closed beta test had ended, you really didn't know how to build a deck. I don't want Bandai to teach deck building. I really do not want Bandai to teach deck building. Like, I want them to teach them how to go into the deck editor and, like, navigate the deck editor. I do not want them to teach deck building, because as we've seen off of their own website, Bandai builds some either atrociously bad decks or are just copying... No, they just straight up build atrociously bad decks most of the time. I'm just like, or they just copy something that they think would be good, and then it just turns out to not be. And then they were lengthy, unskippable animations, which, yeah, having the ability to skip is probably good. So, like, as an enfranchised player, like, if I could just skip the tutorial, I would want to skip the tutorial. So, a person like me who's been playing the game from the beginning, not saying everyone is like me, having the option to be able to skip the tutorial, claim the rewards, and get right into the game probably is going to be for Bandai's overall benefit. It's not going to really hurt them, because all they have to do is put a blurb of what's happening story-wise in terms of the tutorial, because they tied story into the tutorial. So, like, all they would have to do is have a summary of what's happening lore-wise, and then just say, do you want to skip, yes or no? It should just be that easy. And then just claim the rewards. Comments from the development team as far as this aspect. In this tutorial, we tied combining the world, setting, stories, characters, roles, and explanations. However, we received a lot of feedback noting to how pacing of the tutorials felt off, or that the tutorials went on too long. Yes, it's because they tied everything together. So a person like me would not care about the building blocks of their setting, because I just want to play the game. So I would probably find a way to separate the two a little bit better, so that way I could just get into the parts that I care about. To be fair, the decks being bad might be initially to give players a chance to improve themselves. Oh, 100%. 100%. I'm very well aware of the concept of, like, you make bad cards not to make bad cards, but you're making bad cards to teach players card analysis, so that way they can actually figure out what is good. And sometimes bad cards, depending on what they are, just aren't necessarily bad, and they just lack support. So, but yes, giving the players something bad up front to teach them how to actually do it better is definitely a thing. But for the future, we are considering adding features that make it easy to play and implementing the pacing of the tutorials, so even those who have never played the Digimon card game can enjoy it. Yeah, so just separate it. Find a way to separate it. Alright, so before I get into this, I'm going to grab a quick drink of water. I'll be right back in just a second. Alright, it's not exactly a water bottle, but hopefully this should be enough water to last. It's just a big cup. Big cup with a handle. So impressions, requests, and other feedback. So the overall impressions was they were excited to play the game ahead of time, and they're looking forward when the completed version is ready to play. That's kind of just a common sentiment with the Digimon community. They found it very... I find it weird that they're using I. So, like, I as in they, and they as in the people who actually played the demo. So, they found it very interesting. It was originally a fan... Oh, they were originally a fan of Digimon Liberator, which made them like the game even more. So I guess people just enjoyed the fact that it was using the Liberator setting. They felt that the game appeared to be heading in a good direction. Also, they had high hopes for the story, looking forward to how the game is going to unfold in the future. So I'm thinking, like, when Liberator ends, like, this is probably their answer to continue Liberator in some form. Because Liberator is not going to be a forever thing. At least, like, the current comics and novels. So I was able to enjoy the features in Elysian, and they hope for a competitive environment with a unique balance of differences from the past physical card game environments. So they're just excited for the mobile app. They want to play competitively, but they don't want the same... They basically don't want the same metas as previous... as what we had already experienced in the past. So, like, the new cards definitely were a good inclusion and good idea to spice up what the meta could be. So, we'll see how this part goes going forward. Because I think, like, in the long run, after playing a lot of Pokemon Pocket and Hearthstone and stuff, the biggest thing when it comes to these digital card games is we want different ways to be able to play our cards. Because just having the cards and having one way to play them is fine. But that's why, like, other games like Magic do so well, is because they have different formats, so that way you could actually take a card and apply it in different ways. So I think, like, this might be a good start to try to develop a secondary format for Digimon, so that way it actually gives players, you know, something interesting to actually look forward to use their cards in different ways. You think... Oh, you deleted the message. I didn't read it. A short hello. You're not going to stay for a while, Empire? I know I'm just getting... this out of the way because I figured, hey, I might as well cover this before the EX10 review. So, that's some cold water. Requests. They hope for better UI and better graphics. Yeah. Hope for more languages to be supported. Fair. A friends list and friend matches. That's probably going to be a given. And I wasn't expecting the beta to have that, so, yeah, just having a friends list would be nice, so that way you could do, like, private matchmaking and whatnot for playtesting and practicing. You want features that allow you to enlarge the display when you press it so that you can admire the illustrations. I think reading, like, just readability... Like, having a zoomed out version and then zooming into the portion that you want to control more precisely. Like, I don't know how reasonable of a feature that is. I know most of the time the boards are always going to be static, but with the board state ever changing, and now with, like, tokens and, like, extra tamers and cards going under tamers and whatnot, like, the fields could get very cluttered. So, like, zooming into specific aspects of the zone, like, of what you're trying to manipulate, read, or whatever, probably is more important than just admiring the illustrations. I guess from, like, the deck editor aspect, like, having a way to just look at the full card, without any, like, additional UI probably would be nice. I'd like the game to be adjusted so that beginners or casuals can have an easier time playing. This last one's going to be very hard to do because that goes into overall game balance, and that's no. That's going to be too difficult. Like, I guess if they decide to do not necessarily like live balancing, but like a more proactive ban and like custom ban and restriction list, maybe that might be a way, so that way it can try to help alleviate player frustrations. But like if the tutorial and whatnot's good enough, then that's gonna allow beginners and casuals to like play easier. But that's why, like, keeping ranked and unranked separate is a huge portion, although, like, people will test in unranked before they take it into ranked, so that's not necessarily the greatest way. Like, giving them a special environment for newer players to be a little bit more acclimated outside of the story probably is going to help. Because I can already guarantee you that the battle scenario, like, if they're not specific battle scenarios, people won't, like, the casuals might just be able to just play the story and be fine with collecting cards. I don't know. I don't have more metrics to be able to guess on that, but having a more casual focused and new player friendly mode probably would be for their overall benefit when it comes to the onboarding process. You don't mind the message. I deleted it. It was sent by mistake. Oh, I've done that before. So, you're good. Where were we? Oh, yeah. So once again, we'd like to express our deepest appreciation for all the feedback and ideas that are sent our way. Because this isn't all of the feedback. This is just a snippet or portion of it. From the feedback that we received the closed beta, we are planning on improving the UI features that allow you to challenge friends and acquire friends, acquaintances, increasing language support, adding features to implement for the launch of the game. We also received positive feedback on the original cards for Beelzeon. We like not only for the inexperienced players to freely enjoy the game, but for players who already have played the Digimon card game to take pleasure in a slightly different environment under this title. I think that's good. Like, I know players are probably just going to want the digital cards to be made physically eventually, and maybe they could do that, like, as a separate product later, where it's just like, hey, this is, I don't want to say a Bandai premium product, but, like, they could just have, like, a EX10 set to just release the EX exclusive cards, like, later into the game, even though the majority of the EX cards are going to be so underpowered compared to where the game currently is that it's probably not worth doing. So maybe that would be a Bandai premium thing, but I don't know. I just know people are going to want the EX cards physically. And then they're working forward for the full release. Final thoughts. We truly like to thank everyone for participating in the beta. We can't express enough the gratitude that we got information from the beta survey. We're working to provide opportunities for those who were unable to join the closed beta to make the game available. They could. Like, this part feels, again, super disingenuous. They could. They have the ability to just let everyone play it. They don't need to have the limited access on it. Unless, like, they are working with specific parameters. Thank you for your patience, and they're looking forward to the launch, blah, 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 to the future. So, yep. That is the Beelzeon survey results for the open beta. Maybe make them a starter deck. I can see that. Like a so maybe not like a starter deck, but like a welcome deck type thing. Where it's just like, hey, here's 2 decks that are designed out of the box to be played against each other, utilizing the new Elysian cards from the mobile app. And you could just pick them up and play them pretty quickly and easily. As like and they have to specifically label it as a new player product because people will go in expecting like something halfway decent like the adventure decks and be completely disappointed. So I think like a more clear dedicated like demo deck, like a full deck, or like a welcome kit might be good to be able to release the digitally cards physically. What's up, Death Clock? I was just going over the Elysian survey results and giving my overall thoughts and opinions on their overall thoughts and opinions and feedback. And now we're going to get into the EX10 review. So this little bit took a little bit longer than I was actually anticipating. But there was a lot of things that I kind of wanted to say based on the data that they're showing. They're not showing a lot of data. They also said that it was just going to be a snippet, a portion of the data. So I would have liked to see more, but that's me. I think Elysian, though, as a whole, looks like it's going to be it's going to be the steps in the right direction, at least on the onset, based on everything that we had from the closed beta and people playing the other betas physically at events. So the only reason they wanted a closed beta is so they could let people who won't trash the game. No, it was randomized. So like I'm putting randomized in quotation marks because I don't know what their selection process actually was, if it was 100% random or if it wasn't, but they have the capabilities to where they didn't need to do the raffle and they could have just increased the server size if it was a server issue or just literally let more people in. So, but I'm personally not expecting to see this game for another year. Like, I would not think twice if this game wasn't going to be coming out in a year. If this game came out anything more than like a year, like if this game came out in 2025, I'm 100% thinking it's going to be rushed. So, but yeah, so I guess now let's get into the meat and potatoes of this. So let me just pull up Eggman events, because we're going to be taking a look at EX10. Boop. Oh, I'm still under the Agumon search. All right, so EX10. Do I care about the alt arts or do I just hit normal? I'll keep the alt arts. It doesn't really matter. EX10. This is a villain themed set. So there's a lot of evil things going on. Evil. So I guess the big thing is looking, because I was initially going to break it down by how many decks are, in quotation marks, being supported in this set, and then see if these cards are relevant for those decks. So that was the initial way that I was going to be doing it. And then I was going to be like looking at the decks and building like, hey, what does Beelzeon look like currently? And what are these new cards doing to Beelzeon to be able to make him better? And if it does make him better, how much better does it make him? And like, that's kind of like the mental like breakdown process that I was going to be going through. And then I was realizing, oh, this is probably just too much for like an actual YouTube video. So here we are instead. Now I could kind of do all of that in a live stream, because I think that would be funny, because I'm not 100% a god at Digimon. There's a lot of decks that I have not built, let alone played, let alone have any form of mastery over. So, like, it's always funny on gameplay videos where it's just like, I build and play a lot of decks. I am not going to be a master at all of them. So, like, expect misplays or slight misunderstandings based on preconceived notions. And it's always funny seeing, like, I could take people ripping on my gameplay with a grain of salt. But it's always funny thinking, like, oh, you should have just known to do this. And I'm just like, I just built the deck and I was just testing it out. So, and, like, I'm not going to say I'm not a bad deck builder. That's probably my core strength, is I do understand the, how cards are flowing together. Yeah, take care, Death Clock. So, a demigod of Digimon? I would like to think that I am, but I'm not even demigod status. Maybe one day. I know, I guess we'll just start throwing cards into here just to see how many decks this is actually supporting. So we have, I guess the best way to do it is probably by like level 6s, because that's where a lot of people identify decks by. So we have 1, 2, what is this? This is Bagra. So 3, that goes with my Otismon, that goes with Dark Masters, which is Apocalypse. 4, 5, 6, is this an actual deck? I guess he kind of is. 7, 8, 9. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think there's like one more deck I'm missing. Oh, 10. Haha, there we go. All right. So we have about 10-ish decks that this is supporting. Or no, there's 11 because I'm missing Dark Masters. No, I have Dark Masters. That's represented by Apocalypse. Okay. So we have about 10 decks that this set is supporting, which I think is a pretty good number. I'm not going to lie. 10 decks is a lot. Oh, wait. No, I'm missing my Otismon. So 11. Boom. 11 decks. My bad. So 11 decks that this set is supporting. It's supporting a lot of different decks, which I think is good. So overall, what should we actually look at first? Because I think, like, just reading some of these cards isn't going to do it the best, because obviously certain cards are designed to be played with one another. So I think the easiest place to start probably is Apps, because that's one of the more self-contained decks of this set. But the fact that there's 11 decks that this is supporting is pretty good. Jack of all trades, master of none, still better than one-trick ponies. Yeah, I'm a really good blue player. But anything like outside of blue, I'm just like, what is this actually doing? I guess I could play red pretty competently too. But yeah, I definitely am more of a jack of all trades, master of few. So, as far as the 11 decks that this set is supporting, what's actually going to be good? I know that's the first thing people are going to be looking at. Is anything from this set actually going to be good? And if so, what is that? So that's kind of why we have to break it down like deck by deck and see. So maybe I'll keep this as a separate tab. And then we could go into deck building in a different tab. So EX10. So I guess the two easiest is minerals and apps. So let's start with apps. So as far as all of the app cards, this is a real app. All right. So we have all of the app cards here. So Flickmon, I don't necessarily think Flickmon is a write-off because gaining a memory is actually super relevant for apps. Like, drawing a card and gaining a memory are two things that, like, most eggs are abilities on most eggs you just want. Flickmon, gaining a memory only for when we're trashing effects. When an effect trashes any of our links, we get a gain a memory. So how relevant is this going to be? In the grand scheme of apps, it doesn't look super, super relevant. But for this deck specifically, it's definitely going to be relevant because we have a lot of effects that are trying to discard our linked cards. So is it their linking effect that's going to be discarding, or is it a when digivolving effect? So I guess that answers the question with the level 5s, because that's going to determine if the level 5s are actually going to be good, and if we could actually try to like have the tempo when we don't have the ability to app fuse. Because that's one of the big problems with apps as a whole, is the over-reliance on app fuse and thinking that app fuse is mandatory, which it kind of is, in order to use these cards. So looking at this ability, on play, so she natively has Fortitude, which is fine. On play, when digivolving, we get a link a level 4 or lower from our trash or this Digimon's Digivolution source for free, which is fine. When a card gets linked, we get to suspend one of the opponent's Digimon or Tamers, then it can't unsuspend. When we link with this card, any of the opponent's suspended Digimon... when any of the opponent's Digimon suspends, by trashing a linked card, trash the opponent's top security card. That's not terrible of an ability, but it's not super useful for Flickmon unless the level 4s are. So I guess before I even go into Cometmon, we should look at the level 4s, because if I link a level 4 and it says by trashing, like when I link by trashing, that's the important thing. So we have Sakusimon. Yeah, Sakusimon. So on play, when digivolving, delete one of the opponent's level 3 or lower Digimon. Not terrible. When an effect trashes any of this Digimon's link cards, gain a memory. Not terrible also. Because that way we... No, we can't use this when digivolving. So that's not keeping us tempo there. When attacking, by trashing one of this Digimon's link cards, delete one of the opponent's level 4 or lower Digimon. Kinda okay. Not super great. It's not what I'm looking for app fuse. I think this is, because this is a when linking ability. So this is just security and a blocker, and when linking, by trashing one of this Digimon's link cards, de-digivolve. Effects don't affect one of your Digimon. That's really good. So what's the play line here? So this is the card we're obviously going to be linking. So this is for Cometmon, most likely. Warpmon? Yeah, Warpmon. So with Cometmon, does he have the ability? So yeah, he has the ability to link with a level 4 or lower from our hand or this Digimon's Digivolution source. So if we link... I'm just trying to think here, because this is on Digivolve. So we can Digivolve into Cometmon, use Warpmon as the link target to then link and protect him, and that only costs us 3 memory. So that's pretty good there. What does this one do? So, all turns, when an opponent's Digimon suspended by trashing one of this Digimon's link sources. Oh, so when their Digimon suspends, we get to trash one of our Digimon's link cards to gain a memory and draw a card. This suspends on link. When we link... So she allows us to link, and then when we link, we get a suspend, which would trigger this. Okay, so there is 2 Digimon for each of them that can trigger Flickmon, so that way when we just Digivolve up normally, we are not super reliant on always needing the app fuse. It just sucks that we're missing out on the card draw, but I think keeping tempo for how apps work is going to be way more important than the card draw. So, yeah, it looks like this is probably so far one of the better, if not the best app deck, just because the synergy between Flick can make these cost 3 to evolve, which is huge. As long as we have the correct corresponding one that allows us to gain memory. Oh, off of this, actually, with this comboed with this, that means that we essentially are evolving for 2. Yeah. Because we can suspend a Digimon and then use her ability to discard herself to gain the memory and draw a card, if I'm thinking that works correctly. What is this card? By trashing when attacking, so this is garbage. Alright. I mean, it's not garbage. It's not bad. By trashing a linked source, minus 6k. Security Digimon on play when Digivolve, 2 of the opponent's Digimon get minus 1k. So it's like Gatomon from Adventures, but a little bit better. At least for like how this works. So I just think literally because of these 2 cards interacting with these 2, just because we don't need to rely on app fusing, that's probably going to make this deck really decent when it comes to apps. Then this is what? The Searcher? Yeah, reveal the top 3 at an app or Leviathan. Because everything's going to be Leviathan traded. When attacking by trashing a linked card, return an Appmon from our trash to our hand. That's pretty good. By trashing this linked Digimon card, de-Digivolve 1. So this is the de-Digivolver, which I think is like borderline mandatory in a lot of decks, let alone app decks. When it gets linked, suspend one of the opponent's Digimon. By trashing one of this Digimon's linked cards, suspend 2 of the opponent's Digimon. Okay. So, not terrible. A lot of suspending. Is there actually a payout for suspending? I guess, like, this is where we would have to run Navimon for piercing. But, like, it feels a little weird using an off-brand card. But I think, like, because there's so much suspending, we need an actual payout for that. Because this card does not have... Yeah, it doesn't have piercing. So, when Digivolving, at the end of the opponent's turn, we get a link 1 Digimon card from our hand, or this Digimon's Inheritables. Then we get to play a linked card from this Digimon's Digivolution card. Wait. Then we get to link a Digimon from this Digimon's Digivolution source without paying the cost. Wait, so we get a link twice? Hold up. I mean, it also triggers at the end of the opponent's turn. So we get to link a card from our hand for free. Then we get a link from his Inheritables for free. That's pretty good. And then all turns, when in effect trashes a linked card, delete one of the opponent's Digimon with the lowest play cost. That's just generic removal. So the fact that he's always just going to have sources is pretty good. He doesn't have as big of a push factor as Gaiamon, but he's pretty comparable to what Gaiamon's trying to do. What's this one link? Oh, this is the protection when linking. So, what does this card do? At the start of your main phase, if your opponent has a Digimon, gain a memory. When an effect trashes any of your Digimon's linked cards, you get to suspend the Tamer and draw a card. At the end of your turn, if you get an app fuse. Okay. So, one of your Digimon. Yeah, so that's weird. And then this card, When an effect trashes a linked card, we get a delay and we get a link from our trash for free. So I guess the idea is we're going to link using an effect with this to lead into this. And then it's just a simple draw one and put it into the battle area. So, not terrible. It actually looks pretty decent. The Carson Runner. Hey, welcome. Just trying to evaluate what this app deck is even going to remotely do or look like. So, obviously, if we're building the deck just on a quick basis, without giving much thought, we're probably just going to max out everything at 4. Let's see where that gets us. Alright, so if we max everything out at 4, that gets us to 52 cards. This is probably going to... Does this not have a Tamer Setter, actually? Hold on. Yeah, there's no Tamer Setter. Unless I'm missing an app. No, I'm not missing an app. There just is no Tamer Setter. Ooh, that's a big oof. I didn't realize there was no Tamer Setter. Unless, does she do it? Yeah, she's the Tamer Setter. She also has jamming? What? When this Digimon gets linked, if you have one or fewer Tamers in play. Okay, so she's the Tamer Setter. So they just moved the Tamer Setter from a rookie to a level 4, which I think is fine. It's a little awkward, but it's fine. So that means we're going to be running 4 of him and then probably like 3 of this. That leaves us with 3 deck slots left. So as far as what else we could possibly run, if we just get rid of this, I wish they would change that. We're probably going to want Hero. We're probably going to want his app option. And we're going to want some Navimons. So now that we're over, what's the card we're not going to be app fusing into often? That's the real question. So we're going to go... so obviously we're probably going to be going down on... But they're so good. Like, both of these are just so good in demanding deck space. Like, we can't just simply go down on here, because then, like, we have to try to make and maximize one app fuse over the other. Because otherwise, if we do it like an even split here, just for deck space, then we run into some consistency issues on making sure we have app link. I guess that's kind of fine, though. Because we already went over the fact that we just have the ability to evolve, and then using these cards, we could still gain the memory off of Flick. So I guess that's fine. So now we have, like, what, 1 deck slot left? So maybe, like, an Aranosmon or something? Like, or, no, this would probably just be another, like, consistency option. Like, it really doesn't matter, but this is probably like the base idea for where the deck wants to be, so that way no matter which of these 2 we have, as long as we have one of these 2, we're always going to be able to evolve. Well, actually, this only works with this specifically. Yeah, because when we link, we get to trash one of this Digimon's links. So yeah, so as long as we have at least one of these 2 with one of these 2, we could still potentially digivolve. So we're not super hard locked to wanting to app fuse all of the time. So I think this is fine. And then you could kind of just customize it from here. I think this is a lot of rookies, though. Like, a lot of rookies. But Navimon is basically like a pseudo option. It's literally only in here because of piercing and its additional search. So this is probably where apps is headed. for at least this without any testing or secondary thoughts at all. So is this actually good? That's the question. Without actually testing, it's hard to say that it's good. Apps historically has not been super great, but considering we actually could try to keep tempo because of these with these, I think maybe it's probably, I would put it as low as tier 3 at best as of right now without any like concrete evidence that it could do better. It has all of the elements to at least be tier 2. It's just how consistently it's able to put everything together to make it tier 2 is the actual question. So, but I think like this is a good start in a good direction, and it definitely seems like one of the more playable versions of apps. Yeah. I'm just trying to think like, do we actually need a 5th egg? I think the answer is no, but it's not going to hurt us. No, it actually might hurt us because if we need to keep the tempo, then that's super important. Because as much as card draw is nice, like, sometimes we just can't afford not having the proper memory to do our thing. So, this is probably a good direction for apps. I would probably label this, like, tier 3 right now. Tier 3, tier 2 at best. If you want basic apps. So as far as bringing cards into apps overall, I think like the Tamer and the Option are both pretty good. I would probably run these, depending on build, over the BT22 stuff. Like for their generic options. So I think apps is definitely moving in a good direction. All right. So if I had to like on a scale of 1 to 10 rate apps, it probably would be like 6 or 7. It seems feasible. All right. So we have done apps. I can't move these around. All right. So let's do rocks next because I think rocks is going to be another, not necessarily like super easy deck to build, but like one that a lot of people are looking at. Do I need a 5th egg? I think the question should be, do you always require memory to gain off of your egg? Yes. The one big thing that I noticed after playing a lot of apps, between the two apps that we have is like memory is huge. Card draw is also an issue, but like card draw can be fixed in more ways than memory. Like their memory issues, I value more than the card draw. But like if you want to like swap the idea of sacrificing tempo for the card draws, I'm not going to blame anyone for wanting to do that. It's just the way that I know how apps works, based on my personal experience and preconceived notions. I'm valuing the memory over it, so that way I can not rely on app fuse to make apps functional. That's my thought process. So rocks and minerals, they're all black cards. So let's just start by throwing. Are they all just labeled? I guess I could just. They all should be Liberator, right? Liberator, 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 Liberator. Alright, we're obviously not going to be running 4 of each of these. I already know that. But I want to at least get all of their cards in here so I could kind of see what the idea that they're trying to do is. He also, he's not for this deck, but he is in Mineral. I was just seeing if maybe he could possibly squeeze in here, because he has Collision and Fragment. So on play when Digivolving until the end of the opponent's turn, give one of the opponent's Digimon a forced attack. And then during all turns, when a Digimon attacks by trashing 2 of its Digivolution source, this Digimon gains security attack +1 and +3000. There's a world where you could run Blastmon. This is obviously not that world though. So are these all just labeled minerals? Yes. Mineral. Alright. So let's first understand what this evolution line is doing, so we could kind of figure out what the deck is doing. So, close is the classic, place it to the bottom, play a rookie out. Yeah, that's her templating. And then the all turns effects, when an effect trashes any of your rock or mineral traits, then you could suspend this to gain a memory. That's during all turns. That's not terrible. So she's definitely playable. I guess the big question is, what was Rox doing before? So let's see if we could find a Rox deck. There's one. Where's Rox? All the way at the bottom. Let's go export. We'll copy. And we'll import this later. Because first I want to understand what these cards are doing. So when one of your opponent's Digimon attacks by trashing 3 rock or mineral traded cards from this Digimon's Digivolution source, ends the attack. What's the old egg doing? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There we go. The old egg is memory gen, so we're probably going to keep the old egg. Ending the attack is nice, but we're an OTK deck. So we're not necessarily trying to leave as many things on the field as possible. We just want to move out, do our big combo, OTK, and win the game. So I think this egg is not going to be that great. Sunarizamon, we get to place 2 rock or mineral cards from our hand or trash as one of our rock or minerals at the bottom of one of their sources, which is good. When an effect trashes this card, we get to delete one of the opponent's level 4 or play cost 4 or less. Fair. More so the fact that this is a way to just build our sources is pretty good. I wish it was like... No, it's fine. What were the rookies we were playing before? So what? This just hard... Does this hard replace Gatsumon? Because we're just going to play the full Suna line? No, this replaces this Gatsumon. So I think that card replaces this Gatsumon. So if I were to take this deck and just throw it in here, it definitely replaces the Gatsumon. Golem is probably going to be replaced as well with this card. So on play, when Digivolving, by trashing any of our rock or mineral Digimon's Digivolution source, one of our Digimon with rock or mineral gains blocker, reboot, and +3000. And then same inheritable, just deleting a play cost 4 or less when it's trashed. Not terrible. Now this is probably where we get into the good stuff. So we, from our hands, if we have a close and a Landramon in our if we have a close on our field, we get to place a Landramon from our trash as the bottom source of a Sunarizamon to be able to Digivolve for 3 and ignore the memory requirements. So it's the Warper. And then on play, when Digivolving, when attacking, not once per turn. Okay. By trashing any mineral or rock traded card from this Digimon's Digivolution source, one of our Digimon gains collision and piercing and +3000. And then when it's trashed, we get a de-Digivolve. That's really good. So obviously, based on the templating of this card, we want to Digivolve into this card and then make an attack. So does Pyramidi want to be suspended? So what does the old Pyramidi do? Because if we have a way to want to, like, to unsuspend ourselves, then we want to make that initial first attack as the level 5 Digimon. So the old Pyramidi allows us to trash any 3... Yeah, so this allows us to unsuspend and gain security attack plus. So the current templating is get up into this Digimon, swing with him, pierce, collision, big numbers, Digivolve into Pyramidi, unsuspend. Security attack plus. And then he'll still have the piercing and collision, because this is for the turn. Or for the opponent, until the end of the opponent's turn. Correction. Does this card have a way to unsuspend? So we get to place 3 rocker mineral traits from the bottom. Oh, so when Digivolving, when attacking, just shove 3 rocker minerals from our trash to the bottom, which is fine. When attacking by trashing 3. So this is bad. Okay. So this is the bad one, obviously, because he's a rare versus a super rare. Holy crap. Empire Youth. Rocks and minerals. Let's go. Yeah, I'm trying to understand, like, all of the new combos. Thank you for the $20. Holy crap. That'll probably go towards, the Digifund on trying to buy the, whatchamacallit, the EX, or the next LM set. Have I done Quartzmon yet? I have not done Quartzmon yet. I'm working on rocks and minerals right now. Remember, any effect that trashes sources can trigger off of the egg, immediately reducing the Digivolution cost? Yes. I haven't built the deck yet. I'm just trying to understand how all of the parts and pieces are supposed to work, because this is an OTK deck. So this seems not super great. This reduces the play cost. Wait, why does it reduce play costs? So by trashing 3 rocker mineral traded cards from any of our Digimon, which we just put in, one of our opponent's Digimon... Oh, so it reduces the play cost to be able to put in range of trashing this to delete them. That's backwards. That's very One Piece. Like, this screams like this is a One Piece card. But yeah, it's probably not that great. Is it better? It's probably better than... Oh, they're not even using an alternative level 6. So maybe we just don't use an alternative level 6 and we just forget it exists. Because it's not unsuspending itself. Because if we're swinging with our level 5, this isn't unsuspending us to be able to OTK. What does this do? This just natively has piercing and collision. Okay. And then when it's trash, Digivolve as well. What does this do? On delete. We don't care. Why is this in here? I guess it's filler. For the inheritable, when an opponent's attacks, we get to change the attack target. That's fine. And I already know why this would be in here, because of the Digiburst ability. So... yeah, we're probably going down on this, down on this. So this would probably be the 2 of this. The new one would be the 4 of. And the idea is we are supposed to swing with our level 5 to Digivolve into Pyramidi. The old one. Got it. Now, the big new boss monster, which can Digivolve off of the level 5. So, what does this card actually do? The only thing good about the new level 6 is that it loads more sources early. Yeah, so like the level 6 obviously wants to try to load up for Magnetic as like a backup plan. At least that's probably my interpretation, because it's when Digivolving, when attacking, allows us to trash 3 Rocker Mineral traded cards from its Digivolution source to delete one of the opponent's Digimon and trash the top of their security. So, like... does this have the unsuspend? Yeah, this has an unsuspend. I'm like, so the idea would be this is probably like, if we don't have... wouldn't it still just be better off to just not Digivolve into the Pyramidi and still just go right up into Magnetic, though? If we have the ability? Like, if we literally have the ability to skip this. I guess, like, it is just a filler card, in a sense, where load up the sources... it will load them up while the Digimon is suspended, and then Magnetic will unsuspend us. Because when Digivolving, when attacking, by placing 3 Rock or Mineral Trader cards from our trash as the bottom of this Digimon's Digivolution source. Wait, when we Digivolve, we just get to do this? And then we get to unsuspend. That's pretty good. Like, is that comparable to what this is doing? By trashing 3, we unsuspend. Okay. So he's not filling us up. So that's the big problem with this card, is he's not filling us up. But the only problem with this card is he's not dealing enough damage to actually be an OTK. Because the Swin attacking is also once per turn, where this is not once per turn. Got it. What does the emblem do? When any of our closes suspend, we get to have one of our Rocker Mineral traded Digimon Digivolve from our hand and reduce the Digivolution cost by 3. And then this allows us to play a Sunnerizamon or close from our hand or trash for free. That's pretty good. Alright, so let's go ahead and import the old deck. Let's load up the EX7 tools. Or not EX7, EX10 tools. And see where we go from here. You wouldn't play the new level 6 though? No, the new level 6 does not seem like... He seems like the budget option if you don't have the ability to play the other one, but like then you're still just not playing into the OTK strat of the deck, which means that the deck probably isn't worth playing. Which is the sad, like a really sad thing to say. So this is currently the old iteration of the deck. So let's load up the new cards. So we're not playing the egg. The new Sunnerizamon, the new Landramon, the new Parag, probably not this. The new this, and this. I'm just throwing them as 2-ofs just for right now. So we are most likely getting rid of... We're at least getting rid of this. Like, this is basically useless because the Sunnerizamon actually does something. So we're taking that out. And the Sunnerizamon will keep at 2. I don't know if exactly we get rid of the Gatsumon and just play full 4s Sunnerizas. Because this definitely seems like it wants to be played off of the option. So it's like, play the option, play the Sunneriza, load up, or play close, use close's ability, and play it, and then load up. So that seems like this is the setup card. So I think maybe by trashing... This is an on-delete, though. But we could, like, early game chip. So it's still functional. I just feel like maybe we need more of this. This reduces the Digivolution cost, which is important. Because this is the one that we want in our raising. So that way when we move out, we could just Digivolve up, do all of the things, and this costs less. So that way we could save the trainings and scrambles for something else. It's at least a 2-of. Like, I know this is going to be at least a 2-of. Then this is an easy get rid of. It's an on delete. So that's an easy swap for the new Landramon. So is this better than the other Landramons that we have? That's the big question. So this allows us to play the close. And by trashing a Rocker Mineral, reveal the top 3. Add a Rocker Mineral from our hand. Oh, add one into our hand, and then add one to the bottom. And then return to the rest of the top or bottom. Then de-Digivolve. I think this is the 2-of. I think this is just the 2-of replacement. Let me go get more water. Hold on. Alright, so as far as the Landromons, this does feel like it's a good card, but it feels like it's the 2 of. Because it's better than what we were running before. The promo definitely feels like it's the best one. And we need the Tamer Setter, so yeah. I think this is fine. We're completely getting rid of this card. This card's garbage. Now it's the fight between these two. They both have the same inheritable. I think this one wins, though, as the 4 of. Like, I still see value in the old Gogmamon just because of the Digiburst. There is an argument to just completely gut him for maxing out on the Prognos. The Prognos. But this definitely feels like it wants to be the new 4 of. Because this sets up the idea of being able to swing. The only unfortunate thing is swinging with this requires us to trash a card to be able to gain these buffs. So I'd have to like run through how many sources we're going to have, gain and lose to be able to math it out to see like how effective this is. Because this doesn't require us to actually have anything. Like it just has these keywords. You think 3 and 3 split? I could see that. I could see a 3 and 3 split because you're not going to warp all the time, and then losing the source might not necessarily be optimal depending on how the source math works. Because I know that the clothes, like the old clothes, definitely help with source management, but the more you use your sources, the more closes you're going to want to have to regain your sources. So yeah, and then obviously Pyramidi is the 2 is the only level 6 that this deck needs, and it's the good Pyramidi, not the bad one. I don't see a reason to run any other level 6 because we are just an OTK deck. The big question is, do we need these options? So by trashing a Digivolution source from one of our rock and minerals, one of our Digimon gains collision, piercing, and reboot. I think this is useless now because this does the same thing. Like, we just don't need to run this card because this exists. So I think we could cut the option. And then Breath of the God gives us reboot. If we're trying to kill them, do we actually need the reboot or the protection? Like, I guess there's the off chance that we don't kill them. But I'll get rid of this just for deck space. Because right now we're still just 1 card over. And that's before we even do any math. Because I do like doing math. So, this gains us some memory, but this doesn't replace anything. This seems like it's a combo and extender. How many rookie? We might be able to go down. No, I don't think we could go down a rookie. Because what does this do? When this triggers at the start of our main phase. That's the only problem is this triggers. Oh well, okay. So I guess we move it out. Use this to play out this Sunariza to super battery. Okay, so that's the game plan. Like that's the play line on how to use this card. Maybe we go down a Gogma. Like, maybe we just run 7 level 5s. I think that's reasonable. You still like the protection from bottom decking? So, like, the idea that I'm going to be trying is, like, this is where the math comes in to where are we able to OTK? Because if we're able to OTK, then we don't need the defensive options. And what I mean by OTK is, can we go from a level 3 Digimon to a level 6 Digimon and successfully kill the opponent? So I guess we're at the stage where we could probably think about math. So I'm just gonna pull out like blank, not really blank cards, but just a pile of cards just to hold so I can math things out. All right. So obviously this is our egg. This is the Digimon in raising. So we have our egg. We have our Digimon. We're going to want to have... Do we need to have at least one of each close on the field? That's so much, though. That's so much setup. So we're going to have at least, what, Mem Setter? Like, we at least need a Mem Setter close on the field. Why is this card underneath here? Yeah. Alright. So let's pretend we have just a Mem Setter close, because when a Rocker Mineral... Wait, when any of your Rocker Mineral traded Digimon suspends, by suspending this tamer, refilled 2 from our trash. Okay. So, we're going to pretend we just have this close on our field, and we're going to be having Tumble and Sunoriza out. So, we're going to raise out. We have 3 memory to work with. So, we going to Digivolve into Promo. So, let's just say we're going to Digivolve into Promo for 1. So, we're at 2 memory now. Then the Promo allows us to trash a source. The source we're going to be trashing is Tumble. So, we could gain a memory. So, now we evolved for free into our land. Or into this land. And then we do the thing. So the source ends up replacing itself. Then we get to Digivolve for 3, which we could reduce by 2. So for 1, we could use Defense Training to Digivolve into Prog. So if we Digivolve into this Prog for, let's just say 1, we're at 2 memory. We're going to gain Collision, gain Piercing, gain +3. And then we get to trash another Rocker Mineral from its Digivolution source. So right now it will lose the Tumble, gain something else. So we're going to lose a source here. Suspending the close to place the source that we just lost and the Tumble back underneath. And then it's going to have all of the buffs. So it's going to swing at least 10k collision. So that's 1 security gone with a total of, what, 1 memory spent going up into a level 5 off of just having this close on our field. So this costs us how much? 4? Because there's no cost reductions. So we're going to be gaining a memory back. So we still need to... So this is where like a second training or a scramble would come into play. Because we spent, what, 1 memory to do all of this, and we're only going to be gaining 1 memory back. So if we had a second close somewhere, then that's where that memory comes into play. So let's just say I have another... Let's just say I drew into a scramble off of our draws and searches or whatever, or we have this. We could Evo reduce by 2, effectively. So if we, let's just say, have a second defense training, we're going to pay 2 to Digivolve into our Pyramid. Then Pyramid's effects... We get to trash 3, so trashing, obviously, the egg to gain the memory. 1, 2, 3. So now it should have 2 sources here. And then we get to unsuspend and give him security attack +1. So this means we could swing, trash another 3 to be able to deal the rest of the security, and then unsuspend and swing for game. Or let's just say we're not able to, we're just swinging 2 So that would be 2 additional checks. So we've done 3 security so far. With him being suspended. And then we get to Digivolve into this and trash another 3. Yeah, so if we Digivolve into Metallic, we get to trash another 3, which means we would end up trashing the Pyramid. And then that unsuspends him, trashes the top of their security, so that's 4 security. So he would unsuspend. So it needs a little bit more setup than just one singular tamer. Doesn't the new close give memory? Yeah, so I'm doing all of this with the assumption that we only had 1 close on our field. So you're still able to basically deal all 5 security checks with just a singular memory fixing close on your field. So, obviously, the more cards you have set up, the stronger the OTK is going to be, but it doesn't necessarily seem super unreasonable to have easy access at just OTKing the opponent. Yeah. It OTKs from 4? Yeah. It 100% OTKs from 4 memory. So you basically just need, realistically, you need like a defense training setup and 2 close setup, and you could pretty much easily OTK, especially if you like do a Gatsumon chip in the early stages to be able to draw and put a card in your trash. Just because like reusing the Tumblemon is like super important. So obviously like in the early stages of the game, you're going to want to like swing aggressively, so that way you could get a couple of tumbles out in the trash. So that way when you do your big Unga Bunga, like even just one chip makes the OTK very, very easy. So, yeah. Like, because getting more tumbles in the trash just means you have more memory to play around with, because you're going to be adding Tumblemon specifically into your sources. So, I would definitely think that this deck got a huge boost, which is really good for Pyramidi, because he looks like he's actually a viable OTK deck. Like, before, it seemed like he needed too much setup, and I was already doing, like, 4 or 5 damage with literally just one singular memory setter tamer setup. So, imagine if you have any other additional cards set up, it's just going to make it easier. And because you're going to be chipping early on to get your tumbles in the trash, you don't necessarily care about your early game super much, and you're just trying to set up your options as well. Because you could be like, okay, I'm going to use a Sunarizumon to chip if I don't have Gatsumon, and then that allows you to set up the emblem, and then you could use the emblem to be able to play out the Sunarizumon that just died, and also be able to set up for essentially a free Digivolution later. So maybe we could... No, I think maybe Scramble's still fine at 2. Like, we could possibly play around with going down 1 and 1, but I think 2, like 2-2-4 is probably fine. One of the gravel option instead of a training reduces the evolution by 3. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Like, I could, because they're doing very similar things. It's just this is a little bit more setup intensive, and this is just more, do I draw the card? Because you're still paying 2, so like this is only a net 1 memory save. I guess like because this is a net 1 memory save, that just, and this is a 0 memory save. But I guess because this, where we're saving the memory probably matters more. I don't know. I think like just from a, like without any testing perspective, this is probably fine. And then maybe, like, if we really are desperate for a deck space, we could probably go down a Magnetic, because I don't necessarily think the deck needs Magnetic. Magnetic is just good because he fuels himself. He's just literally a free attack if you have the memory for it. Because you get to place 3 to then trash 3 and unsuspend and trash. No, he's a free, yeah, he's a free 1 check if you're passing the turn over. He's a free 2 check if you're actually able to swing with him. Which is really good, because that means you need less attacks on Pyramidi. Which means you need less Tamer setup. So, because I know Pyramidi can OTK in of himself if you have your Tamers set up. But yeah, I think this is a good direction for the deck, and I definitely think, like, the deck got a really, really big boost. Like, it might not seem like a big boost, but for the most part, we're playing the majority of the new cards, which is, like, going into a set review. Like, that's the important part to look at, is, are these new cards actually impacting the deck in a meaningful way that's going to not just completely outright replace everything, but enhance it at the same time? Magnetic is the Omni? Yeah, basically. So I think, like, Magnetic is fine as a 2-of, because, like, there is the off-chance potential where we could just warp off of here just because we want to try to push as much pressure or aggression. And if we don't see Pyramidi, then we still have Magnetic to fall back on, as long as we have the setup for it. So, yeah, I think for all intents and purposes, this is a good baser foundation to start off with if you're looking at rocks and minerals. And I definitely think the new inclusions for the deck give rocks and minerals way better tools than what they were working with before. So that's really good. I guess I should ignore that. So I did, Leviathan apps. Hold on. I need to save that. Yeah, that's fine. All right. So we have Leviathan apps. I probably would rate it a 7 out of 10. EX10 as a whole. So rocks or I would just label it rocks. I probably would give rocks a solid 9 out of 10. Like, we're using a lot of the new tools, and the new tools are definitely impacting the deck in a meaningful way, and I think, like, it actually makes the deck way more viable. Alright, so we did that. So we have 2 decks down. So off of our checklist of decks and cards to look at, we have done Deus and we have done Magnetic. Alright, so we still have plenty of decks to look at to evaluate to see how good these cards are for these decks, if these decks are actually going to matter. Because if, like, let's just say I'm just gonna pick on Apocalypse without even looking, because, like, the idea behind this methodology that I'm trying to do for set review is, like, all of these cards could change how the deck plays, and you can make an entirely new deck out of it, but if the deck isn't good, then it's not worth playing. So that's what this whole experiment at the end of the day is, to try to determine, like, are these tools good, not only just for the deck, but where the game currently is, and is that going to be playable? Because if it's not playable, then I'm obviously going to rate it harshly. So I guess, like, the easiest decks probably would be Beelzeon, Quartzmon, Belphemon and Black War Gray, those are probably going to be the easiest ones to evaluate. So we could do Beelzeon next, because that's probably, like, the next easiest one to do. And then I'll probably do Quartzmon after. So we have our Pyramidy example. Let's see if we could find a Beelzeon example. Beels. I know Beels hasn't done well in a while. What was the last set that Beels got updated in? Was it 2.0 or 2.1? I think it was 2.1. Or I might have been blind and I missed a Beels and I didn't see it. Nope. Just not in BT21. Beels has done nothing in BT21. Alright, Beels. Hey, there's a Beels. Nice. Mr. Hector. 2.0? Yeah. Alright, so we have our Beels example. So let's load up all of the Beelzeon cards that we are getting in EX10 and understand what they're doing. So we have this. Is the new Paku considered a Beels? When your opponent's deck is trashed. I don't think that works with Beels. We have Wizard. Then we have the new level 5. Does this work? When an opponent has 10 or fewer cards in their trash the top 3 of both players' decks, then one of the opponent's level 3 or lower Digimon. Oh, so this just deletes and gives us security attack +1 if this Digimon... if your opponent has 10 or fewer cards in their trash. I don't think we play this. Obviously, that's probably meant for something else. Oh, technically we have Regulus. I keep forgetting we have Gamma support. So I guess I should put Gamma in here. Like, find the Regulus. Alright. It's literally 2 cards. Or, like, 3 cards. Where's Wizard? Here's Wizard. He's part black. That's throwing me off. So we got Wizard. The Wizard Lizard. We don't have a new Tamer. So is it literally just the 3 through 6? I think it is. Just the Balmon? Do we use just the Balmon, though? That's the real question. Because this is why I like looking at where the deck was. Because obviously these cards are supposed to interact with where it was. So the new Itmon has a ability that triggers when it's trashed, where we get to delete a level 4 or lower Digimon, which is decent. And then at the start of our main, so if we raise it and move out, then we get to mill 2 from our deck. That's not terrible. And then this is where the DP boost is going to be. You've tested all of them. Balmon is... Balmon as in you don't use Skull Satamon. Got it. Yep. Skull... Because I know the deck, like, from the advanced deck had, like, a Skull Satamon that does, like, try to play with Beelzeon, but obviously the Balmons, being more direct support, are just better. Congrats on my top. My top what? I haven't played competitively in a while, so I haven't topped anything in a while. Unless that's for somebody else in chat. Alright, so Itmon seems pretty good. What does Wizardmon do? So we could Digivolve for 2 on top of an Evil. That's already pretty good, so that way we don't have to pay 3. When an effect trashes this card from our security or deck. Interesting. Very interesting. Give one of the opponent's Digimon security attack -1. That's fine. Most of the time we're trying to delete the Digimon, but if we can't delete it, I guess just the debuff is good. It's a trash trigger, so again, it's fine. And then on play when Digivolving, we get to trash the top of our security stack to trash the top 2 cards of our deck, and all of the opponent's Digimon get -3,000. Oh, that's like a token board clear. That's really good. For what? The low cost of losing a security, essentially. That's really good. And then Barrier's nice, so that way it actually gives the deck more protection, because outside of the Balmon replacing the Beelzeon, there's like no protection in this deck at all. So having Barrier gives it a little extra something. That seems pretty good. The Balmon, what does this card do? He is more DP boosting, except he's all turns. The Immon is just your turn, right? Yeah. So he's all turns buff. And then on play when Digivolving, we get to trash the top 3 cards of our deck, and then if we have 5 or more cards in our trash, which is going to be like piss easy, this Digimon gains Reboot and Blocker to pair up with his on deletes, to where if we have 10 cards in our trash, we get to play a Beelzeon from our trash for free. Really good. And then these all seem super playable. And then the Beelzeon has the Blast Digivolution, and then when we go up into him, he has on play when Digivolving when attacking, not limited to once per turn, where we get to trash the top 2 cards of our deck and then delete one of the opponent's Digimon with a play cost of 6 or lower. And then for every 10 cards, increase the max by 3. So reasonably, if my math is correct, at what, 20 cards in trash, it's going to delete level 6s for the most part. Like, outside of a few exceptions. That's not terrible. It's honestly not terrible. And then he has an on play when Digivolving, where if we have 10 or more cards in our trash, by returning 2 non-Digi-Egg cards from our trash to the top of our deck, so re-rigging our deck, that's insane, which we then get to trash immediately. We get to de-Digivolve 2, so basically this can kill almost anything, because it's going to be de-Digivolving and then increasing the range in which it's able to delete. So as long as it doesn't have any deletion protection, it's basically a dead Digimon. That's pretty good. A Dynast support wizard. The problem with the Dynast support is it digivolves off of an evil. Are there any yellow evil cards? That's the real question. Evil, yellow. Hello? Oh. No. There is literally no evil yellow cards. So you're always going to be paying 3 for it. So you need to have the specific rookie and egg to be able to gain the memory to make it cost what it should have already costed. So maybe. It definitely feels like it could work in Dynasmon, but I don't know how much of a stretch that is. So let's go ahead and import this. Just paste. Import. And then we will go research out our BT or EX10 cards. Not BT10, EX10. EX10. Purple. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the ace. Alright. So, as far as including this Itmon, obviously we're not going to be playing this Itmon. We still are going to be playing our one of. Are we going to be playing a Warper? Probably. What does this Impmon do? If you have one or fewer tamers, you get to play a purple tamer. That's pretty good. Maybe we go down on the Imp X? Or is this just the one of? I don't feel like this is the one of. Like, all I've done right now with the egg, or with the level 3s is just replace an Imp. So, this gives retaliation. This is our teamer setup. It's from the trash. Yes. Is this literally just the one of? Like, just replacing the one of? Insane power comes from setting up the top of the deck? Yes. Does this set up the top? No, this just trashes. I know with the wizard... it's obviously going to be replacing the witch. We could probably go down maybe a wizard X to fit another copy of him in. So like we could go down a wizard X and play 2 of him and then cut the witch completely, because like the memory gain from this card is still just too good to not have. I feel like something with the imps still needs to go. Like, maybe we cut the tamer setter to play another one. I think about Larry's comment was about the ace. Oh, yeah. The ace is really good. I really like the ace. The ace probably is a 2 of for me. So I probably would replace, as much as I hate to say it, I think we just get rid of the starter deck one. And then maybe we could go down on this one to squeeze in the ace. Because I do still value this as a 1 of, just because of the rush and the de-digivolve. That could lead to some really cute plays. And then, maybe, I don't know if we double down on the Beelzeon X. Like, without the, starter deck one, we are just foregoing, we're foregoing the ability to try to deal the extra security damage. I don't know if that's super relevant, if we could just Beelz X and win the game. I haven't, like, actually played Beelzeon in a while. Sorry if I, like, blipped a little bit. Let me check YouTube real quick on to see, like, how bad the blip was. Channel dash. Oh, I lost a whole 3 subscribers. Cool. Thank you. Alright, we'll turn that on. Okay, it doesn't look like it impacted anything. How do I delete this? Delete. Okay, cool. So the tamer setter's only good in the late game. Yeah, I agree with that. I 100% agree with that. I know my face is blocking stuff, so I do apologize. So with the Balmons, I'll just put it back here. All right. So with the Balmons, am I literally just replacing this Balmon completely with the new one? Because, like, this one, On delete if we have 10 or more cards. Yeah, I think I just replaced this one with the new one completely. Like, it's just a hard replacement. And then with the... Yeah, so the Wizardmon, I think that's fine. Going to 3 Wizard X's to run 2 of this. We could probably go down maybe another rookie. And then the Beelzemons. So, like, if anyone's actually played Beelzemon, how important is that security tech plus? That's the real question. Because, like, we have extra ways of gaining DP. We have barrier, so I don't think we're, like, super afraid on being low on DP anymore. What was this one even doing again? So it just immediately trashes the top 4. And then, oh, it's the memory gain. Oh, but that's all turns. And it doesn't have an on play. So when a card is trashed, then it just gets security tech plus. I think it's mostly the memory gain, like the tempo with the memory gain. But if, like, we have the ability to rig the top of our deck because of this, then we could just gain the memory that, like, the same amount of memory anyway. It comes up from time to time. It's like, I think maybe it's an okay one of. How many level 6s do we have? We have 8 level 6s. I guess, like, I could just get rid of a blast mode or the ruin mode just because, like, no. I mean, like, yes, but no. Funny enough, I could be like ruin, like if the deck was super tempo efficient, we could be like ruin mode swing, trigger Balmons on delete. Oh, yeah, they would be this Balmons on delete. But ruin mode's just, yeah, I'm just going to get rid of the ruin mode and we're just going to put one of on him. Just because, like, we need enough Beelzemons in our trash so that way we could just pull one out later and we have, like, kind of this little toolbox to use from. So I think, like, this is probably correct. And then still obviously keep the starter deck blast mode over the ace blast mode. Yeah, that's this guy. So what does this guy even do? So delete one of the opponent's level 6 or lower Digimon. If you have 10 or more cards in your trash, delete one of their Digimon instead. By returning 10 non-Digi-Egg cards from your trash to the top of your deck, trash the top card of the opponent's security. I mean, that's fine. I don't know if it's better than just a simple unsuspend and gain 3 memory. Because that means this is basically just a 1 memory extra attack. Like, I could have gotten rid of the ruin mode for a blast mode ace. What does this card even do? This has a mill trigger that allows us to place it into the battle area. We mill the top 2 cards of our deck, place this card in the battle area, and then if we don't have a Digimon, we get to play an Itmon from our trash, get its on play effect. So, okay. I don't know if this should just be scramble. Like, to be honest, I really don't know if this should just be a scramble. Like, it seems fine. I think scramble is just better, though. Because scramble also keeps us from decking out. That card does not help us from decking out. I mean, we have to not mill the scramble. I guess that's the thing. So is this, for the most part, the deck? The only benefit to 2 bonds is that it's not a bad mill. Yeah. I just don't know how often that's going to come up. Like, I almost feel like just because of, like, what all of these are doing, maybe just Purple Scramble is better. And then if we do have Purple Scramble set up and we didn't accidentally mill it because we don't have a way of grabbing it back. Oh, I guess that's why they were playing the Option Getter, right? The Option Getter Imp. This guy. Oh, it's just 3 Musketeers or 7 Great Demon Lord. So it's not even... Okay, never mind. I thought it grabbed back an option. It technically does, but it doesn't. Because we're not playing 3 Musketeers options. Yeah, so I think this is fine. But Ace, you should... but with Ace, you should be able to rig Scramble more often. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. So Ace will be able to grab the Scramble back, put it on top, and make sure I don't mill it, so that way I could draw the Scramble. So where's the deck space for the Ace? That's the big question. This is the new Iron Mako. So if your opponent has a Digimon, gain a memory. If you have 20 more cards in your trash by suspend... Do we need this Iron Mako? Because this is just warps us into a Beelzeon for 4. And it's just 1 extra memory. So maybe I replace this Iron Mako with another one of this Iron Mako. Just because I like this one better. Like, the 1 extra memory could come in handy. And the fact that we could warp from any Itmon is fine. I think maybe it's fine as a 1-of. Yeah, we already put in the secret ace. So the only ace that I was thinking about was BL's Blast Mode ace. So I was just thinking if this card is necessary or needed. Like, I could see decks running this as a 1-of, but I don't know if it's actually needed. And then I don't know where the deck space is to put it in. So, like, I could probably cut a rookie to put it in. So, cut, like, a Tamer Setter just to put it in. Let me... Nope, not F12. F11. Alright. There we go. Framed perfectly. So, like... Would this kind of just be a good baseline for Impmon? He could he could rig Rivalry, Deathslinger for memory. He's pretty busted in decks, but very skill intensive. Yeah. Like, that's why I was thinking maybe he's like a 1-of at best. Because, like, there's those situations where you have, let's just say, like, a Beelzeon, let's just say Rush Beelzeon, that was played off of a Balmon deletion, and then they attack, and then that gives you an opportunity to have another ace, because, like, you could play Balmon, get up into him, be aggressive with Balmon, and then ace into Blast Mode, and then if they get rid of that, then you could just replay the ace also, So, like, I think there's value in him. I just don't know how much value. But I definitely think, like, with the new tools, it actually changes... It doesn't change Beelzeon a whole lot, similar to Rocks and Minerals. We're definitely using less of the new tools than Rocks and Minerals. But I do think the deck does get better. Maybe we could go down a Beelzeon X Antibody because we're not playing the whole X Antibody little package. I could throw in maybe a 1-of the option, get rid of like something. So like there's still space to play around with just to test things out. But the new Balmon definitely seems very good. Just because reboot blocker, so, like, you could swing, try to get the on-delete yourself, and then if you don't, because that happens a lot, he just unsuspends and restands himself, and then he could block, and then that really makes it so the opponent doesn't want to attack, and then you just Digivolve anyway. Like, this card's just fantastic. Yeah, pretty much just care about getting the first 10 to 20 turbo into the trash and then cheat out Beelzemon's for game. That's kind of what I thought. Like, that's where the deck kind of was. And then, like, you just use Beelzeon X Antibody and then the Blast Mode just to try to, like, finish the opponent off. So, obviously this deck needs testing, but this is just again, for the idea of getting something down to see how these cards are going to be impacting the deck, if it's going to actually be beneficial enough to change how good the deck could potentially be. And I think, like, literally Balmon alone on top of the Ace might be good enough to actually have the deck be more meta relevant again. What really doesn't seem like what's making it meta relevant right now is just the overall speed, because you do need to, like, hyper turbo your trash, on top of the fact that he doesn't have the biggest punches, but maybe because of the Ace and the Balmon being able to set things up a little bit more consistently, maybe that's the glue that the deck needed. The deck also used to hide in raising, but the Mill Imp, maybe training can be used. I could see that. Like, the deck's not necessarily super heavy stack based, because you realistically only just need to get up into your level 5, and that doesn't take that much memory. Especially since your Tamer is going to be giving you memory anyway, while rigging your deck, and you still are running the Wizardmon and the Deathslingers to be able to give you lots of memory. It's just finding the deck space for all of that is, like, super, super hard. Because it's like, if I were to run a training, what do I start cutting to run a training card? That's the big question. And then the fact that I'm running training, if I mill it, then what happens to the value of the card outside of just being a card in my trash? Because a lot of the cards already have mill triggers, and that's probably why they're running the Itmon delay card, is because at the very worst, it still has a mill trigger, but I still kind of value what Purple Scramble does, and the fact that we can rig the top of our deck to draw us the Purple Scramble to get us to where we need to be is, like, super relevant. I think this is definitely a bigger... It increases the skill of Beelzeon, which is good because that increases his overall capabilities, but most players aren't looking for hyper skill intensive decks. So I think, like, this probably makes Beelzeon at least kind of similar to apps. Like, hold on, let me bring up my deck. Boop. So overall, I probably would give Beelzeon I probably would give it a 7 out of 10. Like, its new tools are helping it, but I don't necessarily think it's changing it enough outside of Balmon that's really, really super impactful. And even then, it's still a higher skill ceiling deck, and higher skill ceilings kind of are... It makes less people want to play the deck overall. Purple is hated because the color needs so much thinking. Yes. Or it needs some thinking. So I probably, like, I think maybe I do just rate it a 6. Like, I think it's good, but the fact that, like, this is a secret rare kind of sucks, but, like, rarity aside, it's a good card for what the deck's trying to do. Obviously, you would not even think about playing this in Demon Lords, because Demon Lords, unlike the Royal Knights, can't run aces, like, period, because your gate will try to delete your cards. And once a ace gets deleted versus being tucked underneath Yggdrasil, like, that's a huge differentiating point on why, like, ace Demon Lords literally mean absolutely nothing to the Demon Lord archetype. So I probably would give Beelz a 6 out of 10. Like, I'm not saying it's worse than Leviathan apps. I just think the support means less. Like, I still think meta-wise, it's probably in the same category as Leviathan apps, but I think because it's just using less support, it's less impactful. The neat thing about Beel's Ace is that it deletes via cost, not level. Yeah, because he's part black. Like, and that's good, because it gives you extra outs. Like, I'm not saying the card's not good. It's just, looking at the grand scheme of things, I think Beel's already has a hard time, and this might fix some things, but it also increases the skill ceiling, and that scares people, is having to actually think more about how to play the game. Because a lot of people and a lot of the good decks are trying to reduce the amount of thinking and optimize on the amount of, like, combo uninteractive play. Yeah, I think, like, I probably would give BLs a 7 out of 10 if it literally wasn't for the fact that Ace was a secret rare. I honestly think that. Because, like, it's still doing pretty much just as much additions, because you're using at least one of each of the new cards that the deck has, and it gives you some extra toolboxing potential to recontextualize how to make the deck function better. But I do think that literally being gatekept by a secret rare, and the deck already being super high skill ceiling with already not super great results, doesn't necessarily bode the best for it. So that's kind of BLs in a nutshell, I think. Obviously, this is not a competitive ready deck. This is probably something I would start testing and then seeing if, like, what needs changing. That's going to be the way with the rest of the decks. I don't know if I mentioned that in the stream at all, because obviously I don't have the physical cards. Or the meta environment to actually put these decks through the ringer. Alright, so BLs is good. Looking fine there. Where's BLs? Did I already take BLs off? I think I already took BLs off. Alright, I said we'd do Quartz next. So let's look at a Hunter's deck. Let's go back to formats. Let's look for Hunters. I don't think Hunters did anything here. There's purple hybrids. No Hunters. Alright. World Convergence. Hunters should have done something here because Hunters did get support in BT21. Yeah, big oofs. Poor Quartzmon. Not even save in text. It's not? Hunters, Hunters, Hunters. Man, Hunters hasn't done anything in a while. There's hero apps. Oh, there's a Hunters. Is there a better Hunters? No, probably Tack Hunters is probably good enough. Third place? Alright, cool. So we have Hunters. Whew! Whew! The Dark German Aces! I like Dark German Ace. I think that's a fantastic card. Alright. EX10. Boop, boop, boop. I guess I could just type save, right? Yeah, save, save. Save. You're right, it does not have save in text. Wait, there's no level 4 for it? Hold up. They don't have the level 4? I guess they don't. Huh. I would have thought for sure they would have had the level 4. I guess let's just look at green and look for quartz. There you are. Yeah, no level 4. Just the 357 and Tamer. Alright. So, what does the Psychmon do? So it does have a Digicross with another save in text. At the start of our main phase, we get to trash a card with save in its text from our hand to draw 1 and suspend one of the opponent's Digimon down. And then it gives the Piercing inheritable. Ooh, Piercing is nice. Did the deck need Piercing before? Piercing wouldn't have been bad. Yeah, Piercing wouldn't have been bad. And then there's this card that can Digivolve off of a Psych for 5 or a level 4 for 3. Does that do the same thing as these? Red, black, or purple with save. Okay, so they simplified it, so it's an easier level 5 to use compared to before. This has Fortitude. And an on-play when Digivolving, you get to play a 4-cost or lower card with save in its text from under your Tamer for free. So this just brings out a Digimon. That's not terrible. What does the Tamer do? The Tamer is a memory setter. When any of your Digimon would Digivolve with save in its text by suspending this Tamer, place a card with save in its text from under your Tamer as the bottom Digivolution source. That Digimon gains Alliance. Hold on. Is that just the same thing as this? Oh, this reduces the cost by 1. Yeah, this doesn't reduce the cost, but it gives Alliance. So obviously the Alliance is meant for the Asta. So that way you play out a Digimon and then it has the Alliance here. Okay, okay. That's the combo. So this is not a mem setter, but because I'm just debating if this replaces Tagaru. Piercing is good. Yeah, for BT12 superior, because it could, yeah. Quartz wouldn't be good. What is Quartz? Isn't Quartz just a fundamental replacement for the old Quartz? Just an ace? Oh, I'm in purple, duh. How do I spell Quartz? Oh, Tamer. Duh. I had the wrong thing. Alright, so this allows us to suspend all Digimon and Tamers, and for every 2 that are suspended, gain a memory. All other Digimon or Tamers don't unsuspend. When attacking, suspend 1, and then for every 5, trash. So, on play when Digivolving, suspend all Digimon and Tamers. Delete one of the opponent's Digimon that is suspended. And then, other Digimon or Tamers can't unsuspend. So, the things that are staying the same is the stun locking. And that's about it. Outside of that, it's only suspending when you Digivolve up into it. And then when we attack, it's deleting a Digimon, not deleting security. And then we could Digivolve it if we have the Ryoma and the Astamon. I don't think that's worth it. During the unsuspend phase? Other... Oh, it is during the... So this is just strictly worse than the old Quartzmon. The only benefit to this is the fact that it has a Blast Digivolution. That's like literally it. And as we already know, villain apps has never been really playable. So if we're looking at villain, or not villain apps, villain hunters, they have rarely been playable. So I don't think that this is going to see any play. And this is an SR2? Ooh. Oh, this card's just bad. Like, it's not bad. It's just, for where the current game is, it's just not the optimal card. So yeah, I don't think we need the Ryoma, because if we're looking at this type of a build, like, Ryoma doesn't really fit in here. So let's go ahead and copy. We will import. And then we will go EX10. So, like, the only card really worth considering is it just the Psychmon? Because Arrestor, Superior Mode, this one has Raid. Oh, this one has Piercing already built in. This could just attack without suspending. So, do we even need this card? So, by trashing a card with save and its text from our hand, we get to draw one and suspend a Digimon. I guess that could take away a blocker. So, like, that's not terrible. Because we're most likely not going to be using this card. I think, like, just the superior modes are already significantly stronger. The only real problem with Quartz Ace is that it doesn't have save at all in its text. So, yeah. No, I think the new Quartz is, like, as far as what the competitive version of Hunters is doing, the only card that seems anywhere remotely playable is Psychmon, and I don't even think that this is a full 4 of. If this is lucky, it's a 2 of. If it's lucky. I think, like, what they're trying to do for the villain side of Hunters is cute. I just don't think it's effective. Like, it's never been effective. Because, like, you could still do the whole cute thing of trying to use the armor stuff to, like, get into Quartz Turbo, but you're just missing out on a lot of the abilities, so, like, it just doesn't even seem worthwhile. And this deck's already only just running 1 Quartz as is. So, like, if I were to play Psychmon as the new addition to the deck, like, where would I even squeeze it in? Because all of these are already drawing cards. Yeah, because the inheritable on this is draw cards. So, like, I could see maybe reducing a Gumdramon by 1. Because this is, we have to discard a card with save in its text. This is Grave Recursion, so this is probably super useful. This is also DP, so, like, maybe we could go down 1 Gumdramon for a singular Psych, because we get a trash 1 card with save to draw 1 and then suspend 1. So this is discarding a card to draw 2 and not suspend anything. So, like, that's the closest I would think of to wanting to use the card. Big Z11 is, yeah, like, I don't think that the Hunter stuff is that great. I'll give it a 2 out of 10. I'll be generous. It's not great, but at least, like, Psychomon is still a card to consider. That's pretty much it. Oh, I haven't read Twitch chat in a second. Twitch chat's pretty quiet. Maybe I just need to change to Digimon instead of just talking. I'll change that right now. D, C, G. There's the tutorial app. I'll just label it as that. There we go. Alright. I mean, go into it. Your turn. Not always going to blast ace. Yeah, but I still think it's just fundamentally weaker than just this Quartzmon. This Quartzmon feels like it actually ends games. The other Quartzmon, because it deletes Digimon and not security, I feel like doesn't end games quicker. And then if they can always unsuspend themselves if they have alternative means of unsuspending, which there's a good amount of decks that do. Like, as an ace, it's not terrible. Like, there's still some redeeming value to it. Because it's still in pretty decent colors. It doesn't require the alternative Digivolution condition. Like, it's a level 7 ace isn't bad. It's just, I don't know what decks would want or need Quartzmon is the big thing. Which is why, like, so, okay, maybe I give it a 3, or I'll be generous and I'll give it a 4 out of 10. Just because, like, Quartzmon being a generic level 7 ace in 2 colors is not terrible. It really isn't. So, like, if there's a deck that could just make Quartz work, then, yeah, they could just make Quartz work. But I don't necessarily think those decks are far and few in between. And then the fact that, like, Psychomon is at least somewhat playable is, like, kind of a saving grace. Like, it does some cute things. It's just, for where the game is, it's just not, it's not there. But we're talking about, like, 4 cards. So, being a one-of Spook Ace in an already bad deck is very sad. And Hunters probably doesn't need them. Yeah. I mean, like, because Hunters, the way that it plays, aggresses with its level 5s, that's why, like, level 6 aces are better than level 7 aces. So, yeah. No, I think, like, just the Psychomon for where competitive Hunters is probably the best thing. And I'm not even going to look at villain Hunters because that's going to be way harder data to look for. And not probably worth the time. Alright. So, like I said, I think Psychomon is a one of at best. Yeah, I think I'm ready to move on. Moving on. Oh God, we still have so many decks. What should I tackle next? Or, like, what's worth looking at? Because we got Creepy Belpha, Bagra, Lucimon, Apocli, Wargrey, Myotis, and Regulus. So, like, what's really worth talking about? I mean, like, I already know Creepymon's not going to be a super good deck. I already know the updates to Gamma, like, they could be helpful, but it's literally 2 cards. So, like, how high am I going to rate Gamma's support? Apocli next? Okay. We'll handle Apocli Dark Masters next. Apocalypse. Because, like, they basically are telling me to just build a new deck utilizing Dark Masters and the old ones could go fly a kite. Or do I still just use some of the old stuff anyway? Because what? This is Dark Master support? Yeah, Spiral Mountains, Dark Master support. So we got Seadra, Puppet, Machine, Pie, APOC, and then the Mountain. Is that really just basically it for Dark Master support? No Tamer. Because that's Bagra and Twilight. Yeah, no Tamer. This is Chimera, right? Yeah, this is not it. Oh, hold on, chat. All right. Sorry about that. Yeah, so this is not the way. All right. So if we look at some of the other Dark Masters cards, Dark Masters. All right, so we have the old Dark Masters and the new Dark Masters. Let's first understand what the new stuff is doing before we get into the old stuff. Because I think this is going to require a different type of build. Like, one that we don't really have data on. So this key card is obviously Apocalypse, and they actually did him a justice by not making him completely and utterly broken. So he could only Digivolve on Dark Masters for 5. When this card would be played... Oh, he wants to be hard played? No, we could Digivolve on top of him. Okay. So, when this card would be played by placing one of each face-up Dark Masters traded card with different names from our security under this card, we get to reduce his play cost by 4 for each one played. So, there's 4 Dark Masters, 4... so if we have all 4 on our security, then he's going to be a 1 cost because that's minus 16. Interesting. Then on play when Digivolve, we get to play a Dark Masters traded card with a different name from its Digivolution. So wait, we get to play a Dark Masters? Hold up. We just get to play a Dark Masters card from his trait with different names from this Digimon's Digivolution source without paying the cost. Then all of our Dark Masters gain Rush. At the end of the turn, delete the Digimon played by this effect. Okay. So he's kind of just like the Omni Factor, where I'm just going to go into APOC, split out everything, and then they all have Rush and they swing for game. Got it. Yeah, he spawns... Yeah, he's just the Omnimon Factor. The BT13 Omnimon Factor. Where it's just like, I play him, spit out a whole bunch of bodies, Rush, try to win the game that turn. So, from our hand, if we don't have another Digimon with Dark Masters in its text, we get to play this card with the play cost reduced by 5 at the end to delete it. So, 6 cost level 6s, not terrible. On play when attacking, one of your opponent's Digimon and one of their tamers can't suspend. All turns, this Digimon can only Digivolve into APOC, and if we have no blue face-up security card, place this card as the face-up security card. So he basically, we play him, he deletes himself, and then goes hide in security. That's the game plan. And then from security, if this card is face-up, we get to play a level 5 or lower card with Dark Masters from our text or hand, from our trash for free? Really? Really? Okay, so that means we run the old Dark Masters level 5s. Was this one? No, that's a BT. Yeah, they're BT 15 cards. I know we got that from BT 17. So we're probably gonna run one old APOC because that's all we can run. Lady Devi, that's it. So let's just max these out at 4. Just because. And then we might be able to squeeze some of the new stuff in depending on it. So what do these cards do again? On play, we get to reveal the top 4 at a level 6 or higher from our hand. At the end of our turn, by deleting one of our Digimon, we get to play a Dark Masters from our hand into an empty space into our breeding area. So this does the whole breeding area shenanigans. So does this work with breeding area? So all turns. It kind of does and it kind of doesn't. It kind of doesn't. Because, like, we want it to die so it could go face up into our security. Golf. So, on play, when Digivolving, by placing a level 5 Dark Masters texted card from our hand or trash to the bottom of this Digimon's Digivolution source, delete one of the opponent's level 5 or lower. When attacked, by returning 7 cards from our trash to the bottom of... Wait, by returning 7 cards from the opponent's trash, not our trash, the opponent's trash, we get to unsuspend this Digimon, and that's not once per turn? Oh, heck yeah. He's at least, like, a good one of. What does Mephisto do? When this card is revealed from your deck... Wait. When it's revealed from our deck, it's treated as a level 6 Digimon, so it's searchable off of the level 5s. And then when this card would be played from our hand, by returning an APOC from our trash to the bottom of our deck, reduce the play cost by 3. So it's a level 5 that we're hard playing for 5. On delete, if deleted by an effect, you may play a Golfmon or a level 6 Dark Masters traded card from our hand or trash for free. Yeah, Mephisto's really good. So we might not necessarily need all of these. I think, like, Golf might be a good 2 of, though. So what are we actually doing, though? Because these want us to hard play them, and then these want us to put them into our raising area. So, like, do we run a mix of the Dark Masters, then? Mephisto and Golf work in the new list because the new list is really funky. Yeah, I could see that Mephisto is really good with, like, Mephisto and Golf are just good generic Dark Master support. But am I playing any of the old Dark Masters? That's the real question. I mean, like, we're already so many deck slots in, that we're going to have to start trimming fat. So, like, we're obviously playing the one old APOC because we can, and then the new APOC. So we have 5 APOCs that we're running. Are we capping out on all of the Dark Masters at 4 ofs? Because I don't think we cap out all of these at 4 ofs. I think, like, that's too many level 5s. So we're probably getting rid of at least 2 of them. So, do all these literally do the same thing? So this is piercing, this is blocker, this is reboot, this is retail. So I think maybe we could cut the Lady Devi, because I think retail means the least in here. And I think we cut Cherry. Piercing is the worst? Yeah. I think, like, retail is, like, okay. But I think, like, for deck space, it just might be too tight. Because Puppet has all of the same stuff. And then on play when attacking, return one of the opponent's suspended to the bottom of the deck. That's pretty good. This is de-digivolve. And this is delete one of the opponent's unsuspended Digimon. More important, what aces you want to use. Does the deck have space for aces? So, like, what is the actual flow of the deck? Because I still need the level 3s. Like, because we're still going to be running, this guy. So that's the egg of the deck. And then do we just do like generically good purple rookies? You play 2-cost Matt and Setter Kari. You're slamming level 5s and 6s for 5 to 6 memory. Yeah, I figured that's what the deck, like, that's what this is all about. So, Setter Kari, when a card's added to your security stack, gain a memory. So that triggers during our turn. So we hard play a Digimon for 6. It dies, goes into our security, use Kari, security recover 1. So that means it makes it a 5-cost play to do that. You've seen decks use Mother D-Reaper to have a free body to pop with the level 5s. That doesn't sound terrible. Yeah, I mean, I could try to see, like, what any of the old versions of the deck were doing. So these cards came out when? BT 15? Gosh. So we're done with this. We're done with this. BT... Oh, I need to look at... Oh, gosh. So we're probably going to want to look at here. See if any Dark Masters decks show up. I doubt it. I mean, I could always just pull from Japan. That's also an option. Oh, there's one. Unless these are actually Machine Dramons. No, I think it's actually a Machine Dramon. Yeah. That's not a Dark Masters deck. Oh, I'll need this for later. A Belfie. Unless there's like a newer Belfie. Oh, wait, hold on. Here's some Dark Masters. So the big question is, do I actually just take Belfie Shell then? Like, hold on. Do I literally just take Belfie Shell? And just apply Dark Masters to it? A Void version of Omnizoo, not comparable? Yeah. Do I actually take Belfie, though? Like, a Belfie engine. Because, hold on. Let me see what these cards are doing. With Dark Masters in text. Okay. Play one level 5 or lower card with Dark Masters in text. So, these do not work with Belfie engine. The new deck is more comparable to Sekon. Ew, gross. But yeah, I could see that. So Dark Masters. Vilemon. All turns when one of your Apocalymon or Digimon with Dark Masters would leave the battle area other than your effects, by deleting this Digimon, prevent one of those from leaving. Is Vilemon worth running? Because, like, if I do... I could do the whole mother egg thing. We don't have Shoto, so that's a little unfortunate. Use Tamer early, then start playing Dark Masters to control the board and recover. So we're still running the Kari, right? Or, I wonder... What's her wording? Added to. So that's what we're looking for. TK? I mean, this is only searching for yellow vaccines, so that's unfortunate. And then you said Matt. Oh, the 2-cost Matt because deleting Digimon. It's not loading the images properly. Alright, we'll go normal. So this is play cost format. When a card's trash from our hands. So we need, that's 3-cost Mat, Adventure Mat. There it is. Alright. So do I max out on these Tamers then? So, with the Mat and Kari combo, you essentially are hard playing a machine, Metal Siegramon for what? Or like a Dark Master for how much? So this makes it 6. This makes it 5. This makes it 4. You saw 3 Kari format. That makes sense. Yeah, because this is probably like the weirdest deck to build. What does Spiral Mountain do? So if you don't have a Spiral Mountain in your battle area, you could ignore the color requirements. Then you get a draw 2, place this card in the battle area. During the end of the opponent's turn, you get to play a face-up Dark Masters from our security. At the end of the turn, delete the Digimon. Let's look at white Tamers for a second. Because, like, do I play a Digimon Emperor to try to slow the opponent down? Because it's like I could either play a Digimon Emperor to slow the opponent down or maybe a Janai. No, this is looking for 3-cost cards. There's Hakoto. Start of the opponent's turn. If they have 3 or more Tamers, gain a memory. If your opponent plays a Digimon by suspending this Tamer, gain a memory. If that Digimon's a level 4 or higher, draw a card if it's a level 3. Basically, now it's either aces or level 5s for other Emperor and other control cards. So I probably would go like maybe 2 or 3 Emperors. Because, like, the idea is, like, behind Emperor on why I would want him is because of Spiral Mountain being a white option. So that way I could, like, stack Spiral Mountains. So I could be like Spiral Mountain, Spiral Mountain, Spiral Mountain because I have the Digimon Emperor. Oh, Mother usually... Yeah, Mother also works with Spiral Mountain. So maybe we just run 2 Emperors. How many level 5s should we run? Like, I guess that's the big question. Because this is the only level 5. When this card is revealed from your deck tree at level 6 by returning a Digimon to the bottom of our deck, reduce the play cost by 3. So this is supposed to be a... Comes out for 5, but we have to have the APOC. So maybe we don't max him out. With Mother, usually the 5s stick around. Yeah. So, so we got a couple of good options. We could do War Greymon. So we generally would want where's Metal Seedramon? Because we want them to play off of our level 5s. The bulk of the deck of the version that I saw maxed out on Cherry Giga for Puppet and running 2 of the others. I run 2 others and Q Mephisto? 2 Mephisto. Okay. So, where is Puppet? Oh, Puppet Days. Puppet Days? I'm blind. Where are you? There you are. So, the best one is obviously Gigadramon. Oh, I'm at level 5s. It's just the inheritable of Cherry is just so bad. It's so mediocre. Let's see what other ace options we even have. Because we already have Metal Seedramon. What does Puppet Ace even do? Like, why do people love this card so much? Blocker, Reboot, De-Digivolve 2, and then bottom deck? That does a lot. That does do a lot. So max out on Cherry, Giga, and then 2 of each. So I might see what other I don't know exactly if we need the maybe we do. The Lady Devi. Lady Devi seemed pretty weak too. I just don't think this deck is good. Like, this feels like a effort in futility. Because now I just need to get rid of 6 cards. Oh, I was going to look at green aces. So green aces that could go over our stuff. So there is technically Grand Kawaga Ace that we could consider. Because we do have some purple. Titamon Ace. That's for DM. We have Dragon Mode Ace. That just suspends, though. And then when it becomes suspended, we get to play a Tamer. Dragon Mode Ace isn't terrible. It's cute. I don't know if it's what we need. You only digi with the aces, so the inherents don't matter as much. That makes sense. I just feel like the best aces that we have is probably Metal Seedramon, Puppet, and Darkdramon. I feel like those are probably the best aces that we have. Like, we could run a Grand Kawaga ace, but I don't feel like that's going to be exactly what the deck needs. As far as, like, other good level 6 aces, like, we have options. This only does level 5s, so that's not good. We could, funny enough, do Black War Greymon Ace, but we want consistency on the multiple different colors being able to align us up in Ace anyway. What does this do? Blocker Retail. If the opponent has 5 or more cards in their hands, they trash 1 card in their hand. Yeah, no, that's not what we're looking for. Ooh, Leopard Ace. There we go. If you get to play a 5k or a lower Digimon from our hand. Nope. Alright, so we just need to trim the fat off of this. So, what 6 cards we could ditch? Do we honestly just ditch some of these? Like, run 3 instead of 4? Like, that takes care of 3 cards right off the bat. Seems very skill-based for advanced players. Grand Kawaga is an option if Tamers are annoying. If the deck has longevity, since all Dark Masters are recover +1, basically. You need max Dark Masters? Yeah, I figured. I just think we have to maybe cut Golfmon. Like, as much as I want to run Golfmon, I think that's not where the deck is. I like what he does, though. Because I have, once I max out on all of the Dark Masters again, I have 6 cards that I need to get rid of. So, like, Digimon Emperor probably is on the chopping block, potentially. Because he's just a stall card. And we already have Mother Reaper to be able to use Spiral Mountain for color. I think Golfmon's on the chopping block because I don't see it. And then I think maybe Mephisto just because, like, again, if we're trying to ace bait, this doesn't seem like it's the play. Do you need the old Apocalypse? He's just a one-of. Like, the fact that the old Apocalypse just will still work inherently with all of the level 6s in the deck because they all have on plays is, like, one reason why I wouldn't want to get rid of the old Apoc. So I think, like, maybe getting rid of the Mephisto is probably the play. I just have 22 level 6s just feels a lot. It feels like a lot. I also wish these were Dark Master traded, too. So, maybe I get rid of, like, Metal Seedramon Ace or something. Or maybe it is... So, I would rather just up one of these instead of, like, just killing off the level 5 slot. Because I have 2 cards I just need to completely get rid of. And I feel like ace-wise, Metal Seedramon, Darkdramon, and Puppetmon are some of the best aces because Scapegoat plus D-Digivolve is good. Blocker Reboot plus D-Digivolve is good. And D-Digivolve plus they can't attack is good. Mephisto gets popped by the other level 5s for a free level 6. That's fair. So do I just get rid of like one of the aces then? Because there's no real point on taking out the APOC. Four aces is enough? Okay. Because the weakest of these aces probably is Metal Seedramon. Because, like, the whole point on running the Cherrymon is literally for Puppetmon. And then because we have these, that just makes Darkdramon ace fine as well. So, is this basically the deck then? This deck is just really, really super awkward because it wants to work with the old stuff, but the old stuff doesn't exactly super synergize with the new stuff, and it's trying to be security control, but it's really bad at it. Like, I'm not a huge believer in this deck, to be honest, like, as a deck concept. But, like, if you were to play this, this probably is how you would build the deck. Okay, that's what I thought. Thanks, Jerry. Alright, so if I had to rate Dark Masters, I would give it a solid 5 out of 10. Oops, I used the wrong thing. A very cheap deck, so it's worth it. I could see that. Like, I think the biggest problem isn't necessarily its price point. It is probably the skill level. So while it does have a low price point, I think it does have a high skill level to where you really need to understand how the cards are functioning to be able to fully capitalize on what its game plan is. Because it sounds simple at first. It's like, oh yeah, no brainer. Just hard play level 6 or level 5. If they attack, Digivolve. If they don't attack, play a level 6. And, like, you get good value off of a lot of the cards. Like, these two give, like, such good value to be able to make just hard playing these a lot cheaper. You do kind of just lose the floodgates. That's just the unfortunate reality of the situation. So, like, I think from, like, a macro game perspective, like, where the meta currently is, this is very clearly not a great deck. But from, like, a micro level perspective, it's doing lots of cute and unique things that I don't think culminate into something that I feel or would feel confident in. Yeah, it's a very cheap deck to make, but it does have a very high skill floor. And usually high skill floors is not what people are looking for out of cheap decks. I guess, like, that's part of my big argument. Or it's not even really an argument. The fact that we have 5 APOCs is nice, though. So, because my brother was playing Dark Masters, except he was playing the the whole Ace Bait Dark Masters, where you would sometimes go into Apocalypse. But yeah, so I think this is the deck. We probably spent way too long on this just because this build confuses the ever-living crap out of me because I understand where everything's coming from now, like, after building it. And then obviously playtesting helps, but I think, like, 5 out of 10 is good because you're forced to use all of the pieces. It does interact with some of the old pieces so from that perspective, it's still kind of like a win. But because the deck has a high skill floor and there's already just better decks that are doing the same thing as what this deck is doing. That's partially why I'm giving it like above Hunters, but below like a lot of other stuff, like below Beelzeon, because I do believe in Beelzeon more than Dark Masters, even though there is stuff doing what Beelzemon's doing, but better. But for usability of the cards and making sure all of these cards are usable in some capacity, it is still kind of succeeding on what it's setting out to do. It's just not good at it. So, all right, I am going to take a quick bathroom break. I've been streaming for almost 3 hours and have been drinking lots of water. So I'll be back in like 2 minutes. And we will pick up probably with Belfie. I think Belfie is a good one to look at. Just because I think Belfie is going to be a very underrated deck. I like what Belfie does. It's probably my own personal bias. So I'll be back in just a minute. All right, I am back. I went and got a refill on water. Hopefully you didn't miss the Gamma discussion. No. So as far as what's left on the docket, this is going to... I'm basically just slowly removing these as far as all of the support, and then I'm giving them a ranking as we're talking through it. So let's go X out of 10. There we go. So all that we have done so far is Leviathan apps, the Minerals deck, Beelzeon, Hunters, and Dark Masters. So I hope this formatting makes it pretty easy to follow as far as what is left to be done and what we've already done. All right, so Belfie is next. We are not going to be using APOC Belfie. I have standards. They're not very high standards, but I have standards. All right, so let's actually Let's see if there's a Belfie list that topped in 2.0. I'll probably need the Lucimon deck here. Because I think this is, like, literally one of the only times Lucimon is topped. Because Lucimon didn't top in 2.5, did he? I don't think he did. I think there was no chance that he would have topped here. Yeah, no chance. Alright, so far that's like the only Lucimon list, so I'll keep that in the back of my head. Belfie. So far, no Belfies. A lot of other stuff, just no Belfie. Going backwards is always fun, because it's like memory lane. It's like, oh man, I remember when Blue Flares was playable. That was a good time. God, Leviathan has just been dominating for, like, freaking ever. I'll probably need to grab this Black War deck, assuming it's actually a Black War deck. Yeah. I might as well just grab these right now. But man, it's been a while since Belfie has topped. Yeah, it's just all been Leviathans. I don't think I saw a Black War deck in these. Probably not. That was 17, so here's 16. So this might be the last time Belfie has topped. Is it literally just APOC Belfie? I think it is just literally APOC Belfie. Yeah. I think APOC Belfie is not viable anymore. Well, it might be. I don't think it is. Because what? APOC Belfie was playing... Oops, wrong one. Because what was this doing? Oh, it was on the Ukos. That's why it worked the way it did. Is because literally it had max Ukos. So we would probably have to find a different engine to pair it up with. Luckily for us, Purple has a ton of engines. Here's an Ultimate Cup. Is this more in line? This is still just APOC Belfie. Sad. Sad pandas. Leviathan is the first trap card. So no wonder why it stayed topping for a while. Yeah. Oh gosh. All the way to BT15 just to see a Belphemon list. That's not APOC. I mean, I could use the APOC Belfie. I don't think this is APOC Belfie. Let's hope. Oh god, this is before Eggman got his editor. Okay, so this is probably more what I'm looking for. Alright, so we're gonna forget APOC Belfie. Goodbye. Alright, we're gonna work off of this. Let's see if there were any others. So here's attack. Oh, here's another tack. That's an online. Wait, tack had 2 regionals? Let's go Belfie. Or is this literally the same event posted? This looks basically the same deck, so that's 12th place, that's 11th place. We're gonna go with the 11th place. God, God, Digimon was in such a different game back then. Yeah, here's the regionals. I think we're fine with this one. We'll just work off of this one because, like, it is trying to use the Gizumon engine, and I still think there's value in the Gizumon engine, especially since it kind of just got a little bit of extra support. So we just replaced this Uko with the other Uko. So, like, the idea is this is minimized on the Ukos, so it's probably fine. Yeah. All right. So let's reload the deck builder. We could go back here. If it bothers to reload. All right. No, it might be not working. Either that or my internet's bad because I'm streaming. It can't be my internet, right, chat? It just can't be. No, everything else is working. So it kind of doesn't work with EX10 alone. Well, let's see. That's why I like looking at EX10 cards specifically first. So Belfi is purple. So he has where is it? He has the tamer, or whoops, that's the wrong tamer. He has the tamer. He has his thing. Where's his thing? There it is. So he has rage mode. We have sleep mode. Is that basically it for Belfi stuff? I thought there was more Belfi stuff. Or is it under a different color? Oop. Almost tried drinking my mic. That was embarrassing. That's something else. Yeah, it's literally just the 3 cards. Wow. Alright. Alright, so we have the Karada. So Karada is going to be a memory setter. If we have 6 or fewer cards in our hand, we get to place this tamer to the bottom Digivolution source of a Belphemon, and then that Digimon digivolves into a Digimon with Belphemon in its name from our trash for free. So sleep mode, we get to place a rage mode from our trash to the top of his Digivolution source, and then until the end of the opponent's turn, this Digimon can't attack, and your opponent's effects don't affect it. And then when the opponent's Digimon suspends, usually when they're attacking, we get to trash 2 cards from our hand and suspend 2 of their Digimon or Tamers. And then this has Fortitude, which is pretty neat. At the start of our main phase, we get to suspend all of their level 5 or lower Digimon. Then, if you have 6 or fewer cards in our hand, this Digimon gains Piercing Security Attack +2 and 3000 DP. At the start of our main phase, on play, or when Digivolving. So, literally, you're only getting that ability once per turn, essentially. Delete one of the opponent's suspended Digimon or Tamers. Okay. So, at least, like, the built-in Tamer hate is nice. So let's compare and contrast to the old Belfi. Oops. Blef. No, it's not Blef. It's Belf. There we go. All right. So we have the old ones and the old new rage mode, I guess. Then we could go Karada in this just to look at the full extent of what we're doing. So all of the like hardcore Belfmon cards outside of the Gizumon engine. So this sleep mode allows us to place the rage mode from our trash to the top of its Digivolution source. It can't attack, and it isn't affected by the opponent's effects. Is that basically the same as this? This is on play when digivolving. On play when digivolving. Okay. One on top of rage mode. Yep. And then during the opponent's turn, when an opponent's Digimon attacks, we get to trash 2 cards from our hand to end the attack. So that's is that just better than the new sleep mode still? Like, just ending the attack over suspending 2 of their other... Well, I guess this suspends Tamers. What are you using to see these cards and build these decks? I'm using DigimonCard.app, because that's currently one of the better, if not the best, deck builder, because their search options are better than everyone else's, in my perspective. I've used all of the other ones. I've used IO. I've used Dev. I like app a little bit more just because of the fact that it's easier to find cards. All right. So you're running Quartzmon. So you're running Quartzmon with this just to make people mad. I could see that. It's a side grade. Okay. It looks very side grade-y because, like, there's pros and cons to both. I guess, like, the big thing is the fact that we just physically have more Belfmons to work with. I think that's literally the big thing. Because this one, at the start of our main phase, we get to delete all of the opponent's level 5 or lower Digimon, and then it does the same thing. So this suspends them all and deletes 1. And this just deletes all level 5 or lower, and then by deleting one of your other Digimon, we get to unsuspend. The unsuspend part is huge. I would say the unsuspend part is really big. Does it have the same inheritable? If this Digimon is Belfmon sleep mode, trash the top security. Yep. So we're probably not going to be running this one then, because this one just, I don't think it belongs. You get to trash 3 cards from your hand. I mean, like, maybe this one still has, like, a slot in the deck. Just not as a 4 of. Maybe as, like, a 1 or 2 of at most. Just because, well, no, because we would digivolve it on top. No, sleep mode just de-digivolves itself into a rage mode. And you get 0 benefit for digivolving, or for de-digivolving yourself into this. So I think, like, this card's just gone. The old one works with things that are unaffected by bodies, but the new one can take care of more bodies by suspending their tamers. Yeah. Like, that's why it feels like a side grade. Basically, old sheep is better, new rage is better. New Karada is fine until Belfie X, then he becomes bonkers. I mean, you're playing both of them. Like, you're just hard playing, but, like, I'm not hard playing, but, like, you're utilizing both of these. The new rage mode's definitely interesting. I think I like the unsuspend. I really do. Because the idea, like, there's very easy pros and cons. Like, it does feel like both of them are just side grades. Like, it doesn't feel like one is strictly better than the other. But the fact that we have more is the interesting part. Because now we could run a total of 8 sleep modes and 8 rage modes to increase the consistency of seeing what we need. It's just, what engine are we pairing up with? That's the big question. So this is the old engine using Gizumon tech. So we were on, like, what other... So I guess the big question is, what purple engines have came out recently? So what purple engines is this deck actually going to be benefiting from? So that's the real question, because all these cards are fine and dandy and all. Is this card even good anymore? Delete one of the opponent's level 6 or higher Digimon, then you can Digivolve into a sleep mode from your trash. Maybe this is still playable. Maybe. What does this card do? By deleting one of your other purple Digimon, this Digimon can Digivolve into a Beelzeon from our hand. So, I guess the big question is purple engines. So, let's go back to the Eggman site. Let's go look at some purple decks. So, we're probably not going to be using the Geel engine. I don't think we use the dog engine. Could we play this with purple hybrids? Maybe. Because purple hybrids, for the most part, is just, it's 4 cards. I think purple hybrids maybe is doing too much, so maybe not. What's Lord Nightmon doing? So we have Leviamon. So we're not trying to delete ourselves because we are not trying to cheat out. Actually, hold on. Let's read Karada for a second. When a card with Beelzeon in its name would be played by deleting one of your Digimon with Gizumon in its name, reduce the play cost, and then... Okay. So, this only works with Gizumon. Darn. I was hoping this didn't work with Gizumon, and then I would consider the Geel engine. Heavy Metal has the same discard gimmick. Is Heavy Metal fast enough, though? Like, so we use, by trashing a card in your hand until the end of one of your Digimon gains blocker and retail. So, using, like, a little evil engine. The little evil engine that could. Because we're not playing the Yuki. Because we're not doing anything Yuki related with Dark Dragons or Evil Dragons. So we probably wouldn't run this card. I could see us running something like this. Let's go level 3s and 4s. So we have... that's just the Searcher, so we're not going to be running the Searcher. Where is... Because what? If we have one or... what does this card do? This is the card that we need. So let's look at this, and then let's look at this. When it would Digivolve into a Dark Dragon or Evil Dragon. Reduce the Digivolution cost by 1. So that's for this specifically. Unless I find like a Dark Dragon worth running. Cryo, yeah, there's a new Quartzmon in the set. I don't necessarily think he's super great, but he's something. I think like for what Hunters wants to do, I don't think he's good. I think just using him as like a generic level 7 ace, he's probably better. Because this has to be off of Evil specifically, right? Yeah. So, what are some of the other Evil cards that we would want to run? By placing one card from your hand face down to the bottom, you get to draw 1. That's not what we're looking for. And we're not looking for anything that's like self-deleting, because that's not how Gizumon works. Gizumon likes to delete stuff, just not self-delete stuff. I don't think we can run Heavy Metal. I don't think there's enough cards for him. So maybe it still kind of is just dog engine. Oh, I was planning on using him like that. Just like the other quartz. Running one copy in my green deck, always turning off my opponent's board. Yeah. I don't see an issue with that. So, the big question still is, what purple engine do we actually play? Play Beelzeon, or is it still just utilizing Gizumon? I think maybe the answer is still just Gizumon. So, like, take, where's the export button? Is it here? No. Gosh. I hate IO so much. More. Export. Copy to clipboard. Alright. Import. Paste. I don't think I need this, and I don't think I need this. Import. There we go. Alright. So, we have the old base. Oh, we're so not running that Vilemon. What does this Octo do? When there are 4 or more Digimon play a token, then when it's deleted, if there are 3 or fewer play it suspended to the opponent's battle area. I guess it's like just to give something suspended. When an effect plays an opponent's Digimon, gain 1 memory. I don't think I used the Octomon. I don't know what the Octomon was really in here for. So like Psych I can understand. The Imp I can understand. The Floodgate I can understand. So we probably just need the Ukos. Oh, but maybe we don't. So we're probably going to go max out on this egg. Oh, no, this is drawing 2. I think we just need the draw 1, trash 1. Let's look at the eggs to see if there's actually any better eggs. So we have this one because we need to keep our hand size low. We don't want to draw too many cards, but we need to keep drawing cards. I feel like a Gizu engine plus Uko with Ogre and Gobbly for memory, just to stick it into Asta to make for Fortitude, probably. Yeah, Uko is white Digimon. Oh, I'm on level 2s. There we go. So we still need the Ukos, and then I think we still just run one Demi-Mirror, the other one. This one. But let's look at purple eggs to see if there's anything better. Because there's this. Do we just run this? By discarding a card from our hand, we gain a memory. We don't draw. Like, just to reduce the amount of card draw we have? I think maybe that's just better. Boop. Do we have anything else? If this Digimon's deleted outside of battle, gain a memory. No. It's cute, but no. That doesn't do anything for us. When effect places this Digimon... Wait. When an effect places this Digimon's top to the bottom, draw 1 and discard 1. No. What does the Pagu do? If the opponent... Nope. That is Lucimon. We don't need to draw. Nope. Honestly, I think it's just these two. Like, we could probably go 3-2. Like, these just feel like the better eggs. I don't necessarily think we need Impmon because we have a lot of, we could keep the Floodgates and then run, Gobbly. Because what does this card actually do? By deleting one of your other purple Digimon, this Digimon can Digivolve into a Belfmon. So we need to play out another Digimon. So is there a level 4 that plays out a Digimon? What's the wording on Cerberus? Where's Cerberus? Cerberus is an EX card. I need, like, if Cerberus was a level 4. That's essentially what I'm looking for. Too far. Alright, here we go. You may play. Alright, that's the wording I'm looking for. So is there any level 3s that play level 4s? It was Octo. Is that literally what Octo was in for? Octo doesn't have that templating though, right? Let's look at Octo again. So if there's 4 or more Digimon, play a token into the battle area. Doesn't unspend, delete, trash 1 card in your hand. If there's 3 or fewer, okay, yeah. So it was the Octo. Is there any new tools that came out? If we have 3, we could play a Kenny. You may play 1 Tamer card with Hunter or Heroes. You could play a Yuki. You could play a Nene. Oh, here. Oh, that's from security. Darn. I was gonna be like, oh, Gabumon. Yeah, that's playing a Tamer. You may play. Yeah, I need. Okay, so it is literally just Octo. That is a card that when you Digivolve can just play another card. So would that mean we would want, instead of Gobbly, would we want, what's her face? Lab instead? What does this card do again? Yeah, Digimon playing other Digimon out is a, at level 4 is hyper premium, it looks like. Because this just lets us Digivolve. Yeah, it literally is just Octo. I don't necessarily know if we need this card per se. Like, I think maybe the meta has moved past to where Ogre is actually playable. So probably just double down on the Octo. And then we could play a Lab. Because, is he a shaman? Oh, he's a wizard. If this was a shaman, I would be like, dang. So I don't think we really care about the on-play effect of this card at all. Actually, hold up. Hold the phone. We could just use this as an on-play just to discard a card. Shushu plays out a body. Yeah, but it needs to be purple. Yeah, Lab can literally just discard a card. So I think we just do like Octo Lab. We probably don't need this anymore. We also maybe Analog's not terrible. I'll just get rid of the level 7 just for deck space. All right. So let's go actually Belf. What is this card? Oh, Belfax Antibody. That's not out yet. All right. We probably... Do we even keep the removal option? Like, at this point? Oh, we get the promo Fosco later. Yeah, this comes later. Reveal the top 3, add a Belfmon or Gizumon in text to hand, return the rest to the bottom, then trash 1 card in your hand. Yeah, this card's good. We're really heavy on the rookies, though. Holy crap. I mean, I guess it makes sense if we're not, like, doing a whole lot. Like, of other stuff. We just have the Gizumon stuff and then the Belf stuff. So, we probably would run Karada. If we have 6 or fewer, we get a Playism to the bottom, and then we could Digivolve a Belfmon into a Belfmon from our trash. So this is probably at least a 2 of. Yeah, a sprinkle of support. It's just a shame that it's a promo. Oh, and he needs Kaporimon specifically, otherwise he evos for 1. What kind of Kaporimons are there? Purple Kaporimon? What does this card do? So, why? Just why? It's demanding us to run one of the worst eggs. Bandai, why? The only one, and he's terrible. I mean, as far as the other Kaporis, like, would it be weird running a black base? Like, would it really be weird? Does this specifically say it has to delete a purple Digimon? When this card, delete a level 2. Yeah, so we could theoretically run a black base for a different Kaporimon. But what other Kaporimons would even remotely make this worthwhile? No. 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 Nothing. Literally nothing. So, no other Kaporimon is actually worth running. That's hilarious. Oh my god. Bandai. I mean, like, Black Base does have discard stuff. They do. It's just a little worse than purple. Alright. So, back to the actual important stuff. So I think we just stick within the Gizumon engine. We run more Octomons. Should we run more than just 2 Octomons? I almost feel like we should just get rid of these cards. just for more deck space for, like, generic stuff. So, like, do I go up on Octo, or do I just keep it in, like, as is? It's better to keep it at 1 for purple base. For Octo, or... Because I'm not going to be running the Ogre. I don't think Ogre is that great of a card. At least not for where the meta has developed. Like, Ogre is just a -1, and we're already playing Lab for basically the same reason. So this is replaying the Karatas, right? Yeah. You get to play a Karata from your trash. So I guess the big question, purple. Oh, I guess first Beelzeon. Or not Beelzeon, Belphemon. So we could go up on the Belfs and run a total of 6 Belfs. So, like, that is an option available to us where we could run just reverse ratios. Like, more of the old Belf versus the new Belf, and then more of the new Rage mode versus the old Rage mode. Because, like, this is good for, like, the OTK potential. Because, does it have to delete a Digimon to unsuspend? By deleting one of your other Digimon, unsuspend this. So, yes, we do have to have another Digimon to unsuspend. Well, that's not that big of a deal. Hold on, chat. Sorry again. Getting another phone call. Sorry about that. It was just my roommate checking in. Yeah, I know I was muted. I had a phone call. It was my roommate checking in on me. I apologize. He didn't know I was streaming. I didn't tell him I was streaming. So essentially all I'm looking for at this point is just options, like just consistency tools. So let's turn the slider. Oh, not. I need play cost. There we go. Let's turn that way down. Probably don't need that much sleep mode. I don't know. Maybe you're right. I haven't played this deck in like forever, and when I did, it was teaching my brother how to play it. So what? You're thinking 4 sleep modes to more rage modes? So like maybe a 3-1? Cuz like what? The idea is off of this we're going to be, so we want more rage modes than we want sleep modes, right? And then we probably just run some, like, generic consistency tools. I guess we don't need grape. We could just run purple memory boost if we really wanted to. Where's the scramble? We're not digivolving a whole lot, so I don't feel like we need this a whole lot. But it also could grab the Karatas, which isn't terrible. I wish there was, like, an option to make us discard a card. Trash. Like, almost like this, but not quite. So we probably do need the purple scrambles. Because at the start of our turn... oh no, we would need to have a Digimon in play, so maybe scrambles aren't super great. It just helps with this, so maybe like a 1-of scramble. You want a turbo rage mode into grave, Belfie want in hand. So you want the opposite. Sleeps Tucks Rage from trash, yeah. So wait, we want more sleep modes or we want more rage modes? Delete. Because we're using basically this Karada to digivolve into a sleep mode from our trash. Or wait, hold on. And, that turns our sleeps. Okay. So what does this card actually do? If you have 4 fewer cards in your hand, by paying 6, return this card to the bottom of the deck, delete one of the opponent's unsuspended Digimon. And then discard a card to delete. Not feeling it. Draw a card, then place this into the battle area. We're not using that. That interacts with save. Do we just do memory boosts? Like, this deck prefers memory boost? What does this do? If you don't have one, set one up. Place a device. Nope, that's device stuff. We don't need that. Yeah, he didn't really get any better option selection. Looking at all of the purple options. Even if I up the range of the options, I don't think like we got that great of options. Yeah, we have terrible options. So I think it is just memory boost. All right. So what kind of sleep mode ratio do we want? Do we just want like a 2 and 2 just for utility's sake? Because I do think we're trying to run more of this rage mode rather than this rage mode. And as far as the options go, I think it is just pure consistency. Cards that like to be trashed, like Nidhogg. That's valid. So I'll probably get rid of the scramble for like a Nidhogg or 2. Maybe get rid of wisdom training for Nidhoggs. Oops. What does this Nidhogg do? While you have 4 or fewer cards in your hand, you could play this card with a reduced play cost of 4. Yeah, no. We're not even going to entertain that. So, do I go 3 and 3 on the Karatas, or No, I think maybe I just go 3 Nidhogg's. You want to hard play stuff, so training isn't very good? Yeah. That's why I, like, cut it for Nidhogg's, because I'm just like, it's really only good for, like, Digivolving. So I would rather just have the purple memory boost. Like, I could play the Belf option instead, or, like, as part of it, but I think, like, for where the game currently is, that just might be a little too much. What's the other option? The other Belf option actually doing? His X antibody option. That's Belfie X. 7th penetration. From our trash, any of our Digimon can Digivolve into Belphemon X Antibody. By returning this card to the bottom of the deck, you activate its main effect. We get to delete a Digimon with the level as high or higher as the number of cards in our hand. And then the security. So this is probably worth running. Just because we could discard it to set it up in our trash if we really wanted to. Because this seems a little much. Like, it's cool that we have an alternative way to Digivolve into a sleep mode, but, like, that's literally what this Karada is already doing for us. Calling. Calling's always a good card. It's a way to delete the Gizumons. Because the Gizumons have a decent ability to stick around. BT23 Belfie is another monster entirely. Do we actually get, like, other Belfie support with BT23? Not saying, like, I'm trying to look forward to BT23. It's just Belfie X in 7th. Yeah, it's just Belfie X in 7th. Okay. Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Right now, we're trying to focus on the now. So I have, what, 1 card to get rid of? I could probably get rid of a rookie. Probably like a rookie Floodgate. Can't reduce play costs, so probably get rid of that. So, are we feeling like this is the direction that Belfie wants to go in? Let me get rid of the stats. Here we go. And F11. So, is this kind of the way for Belfie? Like, a good split on the sleep modes, run extra rage modes, because rage modes are pretty good. Still have the old one for the punch factor. This is pretty good for just sticking around. We have the Karada to be able to Digivolve our sleeps and our trash. Then we have the new Karada to be able to sacrifice the Gizumon to play out sleeps for easy. Calling to be able to grab back the Nidhogg's, so that way we could keep on discarding the Nidhogg's. Purple Memory Boost just as an easy consistency tool. Lab for the free discard if we hard play it. Otherwise, it's here for the inheritable strictly on Octomon, playing out a Digimon on our side of the field, so that way we could have Ostomon be able to delete the token to be able to Digivolve into a sleep mode easily. Cupian Demimera for, like, discards. Maybe reverse these. Like, they don't really matter. They're just discard stuff. Floodgates, optional, but are there. Ukomon to turbo our raising area, so we have something to delete with the Protomon. And search out cards. It's basically the same as it was before. But, I mean, yeah. Yeah. It's a little bit different. A little bit, because we do have the Karada that basically replaces the option. We're playing Memory Boost and Calling just because Memory Boost and Calling are good now. Again, instead of the removal option. Like, we can still play the removal option. I just think it's a little cumbersome. Asta evolves from hand. Yes. We get to delete one of our other purple Digimon, and then this Digimon can Digivolve into a Digimon with Belphemon from our hand for free. That's kind of why I'm like, I kind of would like to try to have a 5th sleep mode. Like, have a 5 and 6. So, I don't know. But I guess that's kind of where calling comes into play, so we could, like, grab back a sleep mode or two, or grab back a Nidhogg in a sleep mode. And then, like, calling's not terrible just to delete, like, anything we feel like we want to. Like a Gizumon AT to be able to play Gizumon XT, something like that. It's not terrible. So, I think this is kind of where I'm at with Belphy. Like, it is very similar to the old build, just a little bit cleaner, I guess. So there is an argument just to remove this floodgate. Just so we don't, like, get caught in other awkward situations. And then we could run something else, but I think it's fine. So, I think this is where Belphy's at. Still using a lot of the old tools, which is cool. Recontextualizing the deck a little bit. So, it's definitely not Belphy Dark Masters, because that deck's kind of dead because it needed the double Ukos. I mean, technically you could do Belphy Dark Masters with all of this stuff, but I don't know if that's exactly, like, worth doing. Probably not. I think this is a little bit cleaner. And this is, like, more true to form to what Belphy was doing and kind of wants to do. So, I think this is good. We could probably move on from here. As far as my Belphy rating on the Belphy meter, I probably... So, is this deck actually going to be competitive? That's the question. I think he's kind of in the same, like, camp as Beelzeon, where I think, like, he got better. He's going to get better. He's probably, like, a 6 out of 10. He didn't really get that much support, but the support he did get, we definitely are playing. Like, he has potential. It's just optimizing the build and figuring out how to best try to get into Belphy. Because I don't know if there's a better purple engine that we could just run them in that might work better. Because wasn't there the, the Myotis engine with Arukeni. This thing. Yeah. So, like, you use Arukeni and Mummymon to be able to just have sticky bodies to get into Belphemon. Like, I don't know if that's a potential thing that is worth exploring. I'm not very familiar with the whole Arukeni engine, like this thing. So, like, maybe that's potentially worth exploring. Because this card still kind of discards cards, because you get a trash 2 and return, or, no, this, yeah, this could set up your trash. And then we get to play a Tamer with Myotismon and its text. So we get to play this, and then this allows us to play the Arukeni and Mummymon. What does Mummy do? This is the draw 2 trash 2. So, like, I don't know if the Arukeni Mummy engine is going to be better than just building a singular line or just playing around with Gizumons. Because on delete, from our trash without paying the cost, we get to play a Tamer with Myotismon in its text. Without playing the same name as one of your Tamers. So, like, we would play Arukeni and Mummymon to be able to get this out for cheaper, because when we play an Arukeni or Mummymon, we get to reduce the play cost by 3. which means this is a 3 cost. I don't know. I'm not super familiar with this little tech engine. Maybe that's worth exploring versus what this is doing. I think this is just a little bit more classical. So I'd have to, like, unfortunately the Mummy engines never performed any results. That's the big thing. Is like, this had some results. Arukeni and the Mummy engine never had any results. And the fact that this got a little bit better is probably worth investigating. So, yeah, Belfie, giving him a solid 6. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 decks left to think about and explore. Let's do another easy one with Black War, because I already have that one pulled up. So EX10. Let's go. Black War's in black base, right? Yeah, because you have the black base Koromon that when an attack target changes, you get to draw a card. We have the Agumon that at the start of our main, we get to return a virus-traded Digimon with Greymon in its name from our trash to our hand. This has Raid on play when Digivolving. Give it plus 3,000 until the end of the opponent's turn. Reboot on play. Give one of your opponent's Digimon collision and force them to attack. Which leads into the Ace, which is Raid, Reboot, Blocker. Delete one that's 7 or lower. That's either a Digimon or a Tamer. And then while the opponent has a Digimon with 13,000 or more DP, your opponent's Digimon effects don't affect this Digimon, and it gets plus 3,000. So, I think that's basically it. I don't think he has anything else going on for him. It's just these 3. So, let's go ahead and import. Oh, God. What is this deck? Oh, this is the Leviathan deck, so we're not looking at that. I don't know. Maybe over Gaiamon? What does this one do? Oh, this is still the BT9. What the heck? This deck feels ancient. How did it top recently? Hold on. Where did I pull that deck from? Because wasn't that from here? No. 2.5? Was that where it was from? Two point oh. Where did I pull that deck from? Because this feels ancient. Like, it literally doesn't seem like anything has changed. BT9 Gaio is very simple but very good. Yes, he is. I'm trying to remember which format I pulled that deck from. Like, I know Greymon hasn't done anything in a while, but, like, how far back did I go? Yeah, EX7. So this was an EX7 deck? No way. It feels so ancient. Okay. Yeah, because this was BT14. So, as far as new cards, oh, I gotta change this Greymon. It loads this one in wrong. Level 4. Red. Where did it go? Here it is. Alright. Was that the only card that it loaded in incorrectly? I think so. Alright. So now we could go back to the EX10 cards. And see if any of these actually fit in. Because it really feels like this wants to completely change the playstyle. Time flies, doesn't it? Yes, it so does. Like, this deck literally feels ancient. Because, like, we have the new Omnimon X. So I guess that would be a place to start, is Omnimon X. Red. Where? Why is it still selecting Greymon cards? Alright, why is this one being weird? Omnimon. White. Alright, there's Omnimon X. So, there's no reason not to play this card. Then what other tools did we get? Like, Greymon's not done anything in a very long time. CG guide? To Japan! Red. Alright, here's a Greymon deck. So, is this better than the BT9 one? Oh! That's cute. That was green. Yeah, so what does this do? We either return a dinosaur or Tyranno. Maybe that's less good than I thought. Because that's what? Just the level 4s? Yeah, maybe that's less good. I know we got, the Tamer. Why is there... We got the Tamer from BT22. But is that more Gaia focused? Yeah, we got her. When an opponent, if the opponent has a Digimon, gain a memory. When an attack target changes by suspending this Tamer, for the turn, your opponent's Digimon effects don't affect one of your Digimon with Greymon in its name. That's for the turn, right? Yeah, for the turn. Does she even fit? Hold on. So this is what Japan is doing for a War Greymon deck. But do we just steal all of the tech for Black War Greymon? Because what is this doing? So it has just some generic... Oh, it's using Warp Agu into one of these. And then this just warps natively. Okay. So this is more designated towards, like, warping. Because it's really not playing any level 5. So this is actually a bond deck. Okay. So we could ignore that. I'm, like, sitting here trying to think, like, wait, hold up. Something's not right. I was looking at the wrong style of deck. It's bond. Red hybrids. That's Gaiamon. Or not Gaiamon. Genku. Heroes? No, Gamma. Okay, so here, this is what I'm looking for. Alright. This is what I'm looking for. So, this is running a black base. Using Searcher, that one, and the Black Agu X. Then they're still using the one red and Hades Force. And then they're maxing out on this. Okay. Is this doing something similar? So this is using the purple Agu X. I don't know if I like the purple Agu X. I mean, it is a virus. I'll give it that. Really? That one? These decks are just all over the place. Holy crap. I guess it's like just proving there's no real right or wrong answer. I'm just trying to find like some consistency in what these decks are doing. So this is running a black base because they're using this. I don't mind thinking about using Cool Boy. Why are they using this one? We have the new one. Why? Alright, what is this even doing? So this is black base still. See, this is smart. So they're using the Gaio combo. See, this is smarter. I feel like this is smarter. We're gonna steal from this. Alright? We're gonna go from here. So let's reset this, because this is all garbage. Agumon. And then they're using a black base. So they are using this Agumon. This Agumon. Because this what? Searches? Yeah, this looks for Greymon or X antibody. Then they're using this Agumon, right? Because this is just the starter deck one? Yeah. So we have our 3 Agus. They're running 3, 4, 4. Why are they running 3 on this one? And then I can't see what Koro they're using, but they're on black scrambles. I like the Cool Boy and the X antibody. So let's go to Greymon. What are they? So they are on... Oh! They're on the DM. Okay. They're on Security Greymon? So let's go level 4s first. So they're on Security Greymon? Interesting. Is this just better than Security Greymon, though? So we're on this, and then Greymon X. I know that's a lot of Greymons, but I'm just getting the cards out first. Then they're running 3 of this, and then... What does this card do? So, by placing a card from our hand face down to the bottom Digivolution source, delete up to a 5k? Oh, is it literally in here just for security attack +1? I guess the inheritable to gain memory when they attack and redirect is important. Yeah. So like I could get behind this. I don't hate this card. I don't like the fact that it's just a tie tamer, but what can you do? I'm puzzled as why are they running this? Cuz this doesn't seem like it's the optimal. Is it because it's a virus? It can't be because it's a virus because they're not playing the new tech yet. So why are they playing that? So we're getting rid of this and we're using the Japanese build. So they're running 2, 4, 1, 2. So 1, 2, 2. So this sets up the tie tamer. So would we just rather play this? I think we honestly would rather just play this. Like, play these two. Over the DM one. Because this one makes no sense. And then we probably would run 1 ace, 2 black wars, and then some X antibodies. So like 2 black wars, or would we do 1 ace? Where's the ace? Mr. Ace. 1 ace, and then 3 of this. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But, like, so in my perspective, we would honestly rather just run this if we're going for the same type of inheritable, because we could force the opponent to lose a security. Like, yeah, okay, sure, the opponent needs to have a Digimon in order to do this. But if we make our Digimon big enough and hard enough to interact, then wouldn't this just be easier than just security attack +1? I mean, I guess deleting, like, a floodgate is kind of relevant. And the face down card doesn't matter so much. So, I guess it's a toss-up. Because the security attack +1 is just a generically good effect. Because they are... So, the big difference is they are on Gaiomon, and we're on Black War. So, that's a big difference. Yeah, so I think, like, this combo's a little bit better with Black War. Because we're not trying to go, like, big punchy. And Gaiomon, from what I've seen, is about big punchy. So I think, like, this fits a little bit better with the control game plan. Because we could give their Digimon the debuff, and then they're going to be forced to swing, and then we could change the attack into him. Well, I guess because of collision, too. And then when he becomes unsuspended, we just get to delete one of their lowest. Yeah, so... make them play into the ace. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, that's why this card exists, is to force them into ace position. But I do still think, like, this card is very valid. Or do we just get rid of him just for this? Just capitalize on ace? What does this Alteris mode do? Does this do anything good? Delete one of the opponent's Digimon with 8,000 DP or less. If you have a Garurumon or a Tamer with tie, you could Digivolve. Not entirely great. Then let's finish copying and pasting. So they're running X antibody. White. So Cool Boy, X antibody. How many Cool Boys? 3. And then we got the X antibody. 2 Hades. Hades. 3 Scrambles. Oops. There we go. Is that Scramble or is that training? No, that's training. Yeah, it's black training. It ain't no scrambling. And then 2 Garnets. Oh, we need the Omnimons. And then what else? So I know we're going to be... Oh, the ties. They're running the 4-cost ties. Interesting. Alright, so we have their deck. And now we just need to look at the new cards and see what the new cards are doing to fit in. Outside of using the Black Greymon Ace and Metal Greymon. So, we could go back to EX10. Alright, so, Virus Agumon. Is this worth running? Maybe. So this is giving us a memory. This is increasing DP. This is also increasing DP, but this is an on-play searcher. It's so hard. This has to be off of a Koromon too. I mean, I guess this has to be off Koromon also. Is this Koromon really the one that we want to run? This isn't showing me an egg, unfortunately. But I could guess that they're running a red egg. Because, no, they could be running a black egg because of the black Agu X. So, black Koromons. So, maybe this is good enough? Gao wants to mix both styles into a single Digimon, but doesn't quite do either as well. Yeah, so, like, we could still use that as a base or foundation to try to see if some of the new tools are going to fit into here. Because, like, finding the deck space for this is very difficult. Because am I going to want to run this over, like, some of these? Like, you can make the argument you could run it over this. But I think, like, when the attack target changes, gaining a memory for how this deck functions is actually pretty important. A little bit more important than, like, the plus on the DP, because we have other ways of gaining plus DP. Because this is at least giving us plus DP. This is giving us plus DP. Black Ace supposedly gives us plus DP. So, like, Black Ace reasonably should be, on average, 16. And then we still have Black Greymon. And we still need the X antibody stuff. Because that's where some of the protection's coming from. I mean, granted, one of the biggest flaws of the deck is 1, de-digivolve, and 2, source stripping. Like, hey, I'm just going to take your X antibodies out, and then you lose all of your protections. Like, whoop-de-doo. Yeah, and then this gives us extra memory and card draw. This is the deck's memory setter. So is it literally just these two? Because I don't know if I want to run this Agumon. As good as it is, I don't think I have the space to run that or the Greymon. If you play new BT22 Tamer, that's more DP? Yeah. It's just finding the room for her. Like, I want to run her. Black, Tamer, Greymon. Like, she's really good. Because she also synergizes with attack target changing, which is what this deck is doing. So, like, do I cut Cool Boy for her? I think she's, like, she's definitely worth a 2 of. It's just, what do I cut for her? That's the big problem. Because I'm already pretty slim on a lot of my stuff as is. I think they were running, like, 1 less of this, and I would probably run 1 more of that. So, like, where do I cut? That's the big question. Because I do think she's worth it. Like, she's probably worth it more than Yugo. Yugo's also pretty good. But unfortunately, like, we're forced. So, like, I could get rid of this, and I could get rid of this, and that doesn't mean I'm forced to run this. So maybe that's the play. So if I get rid of this, I get rid of this, and I get rid of this. And then that lets me get rid of this as well. I could play... But unfortunately, there's no, like, real way to set Yugo up. That's the big problem. Because I don't think we got any other Greymon stuff in BT22, right? We got the Rise. That's basically it. Yeah. Because it was just that Rise and Gaio. So that's probably not enough. So I could run like this and this. It's just we don't have a good way of playing Tamer out. The new Rise is a good card. Yeah, the only problem is I don't think that the Rise sets up our ace. If you have 1 or fewer Tamers, when digivolving, if you have 1 or fewer Tamers from your hand without paying the cost, you could play a red or black Tamer with a play cost of 4 or less, or one with the CS trait. Like, I could do that and straight up abandon Metal Greymon X. But I think, like, that's not necessarily where the deck wants to be. It's just there's no other way to set up the tamers. So, like, I still think we're kind of forced to just run the tie tools. Oh, 1, 2, 3. So we just need to find a way to squeeze her in, and then I think we're okay. Because I think this flows a little bit better. Like, I like the Rise tech because it's still rating, it's still attack redirection, which is what this also cares about when an attack target switches. It's just, the big question is Rise Greymon better than Metal Greymon X Antibody? Especially knowing that we are trying to ace as well. That's the ultimate question. Because Rise also doesn't force the ace. It interacts with our cards, but it doesn't force the ace like this card does. And we don't have, and it's not giving us protection. It's just changing where we're setting up our tamers from our level 4s to our level 5s. Does X Antibody protect against Source Strip? This card does. These do not. So, like, if they literally strip out, like, so let's just say I'm using this as protection with the X Antibody option and whatnot. They could literally just take this card out of my inheritables, and then I don't have protection anymore. So this literally wouldn't be doing anything. I think maybe I do go 1 Protoform, though. Just in the off chance that I do need to Digivolve a little bit cheaper, because these are actually kind of expensive. Or maybe I do just go 2 Protos. Because then I could still add back a piece. And this is only good when attacking, so... maybe I do just cut the Omnimons. But Omnimon's like the win con. Because we're also running X Antibodies, so we could get full benefit off of this. And it also has Raid and Piercing, which still allows us to redirect. We won't get benefit off of this because it won't have Greymon in its name. So maybe we cut down an Omnimon. So we found 1 cut. So now we just need to find the last cut, and then I think this is pretty good. Maybe cut down a Hades Force. Because, like, it is a cute card, but it's not an effective one. Honestly, I could probably just get rid of Hades Force, but Hades Force sometimes could just win the game on the spot, depending on the matchup. Just because of the fact that this only deletes 1 tamer, and this can basically just wipe their field of tamers, so we could use this to delete something else. Or use this to delete something else. There's an argument for just cutting it for, like, another Garnet memory boost or something. So, like, what's our big... actually, let's look at Coromons for a second. Coromons. Let's see if there's a better Coromon. Ideally, we want black base. What does this do? When an opponent's Digimon is deleted, if this Digimon has Greymon in its name, draw a card. When an attack target switch gain plus 1000 DP. Adventures gets plus 1000 DP. And then when an attack target changes, draw a card. I think, yeah, this Coromon's probably good enough. And then when it comes to the rest of this, I think she's good because she's also just more protection. Yeah, I think we kind of need this just to force attacks so we could keep getting protection. And we just need good, quick ways of getting into this card. Like, this probably is becoming a way more important card than it reasonably should be. There's an argument just to go all protos. Because this card... Or not this card. This one. Because this will return... This gets rid of the card from the source, right? When a Greymon or X antibody in its name would be deleted or returned to the hand or deck by an effect, by placing one X antibody from this Digimon's Digivolution source to the bottom of the owner's deck, we get to prevent the deletion. Or we get to prevent it from leaving play. So I guess it really doesn't matter which one of these we use. Because we're not using it for anything else but the protection, but I guess that's why they like using this one, because it protects itself from source stripping. And then we're still playing the tie, because this also gives plus 2000 DP until the end of the turn, so that's pretty alright for DP boosting. No, I think, like, this is probably the way, like, it feels like this is supposed to be what it's supposed to be. Yeah, I think I like it. So, as far as new support, what this does to Blackwell Greymon, does this make the deck actually more playable? Probably not. Like, it's fine. It's doing stuff. I think it's, like, literally on the same level as, like, Beelzeon and Belf, where it's just, like, these decks are kind of not really, like, outdated, but they don't have hyper, like, the hyper playstyle that we currently find ourselves in. Like, we're using some of the new pieces. We have a whole bunch of different variants on how we could play Greymon. For the most part, we're using the majority of the same low-end cards, but I think that Greymon's slowly getting better. It's just, I don't think this is the big enough push that the deck really needs. Alright. So, if this looks good to everyone, I think this looks okay. Again, these are not meant to be, like, competitive ready out of the gates. They're just thought experiments on what new cards are doing, if we're even going to be using them. I think, like, forcing the blast is really good. Especially since, like, 13k is such an easy threshold for the opponent to accidentally reach. Like, they'll have to conscientiously be aware of that. Like, it's not a bad ace. And then when we don't have ace, we have Blackwell Greymon X. So, alright. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 decks left. So, we will probably do Lucimon next, because that's what I have here. So, oops. Export. Copy. Alright. I'll hold on to the Japanese website. Alright, so Lucimon, what is his new support doing? Let's go ahead and import the deck first. Import. Alright, so now we have Lucimon up here, and now we can see what he was doing. So let's look at his new support and see what he's going to be potentially doing. So EX10, more purple. Actually, all right. Boop. All right. So, Cupimon. When any of your Digimon with Lucimon in their name moves from the breeding area to the battle area, you get a trash a card from your hand, draw one, gain one. Probably better than this. So, the egg is 100% getting replaced. When it comes to this Lucimon. So, he has blocker in our breeding area. This Digimon may move. Oh, so when we Digivolve into him, he could just straight up move out. That's pretty good. End of your turn by returning 5 cards with Lucimon in its text from your trash to the bottom of your deck. This Digimon can Digivolve into a Chaos mode from our trash for free. So that's pretty good. Probably, oh god. This is where, like, I wish I was better at Lucimon, so that way I would know if, like, this probably 100% is worth running. It's just, is it worth running over these two? Because both of these are really good. Maybe we get rid of just this one, because this one's, like, the weakest link. And play the new one. Because, like, just the recovery one is, like, fine. But that's essentially what this is trying to do. It puts the opponent into a bad spot. Where they either have to trash their security or let me recover. Every new Lucimon card is exactly what he needs. I just don't know the ratios. Like, because I want to just straight up go 4. Like, 4-4-4. But I don't think realistically I can. Do we cut Ukomon? You run 2 to 4 of the new Lucimon? Yeah, but do we cut Ukomon? I feel like maybe we could cut Uko, but, like, I know the deck doesn't necessarily have that great of searching power. Because this Lucimon, when Digivolving, when attacking by trashing a card from our hand, your opponent may delete one of their Digimon or Tamers, and then if they don't, recover 1. When this card would leave the battle area, we get to delete one of... Wait, hold up. We get to delete one of their Digimon for them trying to do something to us? Holy. When this Digimon would leave the battle area, your opponent may delete one of their Digimon or Tamers. If this effect didn't delete, it doesn't leave. So it's either you... Oh, okay. So either I leave with something or I don't leave at all. Got it. That's pretty good. Not gonna lie. That's really good. I'll start off by taking out Ukomon just for deck space. Like, I know that's probably wrong, but just for deck space. Because they're also running these. I don't know if this is necessary. Probably is. I'm going to take out Ruin Mode just because I hate Ruin Mode. And, oh god, the Crutch of Leviamon. The Crutch. It's probably correct, considering it did something. Same thing with the Ukomon, that's why I hate cutting them. So this feels like it's at least a 2 of. Like, this doesn't seem super great, but I think... Is it better than this one? When this Digimon would leave the battle area by trashing the bottom of your security, it doesn't leave. So wait, hold on. When this Digimon would leave the battle area by trashing the bottom security card, your bottom security card, it doesn't leave. So sacrificing a security to keep this Lucimon around versus maybe keep him around. The when attacking part's really good, though. If I'm going down, I'm taking something with me. Yeah. I think this is probably a 2 of. Like, obviously, this is the best one. Still. So, there's an argument to go, like, a 2-2 split on these. That's probably fine. Like a 2-2 split. Because they're both valid. They're both good. Because we were, what, running 3 of this before? Like 3 and 4? So now we're running 2, 2, and 4. What does this Satan mode even do? So by playing 1 Lucimon larva from your trash to an empty area in your breeding, delete all of the opponent's Digimon with the highest level. Is that what the old one does too? Lucimon larva from your trash to an empty space. Delete one of the opponent's Digimon or Tamers. So this just straight up deletes Digimon or Tamers. This is deleting all of the opponent's Digimon with the highest level. So far, I don't know if that's better. When Digivolving, when attacking once per turn, your opponent may delete one of their Digimon or Tamers. If this effect didn't, trash the top card and unsuspend. What is the second part? End of all turns, trash the top card of the opponent's security stack. If this effect didn't trash, delete one of their Digimon or Tamers. Is this even better? The new Satan mode doesn't feel better. The new one feeds the lack of aggression. That's fair. I just think that, like, the fact that this could delete Tamers is kind of relevant. But this is way more aggressive. I will concede that. Because this also could potentially delete more Digimon. And what? This they have the... Does this give them an option? Delete one of your opponent's Digimon or Tamers. End of all turns. See, like, this is end of all turns, though. But I guess this could end games. Because you swing, delete one of their Digimon or Tamers, and then you get to, if you didn't, because they didn't want to, then you get to unsuspend, and then you can make another swing. Trash the top card of the... This trashes the top card of the opponent's security by default, though. Yeah, the old one is really good at controlling. I think maybe just for the aggression, like, I think maybe it's just a 1-1. Like, you toolbox it. Because, like, nothing about this deck even remotely seems fast or aggressive to me. Like, this card's not being fast or aggressive. This card's not being fast or aggressive. This card, if anything, is, like, controlling and defensive. Like, we don't have a level 5 that just punches for damage. What does the new option do? If you have a Lucimon on your field, you could use this without using the color requirements. From your trash, if you have a Digimon with Lucimon in its name, by returning this card to the bottom of the deck, trash the top card of the... Trash your top security card and one of your Digimon attacks without suspending. This is good. This is the aggressive part of the deck. Then until the end of the opponent's turn, so that's just using it from the trash. You just get to attack for free. If you have a Digimon with Lucimon, by returning this card to the bottom of your deck, trash the top. Yeah, so for 1 security, you just get to attack for free. That's really good. Until the end of your turn, one of your Digimon with Lucimon in its name gained Raid, Piercing, and Blocker. And plus 3,000 DP. Woo-wee! So do we finally wean off of Leviamon for this? Like, is that the play? Do we just wean off of Levia? Like, I think the aces are valuable, but, like... You feel like the old one is too slow? I mean, like, this card helps make it more, punchy. Quite literally, it makes it punchy. I mean, they're just going to choose to delete their Digimon, right? Your opponent may delete one of their Digimon or Tamers. So, I guess you want to try to clear their field, then swing, and then they don't have anything to delete, so you get to unsuspend. So, like, this is the payoff for deleting everything on their field, is this card. So if you control the game properly, then this card should just be able to double swing. That's what I'm feeling off of what this card is doing. But we definitely need to find space for the option. So do we actually wean off of Biting Crush? So if I wean off of Biting Crush, I could potentially put the Ukomons back in, and then I could get rid of the Leviamons and try to play more Satan modes. Levia is finally not needed. That's what I thought. I'm like, there's no way that we actually still need Leviamon. Like, he feels very much like a crutch. We probably still need Darkness Wave, though, to feed our trash. So, is this a 2 or a 4 of? No, this is probably a 3 of. We could probably up something. So we could probably put you back to 3, keep you at 2. Although you're also an aggressive card. Like, it definitely feels like, because of the when attacking part, they really want to try to push the aggression up. We could probably put Lucimon back up and put Ukomon back in. What about the other option? We could play that. We could put this in. Like, we have space for it. When your Digimon in the breeding area may Digivolve into a Lucimon in your trash without paying the cost, then put this card in the battle area by Digivolving one of your Lucimon in its name into a Lucimon. Basically, by Digivolving a Lucimon into a Lucimon, you get a trash. You get to reduce the Digivolution cost by 3 and trash an option. This isn't terrible because of this card. So, like, you use this card to Digivolve into this, and then you could move this out immediately because of its breeding when Digivolving ability. And that kind of sets it up where at the end of your turn, you could potentially Digivolve it into a Chaos mode, which would not trigger this immediately because you just played it, but I could see the potential. Dead or Alive? Dead or Alive's in here. Dead or Alive is at 3 currently. I think maybe this could be a one of, like a cute one of. Maybe. So maybe we put the Ukos back in. My only problem with Ukomon is he's eating up our eggs, and now because of this card, our eggs are a little bit more valuable. So, like, do we have to go 5 eggs? See, this card's a lot better now because of this card. Because we could Digivolve into the Lucimon for the same cost as it would be from our hand, except we get to do it from our trash. Move it out immediately and then gain a memory and draw a card. It just feels very good. Uko feels bad. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I think now because we actually have this card, we don't need Ukomon. So maybe we play, maybe we play a memory boost. Where's the... Here we go. So maybe we play Amber Memory Boost. You never play Uko, but New Lucimon adds, re-adds level 2s to the deck. Does he? Hold on. In text. I totally missed the in-text part. Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he does. So I guess we're like not super afraid if we add Uko, but I don't know if we need to. I would probably just run a couple of memory boosts just because like memory boosts. I don't think we have reasonable ability to run like we can't run the scrambles, and I don't think this deck needs training at all because we're digivolving by effects most of the time. So I think like just splashing in some memory boost for consistency is really good. And then do I just clean up on ratios for the most part? I mean, I have 2 deck slots, so like maybe I play another Gossip. Either that or I play like just more Lucimon cards. Because I also don't know if we need the aces. I think keeping Lucimon X at 2 is probably fine. When your opponent may trash the top card of their security. If they didn't trash, recover 1, delete one of the opponent's Digimon or Tamers at the end of your turn. All turns, when this Digimon would leave the battle area, if Lucimon is in this Digimon's Digivolution source, by trashing both players' top security, it doesn't leave. I like Lusa X. Lusa X is a very strong card. So I have 2 deck slots. What do you think they should be, chat? I am by far not a Lucimon expert. I could see a line to run just a lot of different cards. So I could run like another Larva. I could run more Lucimons. I could run like just another draw engine card, like just draw something, like a Sistermon. Or I could run like at that logic, literally just an option. More Satan mode. So probably one more on the aggressive Satan, and then do I just up the Lucimon X then? Yeah, I feel like having this as a one of is probably fine. But because of this option, probably running this is actually better. That's why like looking at a card in a vacuum is like fine and dandy, but like having the full picture generally makes for better assessment. So like if this card didn't exist, I probably wouldn't really consider using this as a 2 of and this as a 1 of. But should I just run like one more Lucimon X antibody, or should I just put in another Lucimon? One less memory boost, one more Gospel. I could see that. Gospel's actually pretty good. Like Gospel, if it was not for this card, I don't think Gospel would be playable. We're still running the Darkness Wave because we want cards in our trash, and then just being able to grab something back is nice. Do we need a Tamer? Like, do we need a Tamer? I guess that would be, like, the last thing is, like, maybe a Tamer to do stuff, like a Mimi or something. Just because we are pretty option heavy and Mimi can help make our options cheap. Another good tamer is probably Digimon Emperor. Just because Digimon Emperor is Digimon Emperor. Oh, Genai. We get to reveal the top 3, add a level 3 non-white Digimon card and a non-white Tamer card. I mean, we don't have a lot of tamers, and the rest go to the bottom. When the opponent's level 5 or higher Digimon attacks, we get to suspend this tamer to move one Digimon out from our breeding area. What does this do? In our breeding area, all turns, Lucimon. Maybe we don't need Janai. Maybe he's too cute. Shoto was the tamer. But the new option and new Lucimon do his role. Yeah. I mean, we could still throw in, like, Shoto as a one of. Like, it's not awful. I'm just trying to think, is there anything, like, is there anything else we would want? We have Mirai, Archangel, Fallen Angel. Are these Fallen Angels? No. Is this a Fallen Angel? No, just Demon Lords. Because I know there's this for Demon Lords. Like, we gotta try to look for our Lucimon. It doesn't help with these. Or these, I guess. But maybe that's not that great. Maybe the one of Mimi. Or one of Digimon Emperor. What does this do, actually? Hold on. If you have... memory setter, and then by placing a level 3 Digimon from our hand under this tamer, we get to draw one. If we don't have a Digimon, by placing... Oh, this only works with cost 3 or less. Darn. By placing 1 3 or less Digimon from under this tamer. I was like, could we use this to cheat out Lucimon? The answer is no. I think, like, Digimon Emperor is still just one of the better ones. Like, better generic tamers. Just because we are trying to delete the opponent's Digimon a lot. And it punishes them for specific playlines. Because, like, tamer-wise, it's either that or, like, Mimi. Like I said. Just to make our options. Battle NPC would be broken if he could. Yeah. Future-proofing? In Digimon? In this economy? Who would have thought? There's Kari. That's a potential card. No, I think, like, maybe a one of Digimon Emperor is probably okay. Because, like I said, it's either Digimon Emperor or Mimi is, like, the best tamers for this deck. So, I think this is probably okay for Lucimon. Like, I don't know. This feels a lot better. I could potentially get rid of the aces if I really wanted to. But I don't particularly hate the aces. Did we get any better aces, actually? I guess that's something to look at. Oh, but they need to be angel-based. Right. So, I don't think we got any new aces. I'm just looking. Yeah, no. We didn't get any new angel-based aces. So, that's a kibosh. Which is fine. You wouldn't run the Sephiroth, just the Cherub, because he cheats Lucimon? So if I get rid of Sephiroth, or Shadow Seraphi, I could probably just put more Digimon Emperors or Mimis in. Or just fill out some extra curve space. So I don't particularly hate that idea. Oh. So probably like something like this. It doesn't even have to be specifically Digimon Emperor. It could just be other filler cards, like, or not really filler cards, just other cards. So I could like I could down a Digimon Emperor and up a Cherubi. Does this count as, it's a 3 Gray Angel. Does this interact with 3 Gray Angels? Yes, it does. Okay. So I think this looks a lot cleaner. It doesn't look bad. I mean, I'm not a Lucimon expert by any stretch of the word, but this feels, it seems like it would feel pretty decent to run. Now, the big question is, does this actually make Lucimon better? That's the ultimate question. I think it does, but by how much, I can't measure. So I probably would say when it comes to Lucimon stuff, I would give it a 7 out of 10. I think it has like the same potential as Leviamon, where like this is probably the best that the deck has ever seen. It definitely seems like it would feel better than Black War, Belphemon, or Beelzeon. In terms of the overall improvements to the deck, I think it's a lot larger of improvements. But I can't, without like actually playtesting and seeing where this deck currently stands against some of the other top decks, 7 out of 10 is probably the safest I can give it. It actually allows the deck to attack, which is way better than before. Oh, 100%. I just, like, in the face of, let's just say, like, Royal Knights, is this actually going to be able to beat Royal Knights? Or is this actually going to be able to beat Omnimon? I don't know. It might be able to. Yeah, it does make Lucimon better, and I think, like, just because of the sheer amount of improvement that the deck has, I do think there is a spot for it in the meta, which is why I'm giving it, like, 7 out of 10. Like, I probably would say, like, maybe I'm being too generous on rocks, and it should actually be, like, an 8 out of 10. But, like, I think, like, at least when it comes to, like, this scale, I probably would say that anything 6 and above, oops, not above, above, so just to kind of like put things on perspective of a scale, anything 6 or above, I probably say is meta competitive to some extent. So having that big disclaimer there might help people's like, oh, why are you rating X so low? It's just like, well, because this is in context of the support it's getting. It really isn't changing the deck, which means it's not good support. So that's why, like, a 7 out of 10 versus a 6 out of 10, where it's just like, okay, you do get some stuff. It does recontextualize the deck. It does kind of make it a little bit more meta viable, but it's not the greatest support because you're not really utilizing all of the new tools, versus like at least a 7 out of 10 is like, hey, this is actually utilizing a good amount of the new tools, and the new tools do help the deck, but I don't know how strong it's going to be, so I'm just going to play it safe and rate it a 7. The 8 out of 10s is also like, okay, yeah, I really know this is going to probably be meta competitive, and this really increases the power of the deck by a good margin, and they're using all of the new tools that they got. So that's kind of like where some of my scaling is, and a 9 out of 10 is just like, hey, yeah, like, I'm probably not going to be giving like 9 or 10 out of 10, because then it's just like, this is just complete power creep, and they're using all of their new tools, and their new tools redefine the deck entirely, and it's also borderline like tier 1 or tier 0 meta competitive. So that's kind of like where my like scale barometer kind of is, because it's based on what new tools are they getting, what how much does it improve? How much does it improve the deck? And is the deck actually able to be competitive even after all of the improvements? Because Dark Master's got a lot of improvements. It's using a lot of its cards. It's just none of them are actually good. So I can't really rate it that high. So hopefully that makes sense as far as the overall scaling, as far as how this is being laid out. And then, no, it's not just going to be an average when it comes to the final score on what all of these are doing. I mean, I could just average it out, and that could be the final score, but you do want one OG Lucimon, to be honest, because the options calling Lucimon for free. I mean, there's deck space to run it, so like you could take out a Cherubimon or take out like a Digimon Emperor. I think I would probably do a Cherubimon. And then you could play like one old Lucimon. Like there's plenty of space to run it. Yeah, so something like that. I think like two of some kind of tamer is still going to be important. Whether it's going to be... I do think, like I said, Mimi or Digimon Emperor probably are the two best tamers for this deck. Digimon Emperor because you're forcing the opponent to delete all of their stuff. And this also slows down the opponent, potentially, if they can't play around it. On top of the fact that Mimi, literally, because we're playing a whole bunch of options, just can make your stuff cheaper. Yeah, it's a tech choice. Oh, and same with the old purple Lucimon. Yeah, like it's all just minor tech choices. That's kind of where playtesting would come in and like refining what the deck is. So like obviously these are all untested decks. This is just pure theory crafting on seeing what the new support is doing, if it's impacting the deck, and by how much of the new stuff we're going to be using to evaluate if this set is actually doing justice for the decks that it's actually trying to support. So, I think we're good on Lucimon here. So yeah, Lucimon definitely seems pretty interesting. It's unfortunate that the deck is probably expensive as sin, but that's not indicative of the new support. That's just Bandai being Bandai. All right, so we got 4 decks left. Creepymon I think is a new deck. Bagra's an older deck. Myotismon is I think a recontextualized deck. And we have Regulus, which is barely support. So, we could go with Bagra. So let's go with Bagra. There we go. Let's see if we can actually find an old Bagra list. Bagra came out, how far ago? Bagra was at least like EX4 BT12. Gosh. Let's go with BT13 to see if there's just a random spiked Bagra list. And kind of just work our way forward from there. Or should we go a little bit further ahead? So we could try starting at BT15, see if there's a Bagra list here. If not, I could always just try to look at Japanland. Bagra, where are you? Oh, Bagra. I know it's done something a total of like once. I just can't remember what format it did it in. There's Apocally. Mitama. BT14? Some of these formats were really short. Oh, that's the North American Finals. What was this deck? I'm looking at this one right here. There it is. Nailed it. Nailed it. All right, here's the Bagra list. The top 32 North American Finals Bagra list. I think this is probably the best that Bagra has ever done. All right, so where's my export? More. Export. Copy. It's a good thing I have some mild memory about the Digimon TCG and competitive history. Import. People underestimate my knowledge base. Boop. All right. So now we go to the... Actually, I'll just type in Bagra here because there's probably not that many cards. Bagra. There we go. All right. So, what changed in Bagra? So we have a new tamer. Oh, this is a Bagra army card too? What? Wild. I guess it makes sense because this is probably based off of the anime. Even though, like, actually it does... It literally has nothing to do with Bagra. So, what are we doing? So, we are Bagra hunters to a degree. So, what are the new tools doing? We got a decent amount of new tools because, like, this is a BT14 card. So, save blocker. Is this doing anything for the deck? When attacking, you get to place one under your tamer, draw a card, and save. So that's probably needed. Psych is a floodgate. Maybe we take out the floodgate. What is this card doing? Reveal the top 4. So this is the Searcher. Looking for Bagra Army in you. So I'll just say we're going to take that out for this. And then is this better than what we just put in? So, at the start of your main phase, we get to place one Bagra Army traded card from our hand or trash as any of the Bagra Army... Wait, hold on. Reading is so hard. EX10 is basically the Bagra Army set. The set the deck got for most of the support. You wouldn't know heads or tails on how many Bagra cards are doing things. Yeah. So, you may place one Digimon card with Bagra Army from its traits from our hand or trash as any... This is worded really poorly. From your hand or trash as any of your Bagra Army traded Digimon's bottom Digivolution card. Or Tamer. So, this is a mandatory 4 of. So, we're going to take that out. And this is a mandatory 4 of because it's doing something similar to Soundbirdmon. Because the whole point on what made Soundbirdmon so good is the fact that it's fueling our engine. Granted, it's from our hand, and this is from hand or trash. So we could probably go 2 on the Gumdramons then? Alright, so that's a good card. What is this doing? Retaliation, on delete, save, and then blocker. What are you doing? By placing a Bagra Army card from our hand or trash under any of our tamers, we get to draw 1. On delete, we get to play a Tawarmon. With a play cost 7 or... Wait, we get to play a Tawarmon? So we kill him, we play out the other level 4 from under our tamer, and then this card goes under our tamer. So this has the inheritable of drawing a card. What does this actually have the inheritable of? Drawing a card. This is just a blocker. Are we running Tuarmon? What does the new Tuarmon actually do? That's the important question. Because I don't think we could get rid of the ones that are gaining memory. Because these are the important cards to have underneath our Digimon. Because the whole point of Bagra Army is to punish the opponent for doing something. It's just like, oh, you played a Digimon. Cool. Get rid of my sources. I'm going to gain memory. So it really constricts the memory usage. So like we can't get rid of these as a result. So we could probably get rid of this because this is just retaliation on delete save. So we could replace that with this. And then we need to find a space for this Tuarmon because this has rush and collision. So actually, if that's the case, we could probably just get rid of the arrestor then. So we could get rid of the arrestor because this is essentially fulfilling the same role where it's going to have rush. It has collision, which is a little bit unfortunate. And then on play, when digivolving, when attacking, once per turn, by trashing any one Digivolution source from any of your Bagra Army traded Digimon, one of your Bagra Army Digimon gains blocker and retail until the end of the opponent's turn, and then it has save. And it even has a Digicross. So I think maybe this is like a one of. So maybe we go down on this card. I mean, this is still fueling our engine, though, because we get to place a Bagra Army trading card from our hand or trash underneath our Tamer. So, like, this is still pretty important. So maybe it's just finding an extra space for another Tuarmon. Like, I vaguely remember, like, I have a Bagra Army deck built because it was, like, borderline dirt cheap. So it's just trying to figure out what the new cards are doing and how much of them I want to use. Because we still have, like, a lot of these cards, like the Dark Knight stuff as well. Is this BT? Yeah, this is EX10 as well. So, is this doing anything? By trashing one card from your hand, we get to delete one of the opponent's Digimon with a play cost 4 or less. I think this is just too expensive. I think we don't even bother wasting our time with these. By trashing one card in our hand, we get to return one Digimon with Nightmon in its text or Bagra Army or Twilight in a straight from our hand. So this is like a recycler. The only problem is it's just so expensive. Like, obviously, it wants us to hard play it, but we don't get that much great benefit for hard playing it. Like, honestly, we're probably just better off just using some of these cards. So, as far as the Tactimon, on play when digivolving, you may choose one Digimon, then delete one chosen Digimon, and one of your opponent's Digimon with the highest or lowest level as it. Wait, what? You get to choose a Digimon from... Choose one of your opponent's Digimon, delete the chosen Digimon, and one of the opponent's Digimon with as high or low a level of it. Okay, so it just deletes 2 Digimon. I wish some of the wording would be more clear as far as what it's trying to do. Just delete 2 Digimon. Got it. When a Bagra Army trade card would leave the battle area by an effect by trashing 2 of this Digimon's Digivolution source, it doesn't leave. That's pretty good. Do we need this, actually? The Muso Knight? Oh, it's also... Oh, but it's a play cost 10. I'm like, oh, it's a Tuarmon. I think we keep this just for the de-digivolve. Return up to 2 black cards from our trash. Yeah, so this is the recursion that we're looking for. Well, we're not really looking for. We just have. On deletion, we get to play a mono named card from our hand or trash, and then save. During your turn, while this Digimon is Bagra or Twilight, level 5 or higher, Digimon. Oh, it has security attack +1. So this is the punch factor. So this is probably needed because this is how we're setting up our tamer, because otherwise we don't have a good way to set up our tamer. Other than just hard playing him. We probably don't need the Death X anymore. What does this do? So he has Rush. On play, this Digimon has 3 Digivolution sources, then he gains Blitz. So we're supposed to use the U to fuel him, so he's basically just the attack for game type card. During the opponent's turn, when an opponent's Digimon attacks by trashing one of this Digimon's Digivolution source, delete one of the opponent's level 4 or lower Digimon. Is that... how much... what about the new one? Is the new one not here? The new one should be here. Why is it not here? That is Blastmon. Yeah, that's this card. Yeah, it is EX10. And it is Bagra Army. Then why didn't it show up? Oh, it's right here. Duh. Alright. So what does this do? Collision, Fragment 3, and Blocker. So, like, all of these new level 6s are really good. So, on play when Digivolving, until the end of the opponent's turn, give them a forced attack. And then when a Digimon attacks by trashing 2 of its Digivolution source, then this Digimon gains plus 3,000 and a security attack 1. I wish this had piercing. This would be better if it had piercing. I don't know if this makes it in. Basically delete one of yours, then delete something equal or less. Yeah. Also, the deck was lacking a good level 5. Does it actually have a good level 5 now? Or is it still lacking a good level 5? Because we have technically the Dark Knight that is a Bagra army, but I don't know if we run this, because I think we would literally just be better off running a actual just like Muso Knight or something. Because, like, I think that warps the deck too much around Dark Knightmon because of how good he could be. And he also is not playing with the whole theme of, like, hey, we're just going to put stuff under. Is this deck actually milling to where we want to use Rivals? Probably not. This card's a little bit more reasonable because deleting one of ours to delete one of theirs is fine. This is reasonable. We need the Buzzing Fist. We get to reveal the top 3 cards of our deck. Add 1 card with Bagra Army in our hands. Trash the rest. Then place a Bagra Army traded card from our trash underneath one of our Tamers. So that's good. That's fine. I don't know exactly if we need the Claw. The Claw. This is a good removal card, but I don't know if we need it. We get to place up to 3 Bagra Army traded from our trash under one of our Digimon. It's a battery, though. Like, that's why we need the old Tacti, is because the old Tacti is a battery. But it's just so expensive. Because it doesn't have any cost reductions, and it's just relying on, it's relying on other stuff. So, what actually does, isn't there a new Lilith, too, in here? So, let's first start off... yeah, here's the Lilith. So, let's read what the Bagramon does. So, on play when Digivolving, you get to place one of your opponent's Digimon as... wait. You get to place one of the opponent's Digimon as the bottom Digivolution source of their Tamer. So, basically the same type of thing, right? If the opponent has 1 or fewer Digimon, you get to look at the opponent's hand or trash. Wait. If the opponent has 1 or fewer Digimon in play, look at the opponent's hand and trash 1 card from it. If the opponent has 2 or more Digimon, you get to basically combine them. So you get to place one of the opponent's Digimon as the bottom Digivolution source under any of their tamer cards, so it's a little bit easier to use. And then all turns, when any of the opponent's Digimon or Tamer Digivolves, or in effect places a card underneath them by trashing any two of the Digivolution stars, trash the top card of the opponent's security. That's basically the same thing as this. So I think it is just a strict upgrade. And then is Darkness just a strict upgrade? New Lilith is good. Yeah, I'll take a look at Lilith in a second. This wants us to use Dark Nightmon, but that's what this is for, right? Yeah. Okay. What is this Digicross with? Dark Nightmon also. Okay. So the new Bagra, on play when Digivolving, choose one card in the opponent's hand without looking at it. Place it at the bottom of their Digivolution source or under any of their Tamers. Then, by placing 3 Bagra Army trade cards from your trash as the top Digivolution source, delete one of their Tamers or Digimon. Delete one of their Digimon or Tamers with cards under it. So basically, it just takes a card from their hand, throws it underneath a card, then this card will just straight up delete it, and it's fueling itself. Got it. What does this do? Delete one of the opponent's Digimon, then you get to place up to 5 Bagra Army traded cards from your trash to the bottom. And then during the opponent, when they attack by trashing any 5, return all Tamers to their hand. I think that's what made this card suck, because it returns yours as well. Then all turns, this Digimon gains the all turns effects of all Bagra Army traded Digimon in its Digivolution source. That's pretty good. So he just has more all turns. So does this have an all turns? No. Is it just the new stuff that has all turns? Yes. Got it. So now let's look at the new Lilith. The new Queen. On play when Digivolving, until your opponent's turn ends, give one of their Digimon or Tamers the end of turn. Delete one of your Digimon. So wait, what is the point? Why do you give that to a Tamer? Give until the end of your turn, delete. Oh, so that way they can't get rid of their Tamer, so it's forced to trigger that ability. Got it. Then during all turns once per turn, when any of your opponent's Digimon are played or deleted, which they would be off of her effect, by trashing any 2 of this Digimon's Digivolution source, play a level 4 or lower purple card from your trash for free. That's really good. She's like an auto include. I don't know how many, but she's definitely a very good card. Some of the old stuff has all turns as well. Is it just with this card? This Digimon gains all turns effects of all level 6 Bagra Army traded Digimon. So it's just the level 6s that it's gaining the abilities from. So this doesn't have an all turns. It's just an opponent's turn. He has an all turns, so you could use it with this. But this all turns is the same thing as this, so it literally doesn't matter. Although this is also once per turn. This is not an all turns. So does the Lilith have an all turns? The old Lilith? The old Lilith did not have an all turns. So Lilith, so yeah, the new Bagra just wants the new stuff. Because your opponent has a Digimon that has immunity. Oh, yeah, that's true. Like, immunity or a Tamer, so that way they just can't get rid of it so that they're forced to. Then what does this card actually do? So, by placing 1 Bagra Army or Twilight card from your hand or trash under this Tamer, you draw 1. Already really good. Then when any of your Bagra Army or traded cards with Digicross would be played by suspending this tamer. One card from under your tamer and one card from your trash. You could use the Digicross. Oh, so it's just the normal Digicross card. So that's probably at least a 3 of. We're probably not going to be using this option. So, like, what are we actually doing here? So that's what I'm going to have to, like, stop and think, like, what are we actually doing? What is the goal? We have a lot of stuff. Because we have a lot of stuff. So I think maybe the new Tactimon is good enough to run. Because it's the removal. And then it's also the protection. When any of your Bagra army... Yeah, so we have to run this. I think, like, do we just run all of the new stuff at 2s? Like 2-2-2? When Digimon attack by trashing 2. So this is the punch factor, and it gets extra DP. So it can help clear walls. I think, like, we kind of are forced to run these. So it's a -6, so that means it's a 7 cost to hard play. So essentially, are we just getting up into Muso Knight and then kind of just digicrossing into these? Because with you, we should be able to make our digicrosses even cheaper. The old Bagra is cheaper, but I'm not sure that matters. The old Bagra, that's a 14 versus a 13. So the new one is cheaper. This doesn't have a Digicross. This does have a Digicross. So I think the new one is still just strictly better. So I think, like, we're running just all of these guys at 2s. This is the only one that's actually worth running when it comes to the old stuff, because of the fact that his on play to get Blitz, if he has 3 underneath, then he gains Rush. So maybe that's too hard to use at this point. So maybe we do just cut him. Like, cut all of the old stuff for all of the new stuff. And then just we're in cleanup phase. Because I think it was because of the Tacti or something else that was giving him sources. When a level 4 or higher Digimon with Bagra Army is played, by placing up to 3 purple cards from under one of your tamers, then you get to reduce the play cost by 2 for each card placed. So the U itself is setting up the Blastmon. Oh wait, how is it? Oh no, that's fine. Yeah, because essentially our low-level stuff is just Floodgate. So, like, the old Blastmon is probably the only one that's actually worth running. What does this actually do? So, when an effect adds a card to the opponent's hand by trashing one of this Digimon's Digivolution, draw 2. So this is just draw on the opponent's turn, versus when an effect adds a card to the opponent's hand, we get a trash 1, and your opponent trashes equal to the number of cards they drew. Yeah, okay, I see why. You'd rather just draw... Like, they're going to draw a whole bunch anyway, and they don't necessarily care. And that could also fuel their strategy. So, yeah. All turns, Uemano can't be deleted. I don't think that matters anymore. On delete, play a Daemon. This is still not a bad card. Like, the old Tawarmon is still a playable card. Old Bragra was for 1 card. New one was for 2. Could have been seeing it wrong. So the old Bagra has the option to where it's just like, if there's 1 or fewer cards, then you get to look at the opponent's hand and trash a card from it. But if the opponent has 2 or more cards, then you basically combine the stacks. So, like, he's either doing nothing or combining the stacks, versus this one, where he is going to just throw a Digimon underneath another card. So, like, they're very comparable to each other. They're both not great, but they're very comparable. But the big thing is the fact that the all turns is basically the same, because the goal is for Darkness Bagramon to have all of the all turns. So that's the real goal. I feel like the deck is not going to be super consistent. So maybe I get rid of the Gumdramon. By placing one card with save and text from your hand under one of your Tamer's draw. Oh, so that's why. Yeah, Gumdramon's helping fuel this. Chumon's the search. So maybe I go down a Duo Tamer, and then I could start thinking about trying to put consistency cards in. I think, like, that's the big thing, like, the big problem with this deck is, like, I feel like I need to run, like, a lot of cards for the engines to work, but now I don't have the consistency tools that I need to be able to try to make my plays super efficient. Like, I get what it's trying to do. Basically, so, like, the idea is we're not actually trying to digivolve into these half the time. Like, they're good when we do, but it's not a requirement. And essentially, we're just trying to use our rookies to put some of these cards underneath our tamers, and then digicross into our high-level Digimon. So that's essentially the game plan for the deck. Like, sometimes, like Gumdramon as an example, like, we don't necessarily care. We'll just throw, we'll Digivolve into Dark Knightmon, or we'll just hardplay Dark Knightmon and throw stuff underneath him. Yeah, Bagra definitely is a really difficult deck to build because... Oh, shit. No! I spilled my water. Hold on, chat. I gotta clean up my mess. Oh, great. I can't believe I did that. Alright, I'll just have to let the carpet soak in the rest. But yeah, Bagra is a really difficult deck to build because there's just too many things that it needs. And not enough space for it to have everything. Hopefully it didn't spill on anything important. No, not really. It was just my rug. So, like, I have one card slot left, and I'd probably just up a Buzzing Fist. Because, like, the big problem is trying to find the tamers and setting up the tamer. Like, that's the biggest issue. So, like, I feel like we definitely would want trainings in here. But, like, what do I start cutting for the training option? Because, like, this is actually a really good card for the deck, too, because we actually digivolve from our 3s to our 4s half the time. Because this has, we get a... Because they still have save, right? Yeah, so at least they have save. Yeah, they don't have super save. Super save would be nice, but don't have super save. So maybe I do start cutting like Soundbirdmon or something. You may place one card from your hand or trash to any of your bottom. Oh, so okay, so these cards help draw a card. So that's the idea, is the inheritables of the new stuff is supposed to help draw cards into what you need. But I guess that's kind of like too late, because you like what, mulligan for a U or a U and Nene, and like that's your whole game plan, is just try to start off with a tamer and some rookies to get going. I don't know if that's super great. Um But yeah, like I've been ignoring Twitch chat. Has Twitch chat said anything? Twitch chat has not said anything. So I don't believe in Bagra. Like, I'm just gonna be flat out honest. I really don't believe in Bagra, but like at least this hopefully is a good direction to start going. So let's take the trainings out, even though I think the trainings do deserve deck slots. It's just the deck is already super greedy as is, and there's like really no spot to put them in. Like, I could probably cut like a Diamond by one just to try to fit it in. I could cut like maybe this Chuchumon by two, and then run like 3 trainings, because I don't think I could cut any of these. I need the Tamer setter, because I don't have any other efficient ways of setting the Tamer, but maybe you could cut like a Skull Nightmon down by 1. And then squeeze in like 4 trainings. So that way you could try to find your Tamers at the very least, and it finds like literally everything in the deck. I don't particularly know. I'm not a Bagra army expert to say here or there, but yeah, let's give this a grade. I think probably I'm gonna probably have to say, like, it's probably a 5. Like, it recontextualizes the deck with a completely new top end. It gives it some new mid pieces as well, but like Bagra Army is just not a good deck at all. So maybe Dark Masters actually is a 4. Hunters I probably would redefine as a 3, because like it's literally just the new support, and then Bagra I probably would put to 4 too. So I think that's probably more accurate. Yeah, let's move on. So we got 3 decks left. We could probably just get Regulus out of the way, because it's like borderline no support. So Gamma. Gonna Gamma. And then let's go with the new set, EX10. It's literally 2 cards. Rush blocker, on play when digivolving. You get to place up to 5 different named Digimon cards with Gamamon in their name from your trash as the bottom Digivolution source. Then delete one of your opponent's Digimon with as much DP as this Digimon. Not terrible. End of your turn. If this Digimon has 5 or more Digivolution sources in it, it can attack without suspending. Then during your turn, when any of your opponent's Digimon is deleted, gain a memory. Basic, pretty decent. The fact that it has Russian blockers, nice. What does Gullus do? So you get to trash the top 2 cards of your deck, awkward. Then you get to place a Gamamon named card from your trash as the bottom Digivolution source. Not terrible. When an effect adds to this Digimon's Digivolution source, This Digimon can Digivolve into Regulus from our hand or trash and reduce the Digivolution by 1. So how much does Regulus cost to Digivolve into? 5? The card's 5 to Digivolve into? So for 4? That doesn't seem really worth it. Like, I guess you would probably try to build a new deck around Regulus? How much does the old Reguluses cost? 4? 4, but 3? Three? For 5, though? Yeah, a level 4 with Gamamon in its name for 5. So it just doesn't matter. I'm not seeing it, chat. It replaces Omni X free when you use Strongest Brothers. It's a pseudo 6. Yeah. Let's look at Brothers. Alright, so, is it the delay effect that you get it for free? Reveal the top 3, add a Gamamon texted card from your hand, return the rest to the bottom. When an effect places a Digivolution card under your Digimon, delay, one of your Digimon can Digivolve into a Gamamon texted card from your hand for free. Okay. A little bit better, but requires some setup that feels kind of bad. So... let's see what Gamma was doing last. Because I did see that he did do something here. Yeah, you soak that up, Carpet. I'm sorry, Carpet. Where'd Gamma go? There you are. What the Gamma doing? Oh, so does he literally just replaces Omni X. Like literally just replaces Omni X. All right. Export. Copy. Import. Go. Oh, no. That's not what I wanted. No. Export. Copy. Import. Why did it not copy? Chat, I'm not being crazy. My computer's just being slow. Also, Wizen and Kosk-Gamamon. Yeah, it's searchable in the archetype. I do agree with that. It's 5 because it's nearly as strong as a level 7. In archetype and searchable too. To be fair, the Digimon makes every level 5 that's 1000 DP evolve for a cost of 5. Look at Destro. Okay, yeah, that's fair. All fair. All right. So where's the new stuff? So here we go. So this instantly replaces Omni X, because this is basically their Omni X. Is this literally just a one of? Probably. Like, I don't know if this is anything better than a one of. It just feels like punch for game. And then do we even waste our time with this? So it has raid as an inheritable. That's plus 2000 DP, tamer setter. Do we even need raid? They're not even running the old raid. So Wizen and Cullis. So that's these ones, right? Oh yeah, from BT22. So this is piercing. Oh, but we need 5. This is asking for 5. So if that's the case, we're not running 5. Because we're running... hold on. You may place 5 different named Digimon with Gumamon in their text. So we do have 5. Because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we have 9 possible cards to use for this. So it should still be relatively easy to use. If this Digimon... Yeah. Okay. And then... What does this do? Oh, that's Collision. By trashing a card with Gamamon in its text from your hand, give one of your opponent's Digimon Collision and force them to attack. Then you get to play a Canoweiss or a level 4 or lower card with Gamamon in its text from your trash for free. So what does this one give? This just gives jamming. By placing one card with Gamamon in its name from our hand to the bottom. So cycle, gain 1. Cycle, draw 1. That's on attack, though. That's kind of mediocre. This is on play when Digivolving, at least. We get to place a card from our hand to the bottom to gain blocker and plus 3,000 until the end of the opponent's turn. This is way more reasonable. I think this is just for the inheritable, which I don't think the deck needs. This is more reasonable. Especially, like, compared to a lot of the other cards that we're already running, this is probably something we would consider. The new Regulus is amazing when you use BT22 Gamamon support. I'm like, that's an alt art, but I got distracted. Oh, that's the promo. Is it literally just these 2 cards? Yeah, I think, like, this is probably a one-of. What does this hero do? If the opponent has a Digimon, gain a memory. When an effect adds a card underneath one of your Digimon, you get to draw 1, gain 1. Ooh. Yeah, if this would be able to Digivolve mid-attack, I probably would say this is decent. But it's not, so I don't necessarily think it's that great. Also add promo hero. Depends on how you want to build the deck. I want to build the deck to win. That's generally my goal, is to build the deck to win. And I think, like, this is a little bit better. I just need to find space for this. So we're already running 12 rookies, technically 11 because this is a nothing rookie. I think we have to keep the security card. What does this do? This is BT21. By placing one card with Gamamon and Sex from our hand to the bottom, we get to delete one of the opponent's Digimon with 7,000 DP or less. All turns, this Digimon... Oh, protection. Yes. What does the ace do? Oh, we're only... on play... Trash. One card from our hands. Then we get to place one card with Gamamon and its text from our trash to the bottom. When an effect adds a Digi-Evolution card to this Digimon by deleting one level 4 or lower Digimon, we get to play a level 4 or lower Digimon for free. I would consider cutting one of this for that. That's probably reasonable. Yeah, I think that's probably reasonable because we have cards that are adding underneath, so we're not going to be fully utilizing all of our levels all the time. So going down an ace is probably fine. Take out purple Gullus. I could do that. Because I guess the big thing is, do I have the card that's actually giving me all of my inheritables? Or did that completely just go away from the deck where my level 5s are giving me all of my other Digimon abilities? I think that literally just went away. Because based on like all of these cards, they're not running any of those. So yeah, I think the gameplay shifted towards just getting stuff underneath, which means this effect is way less relevant. By deleting this, because it doesn't have an inheritable for me to gain. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So like honestly, I could just get rid of this as is and replace it with something else. That's the RB1 version. Oh, that's cool alt art. I like that alt art. So is there a level? I guess the jamming isn't terrible. I guess if that's the logic, then like I could either go up on this. No, maybe I do just go up on Wizen. Like I don't necessarily think I need the jamming that much. Yeah, I think maybe I just go down a Gullus and play another Wizen. That's probably correct. The new Gullus is also needed. Oh, I completely forgot about new Gullus. So maybe I do go down and I go up here. What does this card actually do again? I read him and then I just ignored him. He has Raid Inheritable, which is pretty good. So Raid Piercing. Trash the top two. Oh, yeah. So we get a trash two and then throw one underneath, which is good. So that's fine. And then when an effect adds to this Digimon's Digivolution source, we could Digivolve into the Regulus. So this part doesn't matter. Well, I guess it does because we do have the other Reguluses, so we could Digivolve into, like, this Regulus for 2. So, I guess that, yeah, I guess this is good. So, this is probably a 2 of, at least. Which means we're still now 1 card over. Do we just get rid of the Bukamon? Because we have the Inheritable that does it. New Regulus should be at 2 to 4 of? Yeah. I'm just debating, do I just get rid of another Bukamon because I have the option. And I don't necessarily care about this so much, the protection that he's giving. You could get rid of Proxima as well, but I love Proxima. I love this card. I find Proxima to be fun. I know the deck probably doesn't need Proxima, but I like Proxima. He's a guilty pleasure. If you want to cut him. Oh, you could get rid of... I probably would cut Bukamon. Like, because we have an option and we have plenty of tamers, so we should be able to find what we need, and we can't Digivolve on top of him. He is technically a card we could use for Regulus, but I think, like, because we added the Wizen, we're okay on name count. I need your help to get him to reread Regulus and actually understand what it's asking for. Which Regulus? This one? Place up to 5 different named Digimon with Gamamon. Oh, in their names. From your trash. Okay. Then if 5 or more Digimon, then he could attack without suspending. And then any of your opponent's Digimon are deleted to gain a memory. Yeah. Alright, so we cut the Bukomon. Or the Bukomon. Bukomon, not needed. So I think this is better. I totally forgot that he got random support in BT22. Like, super extra random support. So I think this looks okay. We got 2 new cards, and yeah, we got 2 new cards. And I think, like, it's not recontextualizing the deck, it's just the deck wanted to be played in a, like, with different style of effects, and I think, like, we're just fleshing the new interpretation of what Gamamon is doing. And I think this is fine. Yeah, because we're at 4 brothers, and then we're at 7 tamers. I still like the Proxima. Because technically, without Proxima, I probably would go down an Arcturus, and then you could probably play, like, more consistency pieces at that point. So, like, that's an option. So, like, there's space to play around with in here. It's not so tight and hard-knit. As far as what the new support is doing, because it's only, like, 2 cards, it's kind of really hard to rate it. So I probably would say it's a 6 out of 10 as well. Like, because it's only 2 cards. I guess I should put, like, how many cards of what. Maybe that would have been a good idea, to track how many cards. I guess it doesn't matter, but it would have been nice. Arcturus is used to tuck under Sirius and Cano Weissmon. Yeah, like, I still like Arcturus. Like, I like Proxima. He's fun. He's my fun card. Alright. So we got 2 decks. I'll probably save my Otis for last because that's the one I know the least. And we could work on Creepy. Because I already know, like, there was that video with Myotis and the Myotis loop, but I didn't bother to actually understand what it was trying to do. I just saw one person play the game for 10 minutes, and the other person sat there and did nothing. And was kind of just disgusted and checked out. So he's in purple, because everything in the set is purple. Like, holy crap. So he is this stuff. Yeah. So, because I don't think he really has a deck, we kind of have to make a deck for him. What's his level 4? This is his level 4. Then his level 5 is Skull Satamon. The level 6 is Creepy. Where'd Creepy go? Oh, he's red, isn't he? Yeah, he's up here. Yeah, I like his alt art a little bit better, so I'll put his alt art up. Because the yellow, like, this makes it feel very yellow bordered. And then this is supposed to be his egg, which I think is fine. Alright, so what does Creepy actually want to do? What is the payout? So when digivolving on deletes, delete all of the opponent's Digimon with the lowest DP. If this Digimon didn't delete anything, trash the top 5 cards of their deck. Okay, so he's just actively just trying to mill the opponent out. So he is just I am going to mill the opponent out, the deck. If you have 10 or more cards, if your opponent has 10 or more cards in their trash, you may play one red or purple Digimon with 5,000 DP or lower from your trash into an empty space into your breeding area. End of your turn, this Digimon can attack. So, do we just say screw these cards and Geel Engine is just better? Like, is that what we're about to say? So, if the opponent has 10 or fewer cards in their trash, you get to trash 2 cards of their deck. Then, if they have 10 or more cards from your trash, gain 1 memory. Actually, that's not bad. Trash the top card of both players' decks when attacking. So, when attacking, trash the top card of both players' decks. It's just the top one? Wait, hold on. Is this the top one? Yeah, it is. Start of main and when digivolving. If your opponent has 10 or fewer cards in their trash, trash the top 2 cards of both players' decks. If they have 10 or more, you get to return a card with Fallen Angel or Undead from your trash to your hands. Blocker, when digivolving on delete, if the opponent has 10 or fewer cards in their trash, mill 3. If both players have... Then delete one of the opponent's level 3 Digimon if they have 10 or more in their trash. Add 2 to the maximum level. When attacking, if this Digimon gains security attack for the turn. If the opponent has 10 or fewer cards in their trash, trash the top 2 of both instead. Sirius Ace actually got better with new Regulus? Yeah, it did. Sirius Ace is an option. I'm not saying it's not. Gamma just has a lot of tech cards. I'm just trying to figure out, like, if these cards are better than just Geel Engine. Like, just Geel looping. I don't think they are. Like, to be honest, I think these cards are cute. But if the goal and objective is to mill the opponent out, trash the top. So that's the wording that I'm looking for. So it feels like they want like the deck to actually try to support the old Creepymon in a way. Trash the top 2 cards of the deck from your opponent. Trash the top 2 cards of your deck for each of your opponent's Digimon in play. If you trash 4 or more cards with the effect, you get to revive a level 5 or lower Digimon from your trash for free. For every 10 cards in the opponent's trash, or for every 10 cards in your trash, trash the top 3 cards of the opponent's deck. So, like, we have Creepymon, and then we have, like, Ghoulmon. I think that was the card. Yeah, this card. For every 10 cards in your trash, trash the top 3 from the opponent. And then we have Ghoul Ace. If the opponent has 5 or more cards in their trash, they trash 1 card from their hands. Then if they have 4 or fewer cards to late, yeah. So Ghoul Ace is garbage. So it's between like Creepy and Ghoul, realistically, as like the support to this, because I don't think we have Creepy X yet. And then Growl. So we do the 1, 4, 4, 4. Trash the top 3 of both. This card's actually viable. But do we want X? Like, that's the other question. Do we want X? Oh, we need... So we could go like maybe 1 and then 4, 4. And then Geel. So we're not running this crap. We're running good stuff. Because I don't think there's enough support for, like, this type of gameplay. So, like, the best way to play Creepymon is literally just to play Beelzeon. The sad thing about Creepymon is he stops milling the opponent after 10 cards. Yes. So that's why, like, if the goal and objective is to mill the opponent, then we're literally just better off playing Beelzeon. Because I do think this is a good card. And the fact that it's also part red is, like, extra funny. So let's get rid of that. Let's hit backspace on that. And let's go to a Geel loop deck. So we could go look at either Megidramon or the Merva version. That's using Cerberusmon, so I don't think we necessarily need to do that. So let's look at the Geelmon version. Oh, wait, hold up. Oh, wait, does this, if only this had 13k DP. If it had 13k DP, I'd be like, hold up. Actually, is this for till the end of the turn? But this doesn't have a when deleting. Darn, I was just like so close. We're so close to running Gallantmon. So they're using this card? Trash the top 2 cards of your deck and then gain Raid and Retaliation. Yeah, I don't think we can run that. What does this card do? By trashing 1 card in your hand, delete one of the opponent's... then we get a... Okay, so... I don't think we care about that either. I think we just go 4 on the... 4 on here. Because this will at least let us play a Digimon, and it's trash the top 3 of both players' decks. So we could go back to... So we could still run this card. So this will probably be like the 2 of. Then for every 10 in both players, we get to just increase the range. Oh, we're running a butt ton of rookies. Why are we running so many? It should just be, let's go back to the Geels. Hold on. I'm messing up my math. The big question is, oh, this is not once per turn. Yo. If the opponent has 10 or more cards in the trash, we get to play a red level 5 or lower Digimon from our trash into an empty... Oh, but it's into our breeding area. That's so boring. This is once per turn. This is once per turn. Ah, I thought we had something. I was like, yo, this isn't once per turn. But it's a soft once per turn. Dang. And then we're obviously playing the Broken Egg. So these are the main 2. So what is this doing? By deleting, we could either delete a 3k or less, or if nothing was deleted, trash the top 2 from both. No inheritable, but no inheritable on here either. So I think, like, we're fine running this. We get to search out basically everything but our top end. And then how many top end slots is this deck running? So at least 3 of our main guy. These guys are just easy on plays. And then Levia. Like, This is the problem with, like, this deck, is because Megidramon already wants to do something similar, there's just literally no reason to run this. Because we also want to delete this Digimon. So we want to Digivolve up into him, use him, and then throw him away. Except he doesn't have enough DP for us to just throw away easily. So do we find a way to DP boost him? Like, I'm already going to fail the deck. You're going to leave for tonight? You'll watch the VOD later? Yeah, you're fine, Emperor. We're almost done. So let's see. Let's just go back to the Megidramon. And we'll just copy all of these. So we could run Analog, Darkness, Demonic Disaster. We don't have a punch factor that this has, or this has. I mean, this just kills himself, so I guess that's not that big of a deal. So Calling. Do we run Memory Boosts? Purple Memory Boost. So I'll hold off on these. Then we got, Jackraid Grav Crush. Jackraid, Grav Crush. We got the memory boost, so we need Scramble and Training. I probably am going to do Purple Scramble, because, like, everything else is purple in the deck. And then Training. So we're just making the most godly uninteresting deck that we possibly can. Then there's Analogs. And then the rest of the space. Oh, probably a Demonic Disaster. What does this card actually do? So we could run Creepymon to swing, get the boost, delete this Creepymon to then play the Gallant. Like, I guess that's a play line. So we Digivolve up, play out a Digimon, swing, mill, delete Gallant for Rush. So, like, it's weird because we want to mill the opponent out, but, like, just rushing with Gallant is still fundamentally better. This confuses the ever-living crap out of me. I mean, it doesn't confuse me. It's just unfortunate. Analog Youth is still Analog Youth still at 4 is silly, but we out here. Oh, hey, Cookie. I mean, I could reduce Analog to 2, and, like, the other card that I'm going to be running is Promo Gallant. Like, Promo Gallant's just such a disgusting card. Where's Promo Gallant? Here he is. Like, if I had a way to boost this would be such a good card to delete with Gallant, because then I could just be like, yeah, But I guess, like, the idea maybe is to play the Gallant, recover, swing with Gallant, and then delete them with, like, Demonic Disaster or something. Or, like, maybe just ignore the fact that it has an on-delete effect that I would want to try to trigger in the same turn. The deck really doesn't need the analog. It's just the analog helps. I guess analog off of this card is kind of pointless. Thinking about it now, it's kind of pointless. So I have 6 and 6. I guess it's fine, just because the ratios are so slim. So, like, what's my play line? Like, what does my average play line look like? So, I'm going to set these up, and then once I set up, I move out. I guess that's why this card's important, because it just would give generic security attack plus. So that way I could swing. Oh, yeah, okay. So, Demonic Disaster is actually a really good card in here. So, like, I'm going to go up, swing, or, mill 2. Yeah. Oh, this mills 2. So, ideally, I want to use this Growlmon, so that way I could mill 2. I mean, at worst, I could still do this one. But yeah, so I go up into a Growlmon, mill 2 from both. Then I go up into a Growlmon or Black War Growlmon, mill an additional, 3? So that's 5 total mills in a single turn. Then Digivolve up into him, and he doesn't exactly mill anything more. This, if I go up into him, he trashes at least the top 2, so he would mill for 7. If not more. So, like, if I'm going into this creepy, I swing, I mill more, I Gallant, delete him, and then play Gallant for essentially free. Trigger the on-delete to do loopy stuff again? I don't know. Yeah, you're thinking of the Pokemon rule where they literally only let you have, like, X amount of this specific Pokemon name. But, yeah, I get you. Yeah, so, essentially, like, this is probably still just a better mill deck. It might not necessarily need the Gallant, and the Gallant can probably be reduced. But yeah, it's essentially just Guilmon mill into, like, creepy shenanigans. Because, like, you're either going to delete your creepy off of your Demonic Disaster or the Calling from Darkness. Either that, or you just leave them on the field and have the opponent deal with them themselves. And then you just use this creepy if you're wanting to combo with Gallant and try to aggressively mill out the opponent even faster. So, boring. Not effective. And the fact that the cards that they designed for Creepymon are not even going to be used because the Guilmon stuff is still just fundamentally better. I think you get, like, more, like, maybe just a tiny bit more mill off of his cards. But I think, like, with the game going a little bit longer, it just fundamentally doesn't matter. Because they're just going to natively have stuff in their trash. Alright, so let's rate this. Creepy. Creepy's a 3 out of 10. A bad card for a bad deck using an engine that is not his. Alright, last up is my Otis. So, hold on. I gotta take the call. All right. Last deck. Let's get this over with, and it is Myotismon. Where's the China stuff for Myotis? I don't know if they actually posted it or not. But I already know that there's like the whole Myotis loop. And it looks pretty disgusting. So it's just utilizing Myotismon. Like I don't know exactly what the build looks like. There might be a build somewhere. EX10 Myotismon loop. Emergency restriction. I don't know if this actually has what I'm looking for. All right. So essentially, I think this is the Myotis. No, this does not even look close to Myotis loop. All right. Maybe Digipanda had it right. Theory crafting Myotismon. Let's ride. I really don't want to click on any of their videos.
For the
All right. Boom. There we go. All right. So, Myotis loop is a thing. That's pretty much it. Is this the actual build? I mean, this is his build. So how many? Let's get out of here. Get out of here too. And here. And here. All right, so we are going to Demi, Mara, Myotis. So we're using the OG. The OG with the OT. 4, 4, 3, 4, 4, 4. Here you are. Myotismon, how many? 4. Not even using the new Mummymon. I guess it's not needed. Or is he using the Mummymon and I just can't see? Nope. 4. Ukomon the Crutch. 4. Uko is 4. Mist. Memory. Boost. 2. And then I'm missing one card somewhere. What am I missing? Oh, calling. Duh. Boop. Alright, so that's the quick and dirty theory crafted version. I don't know if this is actually great. Supposedly it's decent. So as far as the new tools, because we're not using the new Mummymon. Because what does the new Mummymon do? On play, we get a discard a card to Digivolve 2. On delete, play a Tamer with Myotismon and its text from our hand. What does this one do then? By discarding a card, we get to delete up to 6k DP worth of Digimon on the opponent's field, and then the same on delete. So, like, you could reasonably just run one Mummymon because you should just be able to reuse it over and over again. Yeah, let's get that. Alright. Then when it comes to the Myotismon, from the trash we get to delete 2 of our level 5 or lower 5 or higher Digimon. With Myotismon in their text to reduce the play cost by 11, so that makes him a 3-cost Mega that's going to be playing. And then when we play him, when we Digivolve and when we attack once per turn, we get to delete 2 of their unsuspended Digimon, so that's supposed to combo with this to be able to maintain memory because of its all turns ability. We're using the Arukeni Mummymon to loop these to get into level 6s pretty easily. This gives our Myotismon Rush, and then we also get a gain of memory while setting our memory to 3, so that way we could actually maintain turn the second we go into a Myotis. Then we got tons of memory generation with Miss Memory Boost and Purple Memory Boost. This allows us to Digivolve on top of our Myotismon. And when we do, we get to delete a level 4 or lower Digimon, which is why I don't necessarily think this is super needed. Maybe it should just be Mummymon. But if a Myotismon or X anybody is in our Digivolution source, we get to play a level 6 Myotismon Digimon from our trash without paying the cost. Wait, what? Oh, that's when it's deleted. Yeah. So we delete this to be able to get this out, and then we get this out to delete stuff, and then gain memory for it because this deletes the stuff. Got it. This is just the searcher for Myotis text cards. Uko is just Uko. This allows us to, when this card would be played by deleting one of your Digimon with Myotismon and its text, we get to reduce the play cost by 4, so 3 costs, level 5. On play, when Digivolving, one of our purple Digimon gains blocker and retail, not super relevant, but the on delete being able to play a Tamer from our trash is really good because we're going to be playing this. Or this. I'm surprised they're not playing this. Like, I would think that this is a card that they would want to play. The old Yukio. I guess it's not needed because of this card and because of this card. So, like, maybe that's why. So they would rather just double down on this. When one of your... Because we get to play the Tamer Suspended. I guess that doesn't matter for this. Because this just deletes itself. So, yeah, it all makes sense. Yeah, so... To kind of wrap things up, this is kind of Myotismon in a soft nutshell. Thank you, Digipanda, for having a actual visible example list. I don't know if this is how the deck is actually going to be built, especially with optimization, but it seems like a very cute and cheeky combo deck that also looks hyper degenerate and disgusting at the same time. As far as where I would place it overall, Myotis. I think it has a lot of potential, so I probably would put it a 7 out of 10. Like, it's using a lot of the new pieces to be, like, absolutely broken, because you have the Arukeni, the Mummy, that are both reasonably playable. You have the Myotis, you have the, obviously, new Mallow Myotis, and the new Tamer that's making the rush happen. So, like, there's a lot of new stuff that the deck has gotten that it's actually utilizing. The deck actually looks like it can perform. Whether it's going to be as consistent as we fear or not is to be determined, but I think, like, there's some potential there, especially with optimization. So, if I had to rate all of these on average, let's bust out good old calculator, Chan. We got 7, 8, 6, 3, 4, 12, 7, 4, 6, 10. So we got 67. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So out of 112. So, or not 112, 120. There we go. So overall, overall, the set's like a 6 out of 12. I know that's not necessarily the greatest thing to leave off on, but that's like, if I were to average everything out, that's essentially what it is. It's a 6 out of 12. But if I really had to rate it out of like a 10, would that be, would it be a 6 out of 10? It kind of feels that way. It kind of feels like it would be like a 6 or 7 out of 10. I think, like, for the benefit of the doubt, I do see there's some potential here. It's not a very strong set. It feels like kind of average. So, like, realistically, it probably is a 6.5. So, like, it doesn't feel overtly awful. It doesn't feel like there's going to be something that's going to hardcore power spike the game. So, like, between 6 and 7 probably is correct when it comes to the overall rating. A lot of these decks are still doing some reasonable things. Some of them doing more reasonable things than others. Some of them just literally the cards are not impacting the game at all and they're just dead on arrival. Some with some potential, just not in the ways that we might expect. So it's a set. I don't know what to say. It's just a set. It's an EX set, so they're not necessarily supposed to feel like they're the next most powerful thing that you're supposed to hardcore buy and invest into. But this isn't the most unreasonable set either when it comes to the overall power scaling. It feels very middle of the road, which is about correct for the 6 or 7 out of 10. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to do it like this for every set. I just thought that this would be a fun and different way for you to kind of look at, especially since I go through and kind of like pseudo build all of the decks. Again, not necessarily going to know if these are going to be how the decks are going to end up in their final versions, but this is just a good starting place to get your gears turning in order to have the creative juices flowing to start testing and iterating and seeing what you like about the decks, what you don't like, what could be changed, what's going to be optimized. That's going to be the fun part. So I think I'm going to end it here. I've been streaming long enough. Thank you everyone for watching. And I hope you all have a wonderful night. Or rest of your day, whatever time you're deciding to watch the VOD on if you're not watching this live. But anyway, you already know what to do with all of the social media doobly-doo things. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe, and I will see you all later.